Chapter 1489. That's right, Zhu. Look at this earth fire, it seems like someone is using it. Song Yi pointed at the earth fire and said in surprise. Isn't that so? I was wondering why the smell of sulfur around the forbidden area has lessened a lot. So this is the reason. Fu Zhu said happily, if I report this news to the patriarch, he will definitely what? You will definitely be punished. Song Yi sneered, you trespassed into the forbidden area's alchemy room. This is something Fu Yunbo will definitely not allow. But I have the duty of patrolling the mountain. I can enter and leave the forbidden area. Fu Zhu could not help but refute. You can pass through the air, but I'm afraid you can't land. Song Yi said in a low voice. Fu Zhu was silent for a while. She walked to the place where Xiaofan usually sat and sat down. She said faintly, since you know that I can't land at will, then why did you let me meet you in the forbidden area? Zhu, let's go out and talk. If there is a senior refining pills here and we bump into them, it will definitely be bad. Song Yi looked around nervously and persuaded. Junior martial brother don't panic. Although this earth fire has been used by someone, it may not be used for alchemy. If it was really used for alchemy and the alchemy furnace isn't here, then the senior who refined the pills must have gone out and won't be back in a short time. We're just sitting here for a while, how could something happen? Fu Zhu said unhurriedly, moreover, it is currently patrolling the mountain outside. Senior brothers are all passing through the forbidden area. If they see us, all right. Song Yi helplessly sat beside Fu Zhu and hugged her in his arms. Fu Zhu also very meekly turned her body sideways and leaned her head against Song Ye's chest, looking like she was enjoying it. The two of them stayed like this for a while. Song Ye's hands began to wander around Fu Zhu's body. Fu Zhu's breathing gradually became hurried. Go away. Fu Zhu pushed Song Ye's hands to the side and scolded, every time you see me, you are always so impatient. Can't you talk properly? I do want to, but my heart really misses you, so I can't help but love you. Song Ying whispered with a calm face. TSK, Xiaofan who was in the distance couldn't help but curl his lips, this little gigolo is really something. Fine, this young master doesn't have the heart to listen to your sweet talk, what kind of needle eyes do you have? Thinking of this, Xiaofan formed a spell seal and prepared to flee. But at this time, the warning talismans all around the alchemy room issued another warning. Io, why is my pill room so lively today? Who is it this time? The location of the warning was very far away, so Xiaofan couldn't see it clearly. When he released his perception, although he couldn't see it, just based on his familiarity with that person, Xiaofan sucked in a breath of cold air. Why is this person here? On the high platform, Feng Luo didn't know that someone else had come in. He only put his mouth next to Fu Zhu's ear and gently moved, blowing a hot breath on her earlobe, causing Fu Zhu's face to turn red and her body to heat up. Junior martial brother you also treat Zhu, like this? Fu Zhu suddenly said, causing Feng Luo's body to stiffen. He immediately said, Zhu, I've already told you countless times, in my heart, there is only you are the one I love the most. It's only because Fu Zhu is very good to me, and she is also your blood-related little sister, that I can't bear to hurt her, so I've been hiding it from her, not daring to tell her. Moreover, isn't this what you said? After this period of time, you can tell her properly, okay? Sweetheart, I did say this before. But, you can't be with her every day, you treat her like this, how can she think that you don't love her? Feng Luo bitterly smiled and shrugged, do you think I want to? Fu Zhu comes to find me every day, I can't refuse. Feng Luo's words were very clear in the alchemy room. Not only did Xiaofan hear it, even the person who secretly came in from afar heard it. That person who was hiding in the shadows trembled violently, almost flying into the air, but in the end, he managed to hold himself back and lowered his body. I don't care, you have to find a chance to tell her clearly, otherwise. Fu Zhu nonchalantly glanced into the distance and said coquettishly. I know, I will definitely take care of it. Feng Luo hugged Fu Zhu in his arms and whispered, however, I still feel that I should obtain the Yunqing talisman first. It won't be too late to talk about it after I learn the method to refine this talisman. What does this have to do with the Yunqing talisman? Fu Zhu pushed Feng Luo's hand away and asked curiously, furthermore, this Yunqing talisman is a secret passed down in my Fu clan, only males and not females, how can I obtain it? Then, she suddenly realized, Junior Martial Brother could it be that you like me because I can help you obtain the Yunqing talisman? No, definitely not. Feng Luo hurriedly coaxed, if I can obtain the Yunqing talisman, won't the Fu puppet retreat in the face of difficulties? You're twisting words and forcing logic. Fu Zhu shook her head, Zhu and I are both direct disciples of the Fu clan, if you don't choose the two of us, is there anyone more suitable than us? Of course not. Zhu, the one I like is you, even if you're not a direct disciple, I still love you. Feng Luo hugged Fu Zhu and slowly kissed her. Although Fu Zhu wanted to struggle, her body was still as soft as mud in Feng Luo's arms. In the darkness, that person clenched his fists tightly, oh right, Senior Martial Brother Fu Zhu said breathlessly, I have good news to tell you. What good news? Feng Luo was stunned and asked softly. Look, what is this? Fu Zhu clapped her hands and took out a book from her storage bag. Yunqing talisman? Feng Luo laughed and reached out to take it. Fu Zhu pulled her hand back and smiled, of course it's not the Yunqing talisman. Guess? If it's not the Yunqing talisman, then what is it? Feng Luo scratched his head. If you can't guess it, I won't give it to you. Fu Zhu said with a smile. Your Fu clan's Yunqing talisman is the most famous, if it's not this, could it be the beast armor talisman? Feng Luo guessed again. The beast armor talisman can turn a cultivator into a spiritual beast similar to the beast skin and blood used for the talisman. This kind of strange talisman is more important than the Yunqing talisman, I can't give it to you. Fu Zhu said with a pout. Then what is it? Zhu, tell me, I'll reward you later. Feng Luo said softly. Fu Zhu's face turned red and she said shyly, I can give it to you, but after you get it, you have to tell me one thing. You swore a blood oath to tell the truth. There's a blood oath? Feng Luo was stunned. Yes, it's a blood oath. Fu Zhu said while biting her lips. Okay. I promise you. Feng Luo also gritted his teeth and swore a blood oath. Fu Zhu's heart ached when she heard this and she handed the book over. Feng Luo took a closer look and was overjoyed, invisibility talisman? When did the Fu clan have this kind of talisman? How do you know the Fu clan doesn't have this kind of talisman? Fu Zhu asked curiously. Feng Luo stuttered and changed the topic, but Fu Zhu's mind was obviously not on this topic. She said, no matter what, you just have to keep the blood oath and tell me the truth. Tell me, what do you want me to say? Feng Luo kept the book and laughed softly. She wants you to say, do you like her or do you like me? The black figure on the ground couldn't take it anymore and stood up and said loudly. You. Zhu, Feng Luo was stunned and said in disbelief, you came here? Just now, you heard everything? Of course I heard it. When you were hugging Zhu, I heard it. With tears on her face, the Fu puppet slowly walked towards the high platform. She looked up and said, I have always kept you in my heart. Whatever you want, I will give it to you. If you want to learn how to make talismans, I will give you all kinds of talisman refining methods. If you want to improve your cultivation, if you want my Fu clan's secret cultivation method, I will risk my life to get it for you. What did I do it for? Didn't I just want you to be true to me and love me? But, why did you lie to me? Moreover, you lied to me and my sister at the same time. If it wasn't for the fact that I went out to accompany you 2 months ago and was seen by Zhu, who became suspicious and asked me over and over again, how would I know that you're actually two-timing? You wanted to play with us and use us. You wanted to get both the cultivation technique and the talisman making technique. You are really hateful. Feng Luo's face was as white as snow as he stared blankly at the two. After a while, he crouched down on the stage and said in a low voice, I didn't lie to you. I really do love you. Whether it is Zhu, or Zhu, I gave you my true feelings. It is because I can't choose between the two of you and can't find out who I love more, that I have always hesitated, always didn't dare to tell the two of you. TSK, such eloquence. Xiaofan on the side was filled with admiration. If he was Feng Luo, his face would have already turned red and he wouldn't know what to do. It's precisely because I can't make a choice that I can't answer your question. It's also precisely because I can't make a choice that I desperately want the cultivation method. I want the method of making charms. I want to cultivate myself to become an elder who is second only to the clan lord. Then, I can ask the clan lord to make both of you my dual cultivation companions. He stood up, and spoke with sincerity. You wish. Fu Zhu's face turned red as she scolded, even if you are willing to take both of us as your dual cultivation partners, but how can the two of us agree? Humph, this guy's words are always sweet, as if there is honey on his mouth. Sister, you must not believe him. The Fu puppet also asked. But from the tone of the two, it was no longer as sharp as before. It was as if the two had already expected this answer. Then. What should I do? Suddenly, a faint voice came from a dark corner. Chapter 1490. As for Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet, they first made Song's matter clear. When they confronted each other, Song's back was covered in sweat. Just as they were about to bring out the words they had thought of before, Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet's tone changed again. Listening to them, they actually didn't have any particular objections towards the two girls working together as a husband. Xiaofan hid at the side, a burst of admiration in his heart. But thinking about it, it was natural. Song's relationship with the two twin sisters was close, so there was no need to talk about favoritism. It was really difficult for Song to make a choice. Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet were extremely clever and didn't let Song make a real choice. Looking at the situation, the two sisters had already discussed it before they laid their cards on the table. Therefore, even though Fu Zhu knew that Song's feelings towards her were different, she still gave Song the refining method of the invisibility talisman. After Fu Puppet understood Song's true feelings, she only asked a few questions before relenting. Song also dropped a stone to the ground, almost wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. But at this time, another faint voice sounded from another corner, then. Song, what should I do? Xiaofan was shocked. This person seemed to have been here for a long time, but he actually didn't notice. The warning talisman in the pill room also didn't give any warning. But hearing that familiar voice, Xiaohua's heart settled. This person wasn't just anyone, it was Fu Puppet. Fu Puppet? When Fu Puppet heard this, her eyes were about to fall out of her head. She hadn't even wiped away the tears on her face when she turned her head and scolded, "What does the matter between us sisters have to do with you? Why are you interfering?" On the high platform, Song stared at Fu Puppet without saying a word. His face also had a trace of astonishment and a trace of resentment. "Puppet, don't be anxious. Let's hear what He Fu has to say. Although Fu Zhu was shocked, her face didn't change as she shouted in a low voice. But, big sister. The Fu puppet was a little anxious, but when she saw the Fu puppet gradually approaching and saw the Fu puppet's pale face, the Fu puppet promptly shut her mouth. Fu puppet didn't seem to see Fu puppet, nor did she seem to hear Fu puppet's question. She only stared at Song with a pair of extremely disappointed eyes, slowly approaching step by step. He Lang, do you remember what you told me? The Fu puppet enunciated each word clearly. Her voice trembled as she tried her best to suppress her emotions. Gradually, there was a trace of anticipation in her voice. I remember when you came to find me and told me that the one you liked was me. Even though I wasn't as pretty as Fu Zhu and Fu Ai, but, what you liked was my heart. Do you know? When I heard your words at that time, my heart was about to fly to the heavens. Actually, I was very puzzled. How could the two of them gain your favor? I don't have the looks, and I don't have the status. If you stay with me, I will only be a burden to you. But, He Lang, I really like you. From the first time I saw you, I fell in love with you. I think about you day and night, but when I can't see you, I can't even focus on cultivation. I know that I can't compare to Fu Huang and Fu Zhu, but for you, I still fought with them and went to see you every day. Alas, it's also because of this that I still choose to believe you even though I'm skeptical about what you said. I believe that you were good to me, and I believed what you said to me. In order to gain your favor, I was willing to do anything you wanted me to do. I told you all the incantations I knew, and I gave myself to you. I gave you everything I had. Furthermore, when you told me that for the sake of your future in the Fu clan, you had to compromise and accompany the Fu puppet, and that you were very distressed, I foolishly asked you, what can I do so that you can stay by my side? But you didn't tell me until I was desperate. Then you told me that as long as you can obtain the Fu clan's Qingyun talisman and successfully refine it, you will have a place in the Fu clan. Once you have a status, you won't have to be afraid of the Fu clan anymore. You will be able to be with me openly. He Lang, do you know how foolish I was? I actually believed you. Even though you didn't tell me to steal the refining method of the purity talisman from the talisman hall in the inner court, I could see the desire in your eyes. I know that you're right. This is your sorrow as a talisman master. If I want to be with you forever, this is the only way. Every time I think of the pain in your eyes, my heart aches. He Lang, I don't have any peerless elegance or status to be proud of. I only love you and I only want to be with you. The only thing I can do is to help you steal the purity talisman from the talisman hall for you. But what kind of place is the talisman hall? It's the top secret place of the Fu clan's talisman refining method. Not to mention a female disciple born of a concubine like me, even the direct disciples of the Fu puppet and the others would find it extremely difficult to enter. In this half a year, I went to the talisman hall many times. Not only did I not attract the attention of the disciples on guard, but I also had to find the flaws in it. Do you think it was easy for me? However, when I thought of how I could be with you forever after obtaining the purity talisman, I mustered up my courage. Today, I finally got it. He Lang, I finally got the purity talisman that you wanted. However, when I looked for you with an incomparably excited heart, you weren't in the skyward pavilion. Where did you go? I was so foolish. I only wanted to make you happy as soon as possible so that you wouldn't be pestered by the Fu puppet. Hence, I sent out the message talisman. Now, do you know? I really regret it. I really shouldn't have sent out this message talisman. If I didn't send it, I wouldn't have come to this forbidden area and seen this heart-wrenching scene. I would rather be kept in the dark by you and be your silly plaything. The Fu puppet's face was ashen. She swiped her hand across her chest and took out a small booklet. She raised her hand and threw it onto the stage. The booklet drew a beautiful arc in the air and landed at the feet of He Lang. However, He Lang didn't pick it up. He just stood there in a daze and looked at the Fu puppet without moving an inch. This purity talisman must be returned tomorrow morning. He Lang, you better hurry up and comprehend it. The Fu puppet also looked at He Lang. Her voice was calm as she spoke in a low voice. Fu Zhu and the Fu puppet at the side also stood there in a daze. They didn't know what to say. The scene in front of their eyes had long surpassed their imaginations. Xiao Hua, who was listening from afar, was also dumbfounded. Although this matter wasn't very thrilling, but it felt more miserable than any legendary story. At this moment, the alchemy room's warning talisman moved again. Xiao Hua stared blankly and immediately understood. Didn't the Fu puppet send out the message talisman? That message talisman must have triggered the warning talisman. Hence, Xiao Hua didn't care and released his perception. On the stage, He Lang didn't move. Fu Zhu sighed inwardly and walked forward. She picked up the purity talisman refining method at He Lang's feet and said in a hoarse voice, "Fu puppet, the talisman hall's security is tight. Even direct disciples like us have difficulty entering. How did you take out the refining method for this purity talisman?" Hearing this, the Fu puppet's pale face flushed red. Before she could speak, a clear voice rang out, "Because I was the one who allowed her to take it." "Who?" "Senior Fu." "Fu puppet? Why are you here?" The last was Fu puppet's panicked voice. You promised me the purity talisman. I will return it to you tomorrow morning." Ha ha ha! A thin and tall middle-aged man with a pockmarked face slowly walked out from the darkness. He was actually at the 11th level of Qi refining. "You only spent a night with me and you want to take the purity talisman away for a night? Don't you think this matter is too simple?" Fu puppet said lecherously, "If I didn't come out with you, how could I see these two great beauties? After today's matter, aren't these two great beauties for me to take?" "You." Hearing this, the blush on Fu puppet's face disappeared. Her pale face didn't have a trace of blood. Is what he said true? There was no expression on He Lang's face. He just looked at Fu puppet and said indifferently, Yes. Fu puppet said without hesitation, I don't have anything on me. If I want to take the purity talisman out of the talisman hall, this is the only way. He Lang, you don't have to care about me. You, quickly leave. Leave, ha ha ha. Fu puppet laughed loudly. You think you can leave as your lover? Then, he looked at Fu puppet wretchedly. You don't look like much usually, but I didn't expect your dual cultivation technique to be so exquisite. It really exceeded my expectations. This is all thanks to this kid. Hee, Fu Zhu, Fu puppet, I will have a taste of you in a while. Damn you, you're courting death. Fu puppet couldn't take it anymore. She slapped her hand and took out a stack of yellow talismans from her storage bag. Channeling her transcendence energy, she threw them at Fu puppet. Hee, you really dare to attack? Fu puppet said arrogantly, aren't you afraid that the family head will find out? You. Fu puppet was stunned. She waved her hand and the yellow talismans in the air stopped, seemingly hesitant. You're called He Fu, right? Fu puppet laughed evilly and said loudly, I don't care what you want the purity talisman for, and I don't care what happens between you and these three girls in the future. However, I want to play with both Fu puppet and Fu Zhu. Furthermore, I want one of them to dual cultivate with me in the future. Otherwise, I will take your life first and then send these three girls to the family head. Hee, I don't know how long you've been in Jinhua Mountain, but you must know the rules of the Fu clan. As for the fate of these three girls, I don't want to tell you more, right? Then, Fu puppet looked at the three girls and laughed, I've already played with both Fu puppets. Let me play with two more of you, it's worth it. Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet's eyes were burning with anger, but they didn't dare to attack. Even if they did, they wouldn't be able to defeat a Qi refining stage 11 Fu Puppet. Chapter 1491. Well said. Just when the girls were at a loss of how to respond, Fu Ying took a few steps forward with a smile on his face and said in a low voice, "However, I don't know how I can be at ease with senior brother Fu's high cultivation level." Ha ha ha. The Fu Puppet laughed. "If I ask you to be at ease, then you can be at ease. Or do you want me to make a blood oath?" I wouldn't dare. Song Cheng took a few more steps and flew down from the stage. He cupped his hands and said, "Actually, senior brother Fu has misunderstood. Look, these three girls, have already used them. Furthermore, you see, I have already obtained what I should have obtained. Tell me, do you think I still need them?" In an instant, the entire pill room was as cold as winter. Not only the Fu Puppet, but even Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet's faces were stiff. They didn't know what expression to put on their faces. As long as senior brother Fu can let me live today, not only will these three girls belong to senior brother Fu, but I will also follow senior brother Fu's lead in the Fu family in the future. Song Cheng stood in front of the Fu Puppet and said sincerely, "You also know that the family head is very fond of me. It's because I want to make a name for myself in the Fu family that I've thought so much." Stop right there. The Fu Puppet sneered. "Don't think I don't know what you're thinking. Are you trying to sneak up on me while I'm careless?" When Song Cheng heard this, he shrugged his shoulders innocently. He smiled and said, "Senior brother Fu is at Qi refining level 11 and I'm only at Qi refining level 5. Even if I wanted to sneak up on you, do you think I would do something as stupid as knocking an egg against a rock? I don't think you would dare." The Fu Puppet pointed and said with a sinister smile, Go bring the Fu Puppet to me and strip her of her clothes." "Yes, I'll go now," Song Cheng said carefully and walked towards the Fu Puppet. I misjudged you." The Fu Puppet was furious. He pointed his finger and the yellow talismans that were suspended in mid-air suddenly rained down on Song Cheng. The talisman puppet was in the 9th layer of Qi refining. How could it possibly be a match for him? However, he did not panic. He turned his head and glanced at the symbol puppet. Sure enough, the symbol puppet waved its hand and a top-grade yellow talisman shot out. It formed an invisible light screen in mid-air and blocked the yellow talismans. Following which, the symbol puppet pointed its finger and the light screen rolled forward, wrapping around the yellow talismans that were about to explode. A series of pa-pa muffled sounds rang out as all the yellow talismans were destroyed by the light screen. This was the difference between the 11th layer and the 9th layer. Just as the symbol puppet's yellow talisman was being destroyed, the symbol puppet's other imprisonment talisman was even faster than before. While the symbol puppet was still in shock, the symbol puppet was tightly imprisoned. Complete. Both Fu Zhu and Fu Puppet were enraged. They no longer cared about anything else and slapped their storage pouches. Unfortunately, before their hands could touch their storage pouches, their bodies were immobilized. It was precisely Fu Puppet's confinement talisman that had imprisoned them. "Humph," Song Cheng sneered. He walked in front of the symbol puppet and hugged her. Returning to the front of the symbol puppet, he smiled apologetically and said, "Senior brother Fu, do you really want me to strip off her clothes?" "Nonsense, didn't I just say it?" The symbol puppet said irritably. Yes, I will do as you say." Song Cheng smiled charmingly and tore at the symbol puppet's towering chest. With a rip sound, the symbol puppet's clothes were torn apart, revealing her beautiful chest that was as clear as jade. The symbol puppet's voice was like a cuckoo's cry. Her tears fell like rain as she stared at Song Cheng. She actually forgot to cover her delicate breasts with her arms. How could the symbol puppet's beauty and figure be compared to the symbol puppet? However, under the soft glow of the moonstone, her breasts attracted the attention of men. The symbol puppet couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva and lose focus for a moment. Go to hell. Just as the symbol puppet was lost in thought, Song Cheng's eyes suddenly flashed with an ominous glint. The Fa Li in his body surged, and in an instant, he rose from Qi refining stage 5 to Qi refining stage 7. Song Cheng waved his hand and a glittering talisman flew out towards the symbol puppet. Just as the talisman flew out, Song Cheng opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood onto the talisman. The talisman received Song Cheng's blood and suddenly scattered, turning into 6 snowflakes. As they danced in the air, they quickly surrounded the symbol puppet. The surrounding area immediately became as cold as an ice cellar. Haha, seeing this, the symbol puppet let out a maniacal laugh. Its body suddenly flew up and in the gap between the 6 snowflakes, it flew out. Song Cheng's face immediately turned pale and he spat out another mouthful of blood. He then waved his hand and the 6 snowflakes quickly caught up to the symbol puppet. Pa 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 pa, a series of crisp sounds rang out. It was the snowflakes that stuck to the symbol puppet's body and broke the various defensive yellow talismans on its body. Wah! The symbol puppet was in midair and spat out a mouthful of blood. It seemed that the snowflakes had injured its meridians. Song Cheng. Hurry! On the high platform, Fu Zhu's face was filled with joy and she hurriedly urged. However, the snowflake talisman danced in the air for a moment before slowly flying back. When it landed in front of Song Cheng, it returned to being a glittering talisman. 6th-7th Void Sealing Talisman. The symbol puppet's face showed a trace of ecstasy. It laughed and said, "You actually have this kind of talisman? It's really incredible. Ha ha ha, it's also my luck. If you had waited a moment longer and let me use it when I was in ecstasy, wouldn't I have been sealed in this talisman array? Even if your Fa Li could only last for a moment, it would be enough to freeze me to death. What a pity. How can I let you taint my woman?" Song Cheng's mouth had a trace of blood and his body was limp on the ground. His eyes were wide open and he said fiercely. "Ha! Your woman." The symbol puppet waved its hand and the binding talisman on the symbol puppet's body was removed. It sneered and said, "This is your woman. Didn't I use it all the same?" Song Cheng. The symbol puppet shouted and rushed over. It was very distressed as it helped Song Cheng up. "Go away." Song Cheng pushed the symbol puppet to the side in disgust. At this time, his Fa Li was already exhausted and he was also suffering from the backlash of his Fa Li. His body was extremely weak. The symbol puppet did not fall, but he fell to the side. Song Cheng. The symbol puppet's face was filled with tears. She did not know what to do. Seeing Song Cheng fall into the dust, she wanted to help him but did not dare to. "Get out of here. You've already been tainted and you still have the face to come back." Song Cheng sneered. Song Cheng. I. The symbol puppet covered her face and cried. She did not know how to explain. Ha! The symbol puppet laughed sinisterly and said, "Symbol puppet, see? This is the true face of your lover. He's not as straightforward as I am." Then, looking at Fu Zhu and the symbol puppet, he clapped his hands and took out a sword talisman. He said, "I was still in the mood to let you see me and your 2 little lovers. But since you don't know what's good for you, I can't be bothered with you." With that, he waved his hand. The sword talisman turned into a flying sword and pierced towards Song Cheng's heart. The flying sword was very fast. In the blink of an eye, it had pierced Song Cheng's chest. At this time, the symbol puppet raised an eyebrow and looked at Song Cheng's lower body. It shouted, "Who is it?" Just as the Fu puppet was distracted, the Fu puppet's figure suddenly flew over and pounced in front of Songcheng to block him. You. The symbol puppet's expression changed. It quickly waved its hand, but it was too late. The flying sword seemed to have pierced through the symbol puppet's back without any obstruction. A stream of cold blood flowed down the symbol puppet's back, and flowed down. Puppet. Seeing this, Songcheng's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. He struggled to hold the symbol puppet in his arms. Sigh, symbol puppet. Why do you have to do this? The symbol puppet smiled bitterly. It wanted to take out the flying sword talisman that pierced its heart, but it didn't dare to. It could only say this with a complicated gaze. However, at this moment, a strange change occurred. The symbol puppet suddenly flew up from the ground. As it flew up, the tip of a jet-black spear appeared from the ground and pierced towards the symbol puppet's feet with incomparable speed. Where did this thing come from? The symbol puppet flew up into the air and barely dodged the spear as it shouted angrily. Following the appearance of the spear was Xiaofan. Seeing that his spear was so close to piercing the symbol puppet, Xiaofan sighed inwardly. Just now, when the symbol puppet wasn't paying attention, he had already hidden under the symbol puppet's body. When he was about to kill it in one strike, the symbol puppet used the flying sword talisman to kill Xiaofan. Xiaofan had no choice but to escape to save Songcheng, which alerted the symbol puppet. Which bastard are you again? After listening for a long time, Xiaofan gnashed his teeth in hatred towards the symbol puppet. He asked the same question, and the demonic spear pierced towards the symbol puppet's chest. Ha ha ha, what a joke. Just now, a Qi refinement, 5th level became 7th level Qi refinement, and now a 4th level Qi refinement appeared. Who do you all think you are? I am at the 11th level of Qi refinement. Seeing this, the symbol puppet laughed madly. It waved its hand, and several top-quality yellow talismans hit its body. Several layers of flowing light flashed, firmly protecting the symbol puppet. At the same time, when the symbol puppet formed a hand seal and disdained to take out the yellow talismans to deal with Xiaofan, Xiaohua's demonic spear pierced the symbol puppet's chest. Walala, a burst of crisp sounds rang out. The demonic spear pierced through several yellow talisman light screens, but it still couldn't shatter all of the symbol puppet's defensive yellow talismans. Io, you really have some tricks up your sleeves, to actually be able to pierce through my defense. The symbol puppet was very shocked, but it didn't panic in the slightest. The hand seal in its hand changed, and before the defensive brilliance around its body was extinguished, it poured magic power into the area pierced by Xiaofan. Immediately, the area pierced by Xiaofan rapidly repaired itself. Damn it! Is this the power of the 11th level of Qi refinement? Xiaofan laughed bitterly in his heart. His hand needed to exert even more strength, but when he saw the symbol puppet's hand seal about to attack him, Xiaofan knew it wasn't good. He pulled out the demonic spear while inexplicably waving it in the air. Chapter 1492. With a wave of Xiaohua's hand, a streak of black light shot out from the top of the symbol puppet's head and pierced towards its Baihui acupoint. It was the black iron needle that Xiaohua had secretly released long ago. He had been holding back until now to use it. At the same time, Xiaohua's figure suddenly flew outside, wanting to take advantage of this fleeting opportunity to escape. A magic tool. The symbol puppet was shocked. It didn't have time to wonder how a 4th-layer Qi refining cultivator was able to use a magic tool that it couldn't even use for the time being. It flipped its hand and used the lightning palm spell to send the black iron needle flying. The black iron needle was something that Xiaohua had been accumulating for a long time. The power of this stab was incomparable. In the blink of an eye, it pierced through the layers of light that the symbol puppet had placed on its body and was about to pierce the top of its head. The symbol puppet's face immediately turned pale. Its figure suddenly flew downwards like a heavy object falling from the sky. At the same time, the lightning palm that had yet to take shape in its hand shot towards the top of its head with all its might. Clang, clang, clang. Just as the black iron needle was about to pierce the top of the cymbal puppet's head, the cymbal puppet's palm arrived and the black iron needle pierced into its palm. See, the cymbal puppet sucked in a breath of cold air, feeling extremely lucky in its heart. It really couldn't understand why the black iron needle was so sharp. Fortunately, it didn't dare to be careless. It directly placed its palm between the black iron needle and the top of its head before releasing the lightning palm. If it had released the lightning palm first, it might not have been able to stop the black iron needle. Xiaohua watched as the profound steel needle pierced into the cymbal puppet's palm and was immediately repelled by the lightning palm. The profound steel needle rolled up and down within the lightning palm. Xiaohua sighed in his heart. He didn't bother to retrieve the profound steel needle and his figure flew out of the alchemy room without stopping. But in the blink of an eye, his gaze swept past the lightning palm in the cymbal puppet's hand. With another glance, he saw the cymbal puppet's exposed breasts and a trace of shock and even more despair in her eyes. Immediately, Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. He clenched his teeth and his figure that was flying outside slowed down. "You brat, where are you running to?" How could the cymbal puppet let Xiaohua go after suffering such a great loss? After sending the black iron needle flying, he shouted loudly. A trace of malevolence flashed in his eyes. His figure was several times faster than Xiaohua's. As he chased after Xiaohua, he activated the thunder palm in his hand and struck it down towards Xiaohua's head. Xiaohua's figure cut a very sorry figure. Under the activation of the talisman puppet's magic power, it caught up to him before he could even fly to the side of the pill room's stone wall. Xiaohua seemed to have been scared silly by the palm thunder, he even forgot to take out the yellow talisman from his storage bag. His fingers only moved slightly, as if he couldn't control them. In fact, when the lightning palm of the talisman puppet struck, Xiaohua actually fled like a headless fly, and this elsewhere was not just any other place, but the direction the talisman puppet was chasing from. "Humph, you're courting death." Seeing Xiaohua so flustered, the talisman puppet felt great satisfaction in its heart. The thunder palm pressed down, wanting to kill Xiaohua in an instant. However, just as the thunder palm struck Xiaohua's body, a sudden change occurred. Xiaohua's figure trembled along with the thunder palm, but in the instant of trembling, Xiaohua's originally slow speed suddenly increased. Fast like a bolt of lightning, fast like a gust of wind, even faster than the talisman puppet's speed of chasing Xiaohua. He directly threw himself into the talisman puppet's bosom. What is this guy doing?" The talisman puppet was shocked at Xiaohua's speed. Was his brain not enough to comprehend it? Could it be, he still has some talisman? However, the talisman puppet originally flew very fast, but Xiaohua turned around and flew even faster. Just as the talisman puppet's thought appeared, Xiaohua flew in front of the talisman puppet. Seeing Xiaohua's empty hand move towards its chest, the talisman puppet couldn't help but find it funny. I'm not a girl, why are you touching my chest?" Just as the talisman puppet thought this, Xiaohua's hand touched the talisman puppet's first layer of defense. At this moment, the talisman puppet's face turned deathly pale. When Xiaohua's hand touched the yellow protective talisman in front of the talisman puppet's chest, a scarlet flame suddenly emerged from his palm. Within that flame, there was even a trace of purple. True Samadhi fire. The talisman puppet cried out sorrowfully in its heart as it watched its layers of protective talismans being burned through by the true Samadhi fire in an instant. It watched as Xiaohua's true Samadhi fire patted its chest. "Ah!" The talisman puppet finally screamed at the top of its lungs. Its figure flew back at an extremely fast speed, and its hand was not slow either. An ice seal technique hit its own chest. Unfortunately, that was the true Samadhi fire. The talisman puppet's ice seal technique did not extinguish a trace of the true Samadhi fire's flame at all. Instead, the true Samadhi fire received the ice seal technique's spiritual energy, and with a swell, more than doubled in size. With a pa sound, the talisman puppet couldn't care about anything else. It instinctively slapped its hand, and very stupidly, it patted the true Samadhi fire. The result was that the true Samadhi fire also burned its hand. Ah! The talisman puppet screamed again. Incomparable pain came from its hand and chest. The screams resounded throughout the entire pill room. When the talisman puppet raised its head, it saw Xiaohua, who was less than 2 zhang away from it. At this time, Xiaohua's face was also pale, and he had a frightened expression. It seemed like he still hadn't escaped from the danger just now. That's right, this was a high-level qi refining cultivator of the 11th layer. It was far from what a 7th or 8th layer qi refining cultivator could compare to. Xiaohua saw the talisman puppet's miserable state just now, and his blood boiled. He wanted to try out the true Samadhi fire that only foundation establishment cultivators could use. What happened just now could be said to have happened in the time it takes for a spark to fly off a piece of flint. Xiaohua himself had just woken up, and a voice madly shouted in his heart, 11th layer qi refining, ah! This young master will kill an 11th layer qi refining expert tonight. This young master will be invincible. When the talisman puppet saw Xiaohua's mind wander, its eyes immediately filled with resentment. Without the slightest hesitation, it urged the flying talisman to fly towards Xiaohua. However, Xiaohua still hadn't woken up from his intense shock. When he saw a black shadow flying over, the talisman puppet was already a few feet away from him. Ah! In the distance, Fu Zhu almost wanted to shout out loud. She wanted to warn Xiaohua, but when the talisman puppet's shadow, which was illuminated by the moonlight stone, touched Xiaohua, the shadow began to violently tremble. The talisman puppet first used all its strength to slap the true Samadhi fire on its body in midair. Then, it bared its fangs and brandished its claws and fangs. Very quickly, it fell from midair. How could it still care about hurting Xiaohua? Ah! Ah! At this moment, the true Samadhi fire had already burned into the talisman puppet's heart. The talisman puppet only lay on the ground and struggled for a moment before it was burned to ashes by the true Samadhi fire, which wasn't very strong but was incomparably tyrannical. Xiaohua, who was standing to the side, let out a long sigh. With a wave of his hand, the talisman puppet's storage pouch was caught in Xiaohua's hand. Very naturally, he kept it in his sleeve. Puppet, puppet. At this moment, a mournful voice came from the ground not too far away. Hailang. I was wrong, I'm sorry, it's just that, on account of how well I treated you, don't chase me away, okay? The talisman puppet's life force was gradually fading away. It had long since forgotten what was happening beside it. It only stared deeply into Hailang's eyes and said with great difficulty, Puppet, puppet, you didn't do anything wrong, really, you really didn't do anything wrong. Tears also flowed out of Hailang's eyes as he said in a low voice, chasing you away just now was for your own good. I was afraid that the talisman puppet would kill you. The fiercer I am to you, the safer you will be. Puppet? You're finally calling me puppet? The talisman puppet was very surprised and said, Hailang, even in my dreams. I wanted you to call me puppet. And, in the future, I will call you that every day. Hailang said in a choked voice. Hailang, you still don't know my heart. I would rather die in your arms than be scolded by you, than be chased away by you. I know that my body is dirty and I can't live with you, but, don't chase me away, I would rather be a servant for the talisman puppet and Fu Zhu, and, stay by your side. Puppet. I. Hailang didn't know what to say anymore. The talisman puppet's body gradually became cold. The flying sword talisman had already torn her heart apart. Being able to say so much was already the talisman puppet's greatest effort. Sigh. Xiaofan let out a long sigh not far away. He didn't even look at the talisman puppet as he flew onto the high platform. He reached out his hand and took out the tip of the devil's spear. He pierced the imprisonment talisman on Fu Zhu's body several times and broke it. Fu Zhu looked at Xiaofan with an extremely complicated gaze. She didn't dare to say anything and immediately flew to the talisman puppet's side. She took out clothes from her storage bag and helped the talisman puppet put them on. Only then did she support the talisman puppet and look at Xiaofan. Xiaofan once again pierced the imprisonment talisman on the talisman puppet. He turned his head and looked at the talisman puppet who was gradually losing her breath. He slightly shook his head, then flew to the pill room and removed the warning talisman. He then twisted his body and escaped from the pill room. In the pitch-black night, he returned to the small building. From beginning to end, Fu Zhu and the talisman puppet wanted to say something to Xiaofan but hesitated. They held a kind of respect and fear in their hearts. Xiaofan returned to the small building and saw that there was nothing to pack. He then went to the talisman crafting room and swept away all the talisman crafting materials. Then, he came to the door of the small building and quietly waited. Sure enough, after a short while, the talisman puppet and the talisman puppet returned. Seeing the two women of the talisman clan following the talisman puppet, Xiaofan really admired the talisman puppet. Master Xiao. Fellow Taoist Xiao, thank you for saving my life. The talisman puppet saw that Xiaofan didn't leave and was overjoyed. He bowed and thanked him. The talisman puppet and talisman puppet behind him also bowed. Xiaofan helped the talisman puppet up and said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist, there's no need to be so polite. Fellow Taoist has already taken care of me in Jinghua City. This is just a repayment." The talisman puppet felt ashamed in his heart and repeatedly said that he didn't dare. "What is fellow Taoist's plan?" Xiaofan asked. The talisman puppet let out a long sigh. "Two people died tonight. How can eyes matter not be exposed? Of course it's better to leave." "Two senior sisters?" Xiaofan raised his head and asked. "Us?" One took the talisman technique from the talisman clan and the other took the invisibility talisman. "How can we still stay in the talisman clan?" Fu Zhu smiled bitterly. Chapter 1493. Oh, speaking of cultivation methods. Tsongde continued Fu Zhu's words, "I know that fellow cultivator Xiao is lacking in cultivation methods. If you don't mind, please accept this set of cultivation methods." As he spoke, Tsongde took out the cultivation method that Fu Zhu gave him from his storage bag. Xiaofan looked at it, shook his head, and smiled, "Actually, I came to the Fu clan for the Qingyun talisman." "Qingyun talisman?" Tsongde's expression changed. After thinking for a while, he shook his head, "Fellow cultivator Xiao, the Qingyun talisman is my Fu clan's heirloom. Even if I am unfilial, I can't give it to you." Fu Zhu and Fu Zhu's faces turned red. "Oh, so it's like that." Xiaofan nodded, "Then I won't force you. Fellow cultivator Xiao, don't worry. I can't give you the Qingyun talisman, but I can give you the invisibility talisman. If you like it, please accept it." Seeing that Xiaofan didn't want the Qingyun talisman, Tsongde was overjoyed and immediately said, "That's fine." Xiaofan hesitated, then said, "Of course, if you can give I the cultivation concealment technique, that would be even better." "Hee, does fellow cultivator Xiao need such a nameless technique?" Tsongde laughed, then clapped his hands, and handed over the talisman refining technique that Fu Zhu gave him, as well as an incomplete book. Okay. Xiaohua didn't hesitate and took both items, then said, "When I understand the invisibility talisman, I will return it to you." That's the best. I thank fellow cultivator Xiao. Songde was overjoyed. At this moment, several huge fireballs rose into the night sky from all directions. Then, dang dang dang. A series of bell sounds echoed throughout the entire Jinhua mountain. Soul-extinguishing bell? Songde's expression changed. Oh no, He Lang, the inner court found out about the Qingyun talisman. Let's leave. Fu Zhu was also shocked, and hurriedly shouted. Leave? Easier said than done. Songde looked at the bright skyward pavilion and Jinhua mountain and smiled bitterly. Humph! A cold snort was heard, as if someone was right next to his ear. However, this voice wasn't specifically directed at Xiaohua and the others. Instead, it was directed at all the disciples of Jinhua Mountain. It was as if he was expressing Fu Yunbu's anger. Patriarch? Fu Huang and Fu Zhu's faces turned pale when they heard the voice. His entire body was trembling. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please go to Skyward Pavilion. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. We definitely won't speak of it. Knowing that time was of the essence, Songcheng hastily cupped his hands and said to Xiaohua. Okay, you guys, take care of yourselves. Xiaohua knew that it was impossible for him to contend against the initial stage foundation establishment Fu Yunbua, so he nodded. However, after taking a few steps, he turned back and said, "What if I help you hide the talisman?" This. Everyone glanced at the Fu Zhu and the Fu puppet. They knew that the Qingyun talisman, which was so popular just a moment ago, was now evidence of a crime. Anyone who held it would risk being killed by Fu Yunbua. Fellow Taoist Xiao. We can't implicate you in this matter. Fu Zhu shook her head and said, "We should take responsibility for our own actions." Nonsense. If you want to live, hurry up and give the Qingyun talisman to I. When Fu Yunbua's divine sense arrives, everything will be too late. Xiaohua scolded. This. Songcheng heard this and gritted his teeth, saying, "Okay, I'll leave it to you, fellow Taoist Xiao." Songcheng said and took out the Qingyun talisman and the cultivation technique. Xiaohua took it and threw it into his own space. Then, he flew up and headed to Skyward Pavilion. Xiaohua, the Fu puppet said worriedly. Sigh, Xiaohua. I'm afraid it's Senior Xiao. Since he doesn't covet the Qingyun talisman and isn't afraid of Fu Yunbua finding it, he probably has some tricks up his sleeve. The problem is. The Fu puppet said again. Don't say any more. Zhu, Senior Xiao saved our lives. Even if he learns how to refine the Qingyun talisman, what's wrong? After all, he will return the Qingyun talisman to our Fu clan. Also, from now on, you must never mention Senior Zhao's name. Fu Zhu scolded. Yes, I understand. The Fu puppet's expression turned serious. At this moment, a divine thought swept over from afar and locked onto the three of them. When Xiaohua arrived at Skyward Pavilion, there were only a few people inside. It seemed that no one was familiar with the soul-extinguishing bell. After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, all the talisman masters had arrived. Naturally, this included all the talisman masters of the Fu clan. The Skyward Pavilion was packed to the brim. At the same time, the inner court disciples of the Fu clan had also arrived and surrounded the Skyward Pavilion. These inner court disciples had extremely high cultivation levels. The weakest among them was at the 7th level of the Qi refining realm. Xiaohua knew what had happened, but how could the other talisman masters know? They stood in groups of 2s and 3s, whispering to each other. The Skyward Pavilion was in a mess. Xiaohua didn't know when Songcheng arrived or where he was standing. What he needed to do now was to protect himself. Xiaofan looked at Elder Fu Feng, who was standing on the Skyward Pavilion's high platform with an unfriendly expression, and Elder Lu Yun and the others standing beside him. He thought to himself and prepared himself for their censure. Everyone, Elder Fu Feng's divine thought swept across the Skyward Pavilion. He clapped his hands and said with a stern face, "This time, our Fu clan has rung the soul-extinguishing bell for an important matter." Everyone in the Skyward Pavilion fell silent when they heard Elder Fu Feng's words. They looked at each other for a while before they all looked at Fu Feng. Fu Feng seemed to be hesitating. After all, these talisman masters were different from the inner court disciples. Many of them might not stay in the Fu clan in the end. If this matter was exposed, it would inevitably cause the Fu clan to lose face. "Let this old man speak." A voice rang out. A Foundation establishment cultivator flew in from outside the Skyward Pavilion. A Foundation establishment cultivator? Many of the talisman masters in the Skyward Pavilion had never seen Fu Yunbo before. This old man is the head of the Fu clan, Fu Yunbo. Fu Yunbo flew to the high platform and scanned with his divine thought. Then, he said in an emotionless voice, "Just now, something extremely shameful happened to our Fu clan. The method of making talismans that our Fu clan has passed down for generations has been stolen." Talismans? Everyone could not help but exclaim softly when they heard this. Yes, this matter is not known to unrelated people. However, this old man has always been magnanimous. You are all talisman masters of the Fu clan. Whether you can stay in the Fu clan in the future or not, at least you are now in the Fu clan. Therefore, I must let you know. Senior Fu. Could it be that you think, one of us, stole the method of making talismans? A talisman master who was closest to the high platform asked boldly. Yes. Of course, this old man is not sure. The inner court disciples have already begun to search. Since you are in the Golden Mount Hua, I can only inconvenience you. Fu Yunbo replied. Oh, then. Senior. Do you have a plan in mind? That's right. Fu Yunbo laughed loudly and said, "If this old man did not have some confidence, why would I gather you all? That's good. Senior, please point out the culprit and clear our names." Damn it, why does this sound more and more like Fu Yunbo's arrangement? Xiaofan heard clearly from afar and cursed in his heart. Match. You still don't want to stand out? Fu Yunbo said coldly. Xiaofan did not know what he meant by match. His heart turned cold. This Fu clan head. How did he know the name of the match? Even if he said the name of the match, this young master would not be surprised. Match who? The talisman masters of the Skyward Pavilion looked at each other. Many of them even stole glances at the surrounding inner court disciples. Match? Do you really think this old man does not recognize you? Although your appearance is very different from your father's, the valiance in your eyes is exactly the same as when he was young. Fu Yunbo raised his head to look at a certain spot in the Skyward Pavilion, and the corners of his mouth curled into a smile as he said, "After all, you're a descendant of the Fu clan. I won't blame you for taking the method to refine this talisman. Obediently take the book back, and I'll naturally pass it down to you when your cultivation is high enough." Following Fu Yunbo's gaze, in a corner, a somewhat dispirited match appeared in front of everyone. Match? The match? Those who knew Match were somewhat surprised. Match, however, had a blank expression. He looked left and right, then pointed at his nose and asked curiously, "Senior Fu, are you talking about me?" "Yes, it's you." Fu Yunbo's divine sense firmly locked onto Match and said with a smile, "You are this old man's junior. It is normal for you to hate this old man because of past misunderstandings. This old man does not care. Moreover, This old man gathered all the talisman masters in the skyward pavilion to let them hear this old man's promise and testify for this old man. With a smile on his face, Match took a few steps forward and said with a smile, "Senior Fu, I'm afraid you are mistaken. Although this junior's name is somewhat similar to the so-called Match, this junior is the Match, not the Match. I also do not know what talisman senior is talking about." Seeing Match's categorical denial, Fu Yunbo was not angry and said with a smile, "Sure enough, you have the same stubborn temper as your father and grandfather. You will not turn back until you hit the southern wall. Alas, if not, how could my Fu clan have declined so much 100 years ago?" While they were talking, two disciples flew over from afar. One of them walked in front of Fu Yunbo and whispered a few words. Fu Yunbo nodded slightly, then looked at Xiaohua and said, "Xiaohua, come over here." "Oh? Senior Fu, what is it?" Xiaohua walked from behind the crowd to the bottom of the high platform. "Give me your storage bag," Fu Yunbo said indifferently. "This." Xiaohua was stunned, his face showing an unnatural expression. In the distance, Match's heart also jumped. "What? You don't dare to let this old man see?" Fu Yunbo sneered. It's not that I don't want Senior to see it." Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Junior's storage bag definitely does not have the talisman refining method that Senior is talking about, but, there is no but, just let this old man see it." Fu Yunbo said as he stretched out his hand. Chapter 1494. Looking at Fu Yunbo's outstretched hand, Xiaohua was somewhat helpless. He unwillingly took off his storage pouch from his waist and handed it over. Fu Yunbo coldly took it and used a strand of divine sense to scan Xiaohua. He opened the storage pouch, but when he finished looking at the contents of the storage pouch, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He looked at Xiaohua and asked, You're talking about this?" Xiaohua's face was full of innocence as he smiled apologetically. Junior is obviously talking about this. What else can it be? Junior has been practicing Wood Life Talisman for half a year under Senior Brother Halai's guidance, but I haven't made any progress. Senior should also know that Junior was a loose cultivator and didn't have any spirit stones on me. Senior Brother Halai also taught Junior that, to do a good job, one must first sharpen the tools and insisted Junior use a high-grade talisman brush. Where could Junior find one? I could only borrow a talisman brush from the talisman crafting room. This is Junior's fault, please forgive me. Wood Life Talisman? What Wood Life Talisman are you practicing? Fu Yunbo frowned and asked curiously, You can refine Fireball Talisman. Earth restrains fire and fire produces earth. You should be refining Earth Concealing Talisman. Why did you practice Wood Life Talisman? I seem to have told my disciple to let you practice Earth Concealing Talisman. Is that so? Xiaohua's face was full of confusion as he said, No wonder Junior hasn't made any progress. So it's like this? But Senior Brother Halai? Who is your Senior Brother Halai? Fu Yunbo asked, with your aptitude, there's no reason you can't refine Wood Life Talisman after practicing for half a year? Haha, Xiaohua was very happy. First, he successfully diverted Fu Yunbo's attention and second, he also complained about Fu Min. This, Junior's aptitude is not good. It has nothing to do with Senior Brother Halai, right? Xiaohua said pitifully. Humph, my Fu family has always been strict with the family rules. We definitely won't treat you differently just because you're a talisman master and not an inner court disciple. Speak. Fu Yunbo looked at the talisman masters below the stage and said sternly. Reporting to Patriarch, disciple Fu Min is precisely Xiaohua's helper Senior Brother. Seeing this, Fu Min ran a few steps forward, arriving in front of Fu Yunbo. Fu Min. Fu Yunbo frowned and asked, What's going on? Why don't you teach Xiaohua the earth-concealing talisman? Don't you know what I mean? This. Fu Min slightly hesitated. Disciple indeed doesn't know Patriarch's intentions. Disciple only obtained the Skyward Pavilion's arrangement to have Disciple guide Xiaohua in crafting talismans. Moreover, Disciple was also asked to give Xiaohua some. Before Fu Min could finish her sentence, Fu Shan, who was standing in the distance, immediately ran over and knelt down in front of Fu Yunhua with a plop. He begged with his head, Patriarch, this is all my fault. I was muddle-headed and made a huge mistake. Fu Shan, what grudges do you have with Xiaohua? Fu Yunhua asked very strangely. Disciple. Fu Shan slightly hesitated and told him about the talisman puppet. He said very regretfully, Disciple felt that he bestowed him a talisman crafting master with a different surname. It really hurt my Fu clan's face. However, Disciple had no choice but to, idiot. Fu Yunhua didn't expect there to be such a dispute. He swept a glance at the talisman crafting masters present and angrily scolded, I already told all of you that talisman crafting masters with different surnames should be treated the same as the inner court disciples. I only allowed you to stay in the Skyward Pavilion because of your rules. You have really disappointed me. Fu Min, Fu Shan, you two stay here and wait until tomorrow to receive your punishment in the inner court. Yes. Disciple knows his mistake. Fu Min and Fu Shan's faces were ashen. It could be assumed that this punishment wouldn't be too light. Alas, everyone, this old master is truly ashamed. This kind of thing happened to Xiaohua, so I presume others have also encountered it. This old master apologizes to everyone here. If such a situation occurs again in the future, you can directly look for Elder Fu Feng of the Skyward Pavilion, or you can directly look for this old master in the inner court. This old master will definitely give you a satisfactory answer. Wow! The talisman crafting masters present all clapped their hands. Their emotions were very high. He Fu, you also saw that Senior Fu clearly distinguishes between kindness and hatred. Since he already said that he wouldn't pursue your mistake, then I presume he won't pursue it. If you took the talisman cultivation method, then take it out. We will all be your witnesses. Senior Fu won't go back on his words. A few talisman crafting masters next to him tactfully advised him. Sigh, so that's how it is. I was wondering why Fu Yunhua was making a fuss over a minor issue. In such an urgent situation, he still pursued Fu Min and Fu Shan's responsibility to vent my anger. So it turns out he was just killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Xiaohua suddenly realized. But, I really didn't do anything. Of course, he wouldn't admit it. Good. Fu Yunhua didn't get angry, but laughed instead. He threw the storage pouch to Xiaohua and asked, do you have any other storage pouches? Yes. Xiaohua was extremely honest. He also took out the other pouches. Fu Yunhua looked at them one by one. Naturally, he didn't gain anything. Xiaohua, you can leave. Fu Yunhua waved his hand and Xiaohua retreated to the back of the crowd. Seeing that Xiaohua was fine, Songing felt even more at ease. His eyes didn't seem to fear Fu Yunhua's gaze. Songing, you should also take the storage pouch. Fu Yunhua sneered. Songing calmly walked forward and handed the storage pouch over. Naturally, there wasn't what Fu Yunhua was looking for. Fu Yunhua's face became somewhat unsightly. His gaze was fixed on Songing. After a long while, he said, Songing, don't think that if you don't admit it, this old man will believe you and forgive you. Senior Fu, this junior didn't take it, how do you want this junior to admit it? Songing slightly shook his head and said. Then, what is this? Fu Yunhua reached his hand into the storage pouch and took out a cultivation technique manual. He said, "This seems to be my Fu clan's basic cultivation technique, right?" Seeing this, Xiaohua's heart thumped. Although he was in a hurry and left in a hurry, he remembered that he had already taken the Yunqing talisman and the cultivation technique manual that Fu Zhu gave him. This Tsongying, just how many things did he take from the Fu clan? Sai, reporting to senior. Tsongying sighed and said, "This junior's cultivation is shallow. If I want to go further on the path of talisman crafting, I'm afraid that relying on my own cultivation technique won't be enough." Thus, this junior had the wrong idea and wanted to cultivate the Fu clan's cultivation technique in advance. This junior knows that he was wrong and is willing to accept punishment. Brilliant. Hearing this, Xiaohua secretly gave Tsongying a thumbs up in his heart. This flaw in the cultivation technique was successfully used by Tsongying to divert the suspicion of him taking the Yunqing talisman. Ha ha ha! Fu Yunbo raised his head and laughed loudly. Tsongying, this old man didn't think that. You really have some skills. You can actually turn a round into a square and a square into a round. Come, bring Fu Zhu and Fu Ho up." Hearing the names of Fu Zhu and Fu Ho, Tsongying's face suddenly turned pale. He bowed and said, "Senior Fu Zhu and Fu Ho were deceived by this junior. Their punishment, this junior is willing to accept it. Hee, don't talk to this old man about any conditions. As long as you take out the talisman, this old man will definitely not pursue the matter." Fu Yunbo sneered. "Senior, you should know that Fu Zhu and Fu Ho were with this junior the entire time tonight. This junior was also not allowed to enter the inner courtyard. How could the loss of the talisman have anything to do with this junior?" Tsongying argued. "What about Fu Ho?" Fu Yunbo asked with interest. Tonight, Fu Ho was on duty. There were disciples in the inner courtyard who saw Fu Ho enter the inner courtyard, but Fu Ho also disappeared. Didn't Fu Shan say it just now? Fu Ho and you are old friends. Did you instruct her to do so? I'm innocent. Senior, since this junior already has Fu Zhu and Fu Ho, how could I possibly think about Fu Ho? Moreover, Fu Ho is far inferior to Fu Zhu and Fu Ho. How could this junior have any thoughts about her? Tsongying anxiously said, "Perhaps it was Fu Ho, she had some business with Fu Ho and stole the talisman. If that's the case, then it makes sense. Tell me, Fu Ho is a disciple on duty in the talisman hall. She was originally able to see the refinement method of the talisman. If Fu Ho's cultivation was high enough, she would also be able to comprehend the talisman. What did they use the talisman for? This junior is not a Fu Ho nor a Fu Ho. Naturally, I don't know what they used the talisman for. Senior, it's better for you to catch them quickly. The entire Jinhua mountain has been sealed off by our Fu clan disciples. Furthermore, the disciples patrolling the mountain have not seen them leave the mountain. Where do you think they could have gone? This junior is even more clueless about this. Sai, after thinking about it, if it wasn't for you, a direct disciple of the Fu clan in the past, who would want to steal our Fu clan's legacy talisman? This senior has accompanied you for so long and given you plenty of opportunities. Why must you fall out with them? Fu Yunbo spoke for a long time and gradually lost his patience. It was easy for him to catch Tsongying but difficult to find the talisman's whereabouts. The Fu clan was only a cultivation clan and did not have a good soul-searching technique or telepathy technique. This was why Fu Yunbo wasted so much time talking. As they spoke, Fu Zhu and Fu Ho were brought down from the high platform. The two of them saw Tsongying the moment they entered the skyward pavilion. When they saw that Tsongying's expression was normal, they knew that they had not exposed any flaws and were relieved. "Greetings, family head." The two of them bowed. "Well, I've already told you the ins and outs of the matter. You guys should also be honest." Fu Yunbo glanced at them and said. "Tsongying?" Fu Zhu and Fu Ho frowned. They looked at each other and said, "We have already told the elders about senior brother he outside. If family head is willing to listen, we can repeat it again." "He Fu?" Fu Yunhua sneered, "I'm afraid you two don't know. He Fu's real name is Tsong-ing. He is the direct descendant of the previous Fu clan head." "The direct descendant of the previous family head?" Fu Ho and Fu Zhu's faces were filled with surprise. Immediately, their eyes revealed a kind of understanding as they turned to look at Tsong-ing. "This is all Senior Fu's guess. I have never admitted it." Tsong-ing laughed. "Is that so?" Fu Yunhua smiled and took a few steps forward, saying, "Since you are not Tsong-ing, then it's easy. Actually, this senior admires your talent in talisman crafting and has always wanted to choose one of Fu Zhu and Fu Ho to dual cultivate with you." Chapter 1495. What kind of medicine is Fu Yunhua trying to sell with these words? Xiao Hua was confused. Tsongde was also surprised, but he was overjoyed. He cupped his hands and said, "If that's the case, then many thanks for senior's love. This junior has admired these two senior sisters for a long time. Hee, that's good. It's best that you two are in love with each other." Fu Yunhua said with a smile, "Fu Zhu and Fu Ma are the direct bloodline of the previous generation's patriarch. This old man has always been worried about their future. If I were to find one or two for no reason, it would be slandering my Fu family's bloodline." "What?" Tsongde's face turned pale. His body swayed and he almost couldn't stand straight. "Ha ha ha!" Fu Yunhua raised his head and laughed. Even Fu Yunshan couldn't have imagined that the dual cultivation partner this old man had betrothed to him was already pregnant when he escaped from Mount Jinhua. "Unfortunately, you don't fit, otherwise Fu Zhu and Fu Ma would really be your direct bloodline sisters." "Patriarch, what's going on?" Fu Zhu and Fu Ma asked anxiously. "Could it be that our father isn't the patriarch's nephew?" "Of course, Fu Yunshan is this old man's nephew. His father was the previous patriarch of the Fu family, which means he is this old man's brother." Fu Yunhua's face was full of smiles, but in Xiao Hua's eyes, this smile was incomparably sinister. Xiao Hua finally understood why Fu Zhu and Fu Ma were able to have a good impression of Tsongde. It was definitely not love at first sight, but a kind of bloodline relationship. Poor Tsongde. Xiao Hua's heart mourned for Tsongde, but then he thought of the dead Fu Ma, thought of that so-called Uncle Xiang, and even more thought of retribution and karma. Rumble. In Xiao Hua's space, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Under the heavenly Tao, the blurry hand of karma suddenly moved. It moved extremely fast and also extremely slowly. It seemed to have moved but also seemed to have not moved. Xiao Hua was astonished and immediately withdrew his consciousness into the space. He saw that the hand of karma seemed to have become a bit clearer, and the heavenly Tao starry sky seemed to have become a bit more resplendent. Ha ha ha! A burst of arrogant laughter rang out from the sky above Mount Jinhua. Then, a divine mind several times stronger than Fu Yunhua's swept out from the sky. "Who is it?" Fu Yunhua's expression changed greatly. His body flew up, and just as he was about to fly out of the skyward pavilion, a fat figure appeared at the entrance. Xiao Hua quivered and pulled his mind out of the space. "Middle stage foundation building cultivator?" Xiao Hua was greatly alarmed. He said inwardly, "Who is this person?" Xiao Hua's thoughts were also the thoughts of the other talisman crafting masters in the skyward pavilion. Under the powerful pressure of the middle stage foundation establishment cultivator, none of them were able to withstand it and their bodies began to tremble. "Fellow Taoist, why have you barged into my Jinhua mountain in the middle of the night?" Fu Yunhua did not dare to be negligent. He also released his pressure to resist the other party's pressure. This old man naturally has his reasons for guarding Jinhua mountain at night. The fat cultivator withdrew his aura and smiled. I do have an old grudge with the Fu clan. Who is this fellow Taoist? Fu Yunbo frowned and cupped his hands. I do not know this fellow Taoist. Moreover, my Jinhua mountain has always been magnanimous. How could we have any old grudges with this fellow Taoist? Old thief Fu. Do you dare to say that you have no old grudges with my Liao clan? Do you dare to say that the decline of my Liao clan was not planned by your Fu clan? A sharp female voice sounded. Everyone was puzzled. They looked towards the source of the voice and saw that it was Xianlan, who walked out from the crowd with an impassioned expression on her face. Xiao Hua was surprised and secretly said, "There will be a good show to watch tonight." At the side, Fu Min, who had been regretting and waiting to return to the inner court to receive her punishment. Her eyeballs were about to fall out. "You are a talisman crafting master of my Fu clan?" Fu Yunbo frowned and asked curiously, "What is your relationship with the Liao clan? Why are you slandering me like this?" Old thief Fu, I's real name is Liao Xianlan. I am a direct descendant of the Liao clan of Gung Mountain. In order to find out why my Liao clan declined, I joined your Fu clan. Xianlan sneered and said, "The net of heaven grinds slowly but surely. I have only been in the Skyward Pavilion for half a year and I have already found evidence of your Fu clan harming my Liao clan." Fu Yunbo smiled and said, "Little friend Liao, I'm afraid there is some misunderstanding. The Fu clan of Jinhua Mountain and the Liao clan of Gung Mountain are also related by marriage. How could you be so ruthless? Old thief Fu, I finally know your sinister intentions. You can even bear to use the bloodline of your Fu clan. Don't talk about being related by marriage." Liao Xianlan pointed at Fu Zhu and Fu Ai and said, "You must have known from the start that he Fu is a match for these two senior sisters. You even brought the three of them together. You. What kind of dirty thoughts do you have? Being related by marriage with the Liao clan, bah. I'm afraid it is just an excuse for you to give the Liao clan your alchemy skills. This. Little friend Liao, what do you mean by that?" Fu Yunbo smiled helplessly and said, "I don't know whether they are related by marriage or not. Didn't you see it just now? He still doesn't admit that he is related by marriage. How could I know that they are related by blood?" Fu Yunbo. The Foundation Establishment Cultivator waved his hand and said, "I don't care about your Fu clan's matters. I am Chiu Mingwei, an old acquaintance of the Liao clan of Gung Mountain. The Liao clan's younger generation begged me and I had no choice but to stand up for them. However, the Fu clan of Jinhua Mountain is also a famous cultivation clan in the country of Xi. I will give you a chance to explain things clearly. Otherwise, my fellow Taoists will say that I am bullying the young." "Oh, so it is fellow Taoist Zhou." Fu Yunbo cupped his hands and said, "Since little friend Liao said that you have evidence, please show it to me. If it is really done by my Fu clan, I will definitely admit it." Old thief Fu, it seems like you won't cry until you see the coffin." Liao Xianlan sneered and said, "If I didn't know the truth, how would I dare to invite Senior Chiu here? Please show it to me, little friend Liao." Fu Yunbo was still calm. Liao Xianlan cleared her throat and told the details she got from Fu Min. However, Fu Yunbo's face didn't change at all. After Liao Xianlan finished, Fu Yunbo smiled and said, "Little friend Liao, these words have been rumored for decades, but what is the truth? Little friend Liao, do you have any evidence?" "Evidence?" Liao Xianlan sneered and pointed at Fu Min, who was trembling like a sieve. She said, "This Fu Min is the evidence." "Fu Min? What kind of evidence is he?" Fu Yunbo didn't understand. "Everything I know was told by Fu Min. Moreover, he also said where these things were recorded in your Fu clan's Fu clan hall." Liao Xianlan said proudly. "Fu Min, these things, were you the one who said it?" Fu Yunhua asked coldly. This disciple, didn't say this. Fu Min wasn't an idiot, and he stuttered and answered. Little friend Liao, you see, Fu Min didn't admit it. What you said is just a one-sided story. Who would believe you if you said it without any basis at all? Don't you think so, Daoist Zhou? Fu Yunhua was very tense and said, besides, little friend Liao was also in the skyward pavilion just now. This Fu Min is a dirty villain who doesn't know right from wrong. How can you believe his words? Yes, everything disciple said is nonsense. Please punish me, Patriarch. Fu Min quickly said. Ha, you heard it, old thief Fu. What he said to you is nonsense, which means he admitted it. Liao Xianlan laughed. Fu Yunhua glanced at Liao Xianlan and didn't answer. You are the one who is talking nonsense. Fu Min plucked up her courage and said, I saw you as my confidant and taught you all the 5 elements yellow talisman. But you actually framed me. What about me? Liao Xianlan said sarcastically, this only shows that you have eyes but don't know the depth. Humph, my Liao family's 5-element yellow talisman technique is several times more profound than your Fu family. Do you think I want your 5-element yellow talisman? Ridiculous, you don't even want to give a little wood life talisman to Xiaofan. Aren't you just jealous of his good aptitude? You even taught him many mistakes, making Xiaofan practice for half a year and still not get it right. You are such a petty person, how can you be called a man? Cough. Qiu Mingwei coughed twice and said, Daoist Fu, Liao Xianlan has said everything. Then, we will go to the talisman hall she mentioned and find the ancient books that recorded these things. Won't we know with a look? Fu Yunhua's expression changed slightly and he said with a bitter smile, if it was yesterday, I wouldn't be so unreasonable and would immediately invite you to the talisman hall to prove the Fu family's innocence. But today, my Fu family has just lost our ancestral talisman refining method. Before the talisman is found, no one can enter the talisman hall. Qiu Mingwei sneered and said, so, the Fu family is prepared to admit this matter? AI, Daoist Zhou, you are making things difficult for I. Think about it, according to what young friend Liao said, the so-called alchemy technique was given to the Liao family by the Fu family's previous patriarch, who is also Ai's brother, Fu Yunhai's dual cultivation partner, Liao Mei. That is Liao Mei's personal item and not my Fu family's. The consequences of this item are not something my Fu family is willing to bear. Fu Yunhua said unhurriedly, besides, if Daoist Fu admits that this item was given by my Fu family, but, my Fu family didn't ask the Liao family to open it, right? They should have kept it well and returned it to my Fu family when my Fu family asked for it. If the Liao family opened it privately, would my Fu family have to bear the consequences? Also, ever since I took over the Fu family, I have been searching for this alchemy technique that had disappeared from the Fu family. I didn't expect it to be hidden in Gung Mountain. Young friend Liao, if possible, I would like to ask you to return this alchemy technique to my Fu family. After all, this was something that belonged to Ai's brother. Fu Yunhua was much more eloquent than Liao Xianlan and had already pushed this matter to her. Liao Xianlan was speechless. Why would there be so many reasons to wait for me? Qiu Mingwei laughed and waved his hand. Fu Min slowly flew up from the ground and into his hand. You will know when you come to the talisman hall. Chapter 1496. How could Fu Yunhua allow Fu Min to fall into Qiu Mingwei's hands? He waved his hand and tried to pull Fu Min back with the same force. What? Fu Yunhua, are you going to stop me? Qiu Mingwei didn't use too much strength and only asked coldly. Fellow Daoist Zhou, this Fu Min is a disciple of my Fu clan. No matter what, I can't let other cultivators take her away in front of my eyes. Fu Yunhua argued. Good. Xiao Mingwei shouted 3 times in a row and laughed loudly. He just lacked a reason to make a move. It would be best if Fu Min was in his hands. Even if he didn't, what was wrong with that? Xiao Mingwei waved his hand and an unparalleled force grabbed Fu Min like a big hand and pulled her to his side. At the same time, Xiao Mingwei released the pressure of a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator and pressed down on Fu Yunbo like an avalanche. Fu Yunbo complained in his heart, but he didn't dare to be negligent. He circulated his magic power and released his pressure at the same time. Rumble. There was a muffled sound like thunder. When the 2 kinds of pressure collided, it set off a wave of air. Walala. The brilliance on the 4 walls and the roof of the skyward pavilion was constantly flickering. A large part of the restriction on the roof was destroyed. If the restrictions on the skyward pavilion were already like this, how could the numerous talisman masters and inner court disciples of the Fu clan who were scattered in the pavilion withstand the pressure? All of them fell to the ground, then ran out of the skyward pavilion as if they had pissed their pants. Good. This is really too good. Xiaohua stood at the side and watched happily. Such a chaotic scene was the best time to escape. Xiaohua's thoughts were 100 times more intelligent than Xiaohua. How could he not think of this? Just as the battle between the 2 foundation establishment cultivators began, he flew towards Fu Zhu and Fu Ai. He pulled the 2 of them and rushed out of the skyward pavilion. The chi waves produced by the pressure were pushing them forward. At the edge of the high platform, Elder Fu Feng, Elder Lu Yun, and the others couldn't interfere in the battle between the foundation establishment experts, but they could clearly see the movements of Xiao Mingwei, and Xiao Mingwei had already blended into the crowd and fled. Fu Feng glanced at Lu Yun, and Lu Yun also glanced at Fu Feng. She pointed at Xiao Mingwei and asked worriedly, "Elder Fu, who is this Xiao Mingwei? Shouldn't we go and help the patriarch?" Fu Feng understood and said in an extremely worried tone, "Yes, this old man wants to help, but, after all, my cultivation is limited. It's better for me to stay here and guard the array." "Yes, what Elder Fu said makes sense." Lu Yun nodded slightly. At this moment, a loud peng sound was heard. Xiao Mingwei's magic art collided with Fu Yunbo's magic art, causing an explosion. Endless heat waves surged out, rushing towards the 4 walls and roof of the skyward pavilion. This is bad. The skyward pavilion is no longer safe. Elder Fu Feng's expression changed slightly. He waved his sleeves and shot out several yellow talismans. His body flew towards the back of the skyward pavilion. Pa pa pa, a series of chaotic sounds were heard, followed by a series of collapsing walls. From mid-air, the roof of the skyward pavilion came crashing down on everyone. Xiao Mingwei. Fu Yunbo was furious and shouted, "How did my Fu family offend you? How dare you destroy my skyward pavilion? This old man will not let you off. Ha ha ha, this old man wants to see how you will not let me off." Xiao Mingwei laughed heartily. With a wave of his sleeve, the bluestone and wooden beams that were falling from the sky all fell to the sides. However, before Xiao Mingwei could finish laughing, his exasperated voice was heard again, "Fu Yunbo, you are really ruthless." Crash! At this moment, the broken walls of the skyward pavilion fell. Fu Yunbo was not as carefree as Xiao Mingwei. He stood up from a pile of broken bricks and tiles, his head covered in dust. "Are you talking about Fu Min, fellow Daoist Zhou?" Fu Yunbo flew into mid-air and said curiously, "Isn't it because fellow Daoist Zhou destroyed the skyward pavilion? Fu Min couldn't dodge in time and was killed by the roof. If we were to investigate the cause, fellow Daoist Zhou is the main culprit." "You." "Fu Yunbo, Fu Min is a chi refining stage cultivator. How could she be killed by a collapsed roof? Who would believe you?" Xiao Mingwei said in exasperation. Fu Yunhua shrugged and looked as carefree as Qiu Mingwei. He looked at the ruins on the ground and said meaningfully, I don't know if you believe me or not, but I believe you. Ha ha ha. Fu Yunhua, I didn't expect the famous Fu family to be so despicable. Qiu Mingwei waved his hand and took out a strange-looking magic tool from his storage bag. It was long on one end and flat on the other. He sneered and said, This old man is surprised. You have been in the Skyward Pavilion all this time. Even when this old man took action, you still stayed in the Skyward Pavilion. It turns out that you wanted to take advantage of the collapse of the Skyward Pavilion to get rid of Fu Min. Without Fu Min, even with Liao Xianlan, this old man can't do anything to you, right? Fellow Daoist Qiu is a Foundation Establishment Stage Cultivator. Your cultivation is higher than I. You can say whatever you want. How can I refute you? Fu Yunhua didn't seem to be afraid and said coldly. Very well, if that's the case, this old man. Qiu Mingwei activated his magic power and a ball of orange light shone from the magic tool in his hand. Fellow Daoist Qiu, don't be anxious. Look at what this is. Seeing that Qiu Mingwei was about to attack, Fu Yunhua reached out and took out something from his clothes and threw it at Qiu Mingwei. What is it? Qiu Mingwei was stunned. He scanned it with his divine sense and found that it was a token. Elder token of the Splendid Sect? Qiu Mingwei caught the token and looked at it carefully. His face changed greatly. Yes, this is the token of Splendid Sect's Elder Wu Herong. Fu Yunhua smiled faintly. You. What is the meaning of this? Why do you have Elder Wu's token? Qiu Mingwei was very familiar with this famous cultivator from the state of Shi. His command medallion didn't usually appear in the cultivation world, but if it did, it would be equivalent to Wu Herong personally making an appearance. Anyone who disobeyed his orders would end up, needless to say, nothing. Fu Yunhua smiled and said, Elder Wu's dual cultivation partner is my Fu clan's senior. This token was requested by my Fu clan's senior to protect my golden Mount Hua. Just like how fellow Daoist Qiu cherishes old friendships with the Liao clan of Gung Mountain, Elder Wu cherishes old friendships with my Fu clan. Of course, I also know that this is all a misunderstanding. Fellow Daoist Qiu received little friend Liao's information, and little friend Liao received Fu Min's nonsense. This caused fellow Daoist Qiu to misunderstand my Fu clan. This humble Daoist also admires fellow Daoist Qiu's warm-hearted heart. My Fu clan will treat this matter as if it never happened and will not tell Elder Wu. Qiu Mingwei's expression changed several times and the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. After a long while, he sighed slightly and waved his hand. The token returned to Fu Yunhua's hand. Then, Qiu Mingwei lowered his head and looked at the Fu clan's disciples who were scattered around Golden Mount Hua. Just as he was about to speak, 4 divine senses rapidly descended from the sky from all directions of Golden Mount Hua. In the blink of an eye, 4 figures appeared in the 4 directions of Golden Mount Hua and firmly surrounded it. Qiu Mingwei was shocked, and Fu Yunhua was even more shocked. Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators were already considered experts in the cultivation world. In places like Jinghua City and Yenyuan City, they could still be seen from time to time. Since when did Fu clan's Golden Mount Hua have Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators? But tonight, Qiu Mingwei came first. Before the matter of Gung Mountain's Liao clan could be settled, another 4 Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators came. Although these 4 Foundation Establishment Stage cultivators were all in the early stage of Foundation Establishment Stage, but it was enough to make Fu Yunhua's heart break. Fu Yunhua's heart was trembling. He held Elder Wu's token tightly in his hand and flew up to greet them. He asked loudly, "May I know, why have the 4 of you come to my Golden Mount Hua?" As he spoke, Fu Yunhua held Elder Wu's token in front of his chest. If the 4 of them made any movements, he would show them the token. Are you the head of the Fu clan of Golden Mount Hua, Fu Yunhua? A clear voice asked. Yes, I am I. Fu Yunhua turned around and cupped his hands towards the cultivator beside him. Fellow Taoist, you are, I am Shanghua sect's Qiu Yu. The cultivator smiled and returned the greeting. Shanghua sect? Hearing that it was Shanghua sect and that Qiu Yu was so polite, Fu Yunhua's heart relaxed. He quickly said, May I know why fellow Taoist Qiu Yu has come to my Golden Mount Hua? Is it Elder Wu? It has nothing to do with Elder Wu. I am here with fellow Taoists from Xuanyan School and Qiqiao sect. Qiu Yu said. The three major sects of Xi are here. Fu Yunhua was even more shocked. Qiu Mingwei was also shocked. He also flew forward and cupped his hands. I am Qiu Mingwei from 10,000 Poisons sect. Greetings to the three fellow Taoists. Although Qiu Mingwei was a middle-stage foundation establishment cultivator, he didn't dare to be too rude to the disciples of the three great sects who were slightly weaker than him. Similarly, the four cultivators didn't dare to be negligent and bowed in return. Fellow Taoist Qiu, may I know why you have come to my Golden Mount Hua in the middle of the night? Fu Yunhua was no longer in a sorry state as he asked with a smile. Oh, I am here on the orders of my sect master. I want to ask if your Golden Mount Hua Fu clan has a talisman master named Xiaofan. Qiu Yu asked word by word. Xiaofan? Of course there is. Fu Yunhua said curiously. Xiaofan is the talisman master that my Fu clan just recruited this year. Just now, he was still at the Skyward Pavilion. As he spoke, Fu Yunhua swept his divine perception in the general direction of Xiaofan. At the same time, the four cultivators in the air also swept their divine perception in the direction of Golden Mount Hua. Speaking of Xiaofan, when the Skyward Pavilion collapsed just now, he was the one who rushed out first. He also knew that it would be much easier for him to escape. He was also familiar with the road, so there was no need to worry. He could have escaped. However, he wanted to know the outcome of the grudge between Liao Xianlan and the Fu clan. He was also curious about the fate of Fu Min, so he stayed at Golden Mount Hua. After all, these matters had nothing to do with him, so what was there to worry about? Chapter 1497. Meanwhile, Xiaofan was watching the show on Jinhua Mountain. Seeing the sudden change in the situation, four disciples from the three major sects of cultivation appeared in mid-air. Xiaofan secretly applauded in his heart, damn, looks like this Fu Yunhua is full of evil. Today, he will suffer retribution. But when that Jinhua sect disciple Qiu Yu called out, Xiaofan, that voice was like a thunderclap that smashed Xiaofan silly. A kind of extremely absurd feeling arose spontaneously, this. What does this have to do with me? However, at this moment, Xiaohua's heart suddenly gave birth to a kind of understanding, Kai Hongfeng. Of course, the matter of Xiaohua meeting Qian Qinghua in Shihuang town was only known by Qin Yang's Kai family's head elder Kai Hongfeng. If he didn't inform the three major sects of cultivation in Shi, who would know that he took Qian Qinghua's pearl? Of course, Xiaohua could deny it, but what kind of colossus are the three major sects? Who knows if they have some kind of divine ability that can discover Xiaohua's secret? Or use some kind of soul-searching technique to get what they want. Therefore, Xiaohua didn't dare to take the risk. When that Qiu Yu called out his name, he didn't hesitate and twisted his body. His entire figure suddenly disappeared and immediately escaped into Jinhua Mountain. Xiaohua didn't move. He reckoned that several foundation-building cultivators would still need to search for a while. As soon as he moved, all of his divine senses swept over. Motherfucker, Kai Hongfeng really is among the four foundation-building cultivators. Xiaohua cursed inwardly as Kai Hongfeng's familiar divine sense swept over. Chase. Xiaoyu also didn't hesitate. With a wave of his hand, the four people surrounded Xiaohua and chased after him. At this time, Xiaoyu and Kai Hongfeng surrounded Jinhua Mountain. Xiaohua had nowhere to run and could only escape underground. However, how could Xiaohua compare to the divine abilities of Foundation Establishment cultivators? The moment Xiaohua escaped underground, the four people's divine senses had already locked onto him. The four of them all flew down towards Jinhua Mountain and each of them escaped underground to surround Xiaohua. What should I do? At the same time that Xiaohua dove into the ground, he also released his perception, allowing him to clearly sense the four people's divine senses and position. Seeing the four people surrounding him, Xiaohua's heart was burning with anxiety as he thought to himself, "Damn it, if I had just left, I wouldn't have ended up like this." Pitiful Xiaohua, who was only a minor loose cultivator of the fourth level of the refining stage, was actually captured by 3 early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivators from the country of Xi and a Foundation Establishment cultivator from a cultivation family. Fu. Fellow Fu. Qiu Mingwei stood in the air. Without Xiaoyu's invitation, he didn't want to rashly attack. He asked in shock, "This is just a talisman master from your Fu family?" I'm not sure either." Fu Yunbo was similarly stunned, and he was endlessly bewildered in his heart. Is it worth it for a mere qi refining cultivator to cause such a big commotion? However, while Fu Yunbo was paying attention to Xiaohua, he was also paying more attention to Tsongying. Just now, he was afraid of leaving something behind for Qiu Mingwei to use against him, so he recklessly thought of a way to kill Fu Min. Now that he was free, he naturally wanted to capture Tsongying. However, after Fu Yunbo used his divine sense to sweep the surrounding area of Mount Jinhua, he didn't find Tsongying's figure. Even Fu Zhu and Fu Ho were nowhere to be seen. Vile spawn. Fu Yunbo cursed in his heart, but he also knew that at this time, the disciples of the 3 great sects had come to Mount Jinhua, so he couldn't act blindly without thinking and provoke them. Moreover, Tsongying was also familiar with Mount Jinhua, so who knew where he went? Since he couldn't send the disciples of the Fu family to search Mount Jinhua, it was useless to be anxious at this time. Elder Lu Yun and Elder Fu Feng were naturally surprised, but the most surprised were Fu Shan and Liao Xianlan. This Xiaohua, is he the Xiaohua that I scolded a few days ago? That's right, a feeling of extreme absurdity, extreme hilarity, and extreme lingering fear filled the hearts of the two. Immediately, Mount Jinhua became cold and silent. Only the sound of the wind was like a wave, blowing the mountain forest. The shock, surprise, fear, envy, and so on of the people on Mount Jinhua had nothing to do with Xiaohua. Right now, he was burning with anxiety. On one hand, he was rapidly escaping deeper into Mount Jinhua, and on the other, he was bitterly thinking of a way to escape. Based on his experience of using escape techniques in the magma of Flame Forest Swamp, although there weren't any restrictions at the bottom of Mount Jinhua, he couldn't possibly escape deeper. Moreover, the 4 Foundation Establishment cultivators above him could also escape through the earth. Whether it was earth escape talismans or earth escape techniques, in the end, they would definitely be able to capture Xiaohua. Unless, this young master's cultivation has also reached Foundation Establishment. Xiaohua's mind finally came to this conclusion. Of course, this was impossible. Li Zongbao's aptitude was only at Foundation Establishment. Zhuo Qingyuan's cultivation was only at the 11th level of qi refining. Foundation Establishment was as difficult as ascending the heavens. But, at this time, Xiaohua suddenly thought of Xiao Mao. He thought of the method that Xiao Mao had taught him to integrate magic tools into his body. At the same time, he also thought of the fire marrow flame crystal. Although Xiao Mao hadn't said that the method was to integrate the fire marrow flame crystal, didn't Zhuo Qingyuan's words afterwards, as well as Xiao Mao's traces of despair, clearly indicate that the method was to use the fire marrow flame crystal? Since Xuanyan cult wanted to use the fire marrow flame crystal to increase the cultivation of their disciples, then, wouldn't Xiaohua also be able to use the fire marrow flame crystal to increase his own cultivation? Moreover, Xiaohua himself also cultivated the dragonization art. The meridians in his entire body were different from those given to others. In that case, the fire marrow flame crystal was even more capable of being integrated. This was Xiaohua's final life-saving straw. If he didn't seize it now, when would he? As Xiaohua thought of this, he sensed that the 4 foundation establishment cultivators were already very close. Xiaohua clenched his teeth and waved his hand, taking out the fire marrow flame crystal from the space. Magic power surged on his arm. According to Xiao Mao's words, he slapped the fire marrow flame crystal onto his arm. The method that Xiao Mao taught him was indeed effective. The fire marrow flame crystal had already touched Xiaohua's arm and immediately integrated into it. However, immediately after, the situation was out of Xiaohua's control. According to his plan, he would integrate the fire marrow flame crystal into the meridians of his arm and then use the fire raising the heavens technique to refine the fire marrow flame crystal. It was exactly the same as absorbing the fire-type spiritual energy from the top-grade fire-type spirit stone in the past. Who would have thought that once the fire marrow flame crystal integrated into Xiaohua's skin, it would be like a matchstick that ignited the entire forest? Of course, that fire marrow flame crystal was the matchstick, and Xiaohua's body was the burning forest. Xiaohua saw that the fire marrow flame crystal had entered his body and immediately turned into a ball of burning flame, igniting his arm. Moreover, that flame followed his arm and rapidly spread throughout his body. Oh no! I overreached myself. Xiaohua was greatly shocked. There's no need for them to capture me. This young master is finished. At this moment, Qiaoyu, Kai Hongfeng, and the others were also stunned. Under the ground of Mount Jinhua, Xiaohua's entire body suddenly turned into a ball of flame. That flame was extremely overbearing. Although they were far away and only used their divine senses to lock onto Xiaohua, the scorching heat of the flame had already burned their divine senses. They were so frightened that they immediately retracted their divine senses. Following the feeling, they followed the fiery ball under their feet, slowed down, and chased down. Pressure divine senses can't do it, quickly use your pressure. Xiaoyu hurriedly transmitted his voice. However, when the pressure of 4 foundation establishment cultivators simultaneously pressed down on that overbearing flame, not only was the flame not extinguished, it even slightly swelled, as if it wanted to counterattack the pressure back. Xiaoyu and the others hurriedly retracted their pressure, somewhat at a loss. They had never encountered such a strange thing. Xiaoyu and the others were like this, and Fu Yunbua and Qiu Mingwei, who were in midair above Mount Jinhua, were even more so. They no longer dared to release their divine senses. Moreover, just when Xiaohua was in danger, the 13,200 points on Xiaohua's body suddenly flashed. Like 13,200 little mouths, they swallowed the flames that burned near them. Immediately, an unprecedented heart-wrenching pain spread throughout Xiaohua's entire body. Looking at the muscles beside the 13,200 points, there were faintly flickering threads of fire. These threads of fire burned Xiaohua's muscles at a speed invisible to the naked eye. However, at the same time that the muscles were burned, new muscles regenerated at a speed invisible to the naked eye. The new muscles were even thicker than the previous ones, and contained even more things that were not there before. Xiaohua was really unable to bear it. This kind of rapid tempering akin to life and death made him feel like he was undergoing the cruelest torture in the world. That was not all. Xiaohua's 132 spots on his body were tightly attached to his bones. Just as these spots were absorbing the flames, an enormous suction force was emitted from his bones, sucking the flames into his bones. His originally grayish-white bones suddenly turned into a white jade, and 20% of these white jade bones were densely covered with crimson blood vessels. As the bones absorbed the flames, it was as if they were using the flames to refine the white jade bones. The crimson blood vessels gradually spread out, gradually covering the entire bones. Now is the time. Although Xiaohua was in so much pain that he let out a low cry, his mind was still very clear. Seeing that close to 60% of the flames were absorbed by the points and bones in his body, he immediately used the technique to move the flames into his meridians. Sure enough, under Xiaohua's efforts, the flames quickly approached his meridians. However, a strange thing happened again. Just as the flames approached his meridians, the meridians in Xiaohua's body trembled, as if they were excited. It can't be. Xiaohua was almost about to cry. Xiaohua's meridians had always been quietly cultivating the dragon transformation art, and at this moment, the dragon transformation art in his meridians suddenly activated. His meridians were really like a dragon, instantly sucking all the flames into his meridians. Fortunately, Xiaohua was very glad, and hurriedly used the raising flames to burn the heavens, wanting to refine the flames in his meridians. However, after circulating the technique a few times, the flames in his meridians were completely out of Xiaohua's control. What should I do? Xiaohua anxiously thought, I can only use the heavenly law embodiment technique. Xiaohua very naturally thought of his other qi refining technique. Chapter 1498. What's going on? Xiaohua was bewildered. At this moment, Xiaohua's dragon transformation art was once again circulating crazily, absorbing the majority of the flames in his meridians into his meridians. In an instant, Xiaohua's meridians twitched and flashed with a red light. The dragon transformation art was advancing at a speed several times faster than before. But Xiaohua looked at the remaining flames in his meridians and wanted to cry again. He wanted to rely on the fire attribute spiritual energy to strengthen his cultivation. Who knew that when the fire essence flame crystal entered his body, 90% of the spiritual energy was divided up in the blink of an eye? How could he escape? A fly is also meat. Xiaohua was depressed and didn't dare to take out the fire essence flame crystal again. He hurriedly circulated the heavenly laws embodiment art to see if he could refine the flames formed by the fire essence flame crystal. The heavenly laws embodiment art was indeed an exquisite art. It was far from something a shallow art like the heavenly laws embodiment art could compare to. As Xiaohua practiced it for the first time, the true energy in his meridians immediately wrapped around the towering and motionless flames in an extremely mysterious manner. Following the circulation of the art, the true energy circulated in his meridians. However, a strange change occurred again. The originally very hot flames were admittedly somewhat overbearing, but in front of the 13,200 points on Xiaohua's body, in front of Xiaohua's sparkling jade-like bones, and even in front of the meridians refined by the dragon transformation art, they were slightly docile and didn't reject the absorption. But when Xiaohua used the cultivation art to refine the flames suddenly soared, as if they were transforming from one thing to another, magnifying by more than 10 times. In the blink of an eye, a torrent of fire attribute spiritual energy was born from the flames, causing Xiaohua's meridians to swell by several times. Moreover, it flowed along Xiaohua's meridians. As expected, in just a moment, Xiaohua's meridians would be destroyed by this torrent of fire attribute spiritual energy and he would die. Shit! Xiaohua's eyes almost split open when he saw this. 90% of the fire essence flame crystal was used in other places. It wasn't easy to leave one place for his qi refining cultivation, but such a mistake appeared. He did not dare to hesitate at all. Immediately, he circulated the heavenly laws embodiment technique to refine the fire-type Ling Qi. At the same time, he desperately circulated the dragon transformation art to protect his meridians from being damaged. There was a roar that sounded like a dragon's roar. The meridians that had been channeling the dragon transformation art with all their might suddenly trembled. It was as though a real dragon's body had appeared. As the spiritual energy rapidly flowed forward, the meridians also expanded. At the same time, countless flames seeped out from the meridians. Looking from afar, there was another tang sound. The flames that were sucked into Xiao Hua's body earlier spat out again, lingering around Xiao Hua's body. However, the flames this time were different from before. This flame was the result of Xiao Hua using the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique to circulate the flame within his meridians. At the same time this flame was being refined into true qi, it also transformed into magic power that surged throughout Xiao Hua's entire body. This magic power flame followed Xiao Hua's earth escape technique and rushed out of Xiao Hua's body. Good. Seeing that his meridians did not explode under the impact of the enormous fire-type Ling Qi, and that the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique was also working hard to refine the spiritual energy, Xiao Hua was overjoyed. Although this kind of refinement was somewhat slow, his magic power would definitely gradually increase. He thought that he could escape. However, at this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly felt an unparalleled enormous force coming from below him. It forcefully supported him, not allowing him to escape downwards. Not good. Xiao Hua was immediately alarmed. He knew that it was because his cultivation was limited that he could not escape deeper. Sensing his surroundings again, Qiayu, Kai Hongfeng, and the others were already not far from him. It was just that for some reason, they had slowed down their earth escape technique. Xiao Hua did not think that they had encountered the same problem as him. His eyes turned rapidly as he racked his brains to think of a way to escape. Let's do it this way. Xiao Hua clenched his teeth and a plan came to his mind. He stirred up all the magic power in his body. The flames outside his body were probably half a foot high. His entire body exerted all his strength to burrow into the ground. After burrowing down another 10 feet or so, the flames within Xiao Hua's meridians were rapidly refined. Countless amounts of true qi poured into Xiao Hua's meridians, rapidly approaching the late stage of the 4th level of qi refining. However, around Xiao Hua's body, an even greater force prevented him from burrowing down. Seeing that he could not burrow down even half an inch no matter how much his cultivation increased, Xiao Hua abruptly changed directions and burrowed towards the surface of Jinhua Mountain. In an instant, Xiao Hua's own earth escape technique and the force of the earth squeezing him out. The two forces caused Xiao Hua's speed to more than double in an instant. However, Xiao Hua was still not at ease. He mobilized all the true qi in his body and crazily refined the fire marrow flame crystal. He used all his magic power on earth escape technique without any regard for his life. Qiayu, Kai Hongfeng, and the others were greatly alarmed when they saw this. They were apprehensive about the flames that suddenly appeared on Xiao Hua's body that could injure people's divine sense. They also knew that with Xiao Hua's cultivation and earth escape talisman, Xiao Hua could not possibly burrow deeper. Therefore, they firmly sealed off all the directions of Xiao Hua's escape, slowly preparing to catch a turtle in a jar. Of course, the direction they sealed off was based on Xiao Hua's earth escape technique. Xiao Hua's sudden increase in speed instantly caused a flaw to appear in their encirclement. Quick! Xia Yu immediately transmitted his voice. We will also immediately increase our speed. Don't let this guy escape our encirclement. Soon after, Xia Yu slapped his hand and took out a net-like magic tool from his storage pouch. However, just as he was about to activate it, he hesitated. Right now, they were under Jinhua Mountain, surrounded by earth. If it wasn't an earth-type magic tool, it would be suppressed by earth-type spiritual energy and unable to display its effect. Rather than using a magic tool to delay time, it would be better to catch up to Xiao Hua. Therefore, Xia Yu only held the magic tool in his hand and still activated his magic power, preparing to intercept Xiao Hua from above his head. Sigh, still lacking a bit. Xiao Hua's figure rapidly burrowed towards the ground. In his heart, he was also estimating the distance between him and the four people. Right at this moment, the blood-like red threads on Xiao Hua's bones were already close to 30% under the tempering of the fire marrow flame crystal. His entire skeleton faintly flashed with red light. Xiao Hua felt his body suddenly become lighter. His earth escape technique speed once again increased by 20%. Bone tempering? The origin of fire? Xiao Hua suddenly recalled the information he obtained in the space. Could it be, this fire marrow flame crystal is the origin of fire? It's the key to bone tempering? Xiao Hua was only puzzled. However, this wasn't a good time to think carefully. Xiao Hua released his perception without hesitation and flew straight towards the center of the four people's encirclement. Sure enough, Qiaoyu and the other three also understood Xiao Hua's thoughts. Seeing that Xiao Hua's speed had increased again, they also slightly widened the distance between them. They still maintained their encirclement and were not in a hurry to approach Xiao Hua. Seeing this, Xiao Hua knew that his thoughts had been perceived by these four people. He secretly sneered, this young master's speed is still increasing. Wait until the fire marrow flame crystal in this young master's meridians is refined. Then, my speed might not be slower than yours. Let's see how you're going to catch up. However, just as Xiao Hua was about to fly to the ground, Xiao Hua's heart suddenly jumped. His forehead was covered in sweat. Damn it, how could I forget Fu Yunhua and Qiu Mingwei? One of them is from the Golden Mount Hua's Fu clan, which is related to some elder of the Shanghua sect. The other is from the 10,000 Poison sect, which is a sinister sect. Just now, they didn't chase after this young master because they were afraid of delaying the arrangements of the three sections. If this young master were to rush out like this, wouldn't I fall into their hands? I'm afraid that Qiu Yu and the others also have this idea, which is why they let this young master calmly escape to the ground. What should I do? Seeing that he was about to rush out of the ground, Xiao Hua could almost sense that two Foundation establishment cultivators were standing above him, eyeing him covetously. Damn it! It was unknown how many vulgarities Xiao Hua had uttered tonight, but these vulgarities were truly unable to express Xiao Hua's anger. This young master is only at the 4th level of the Qi refinement realm. Oh, that's not right. I'm just a little loose cultivator who's about to reach the 5th level of the Qi refinement realm. Unexpectedly, I was besieged by 6 Foundation establishment cultivators. If this were to spread to the cultivation world, would you guys be the laughing stock? Or would this young master's name be passed down through the ages? However, Xiao Hua also knew that tonight's matter would absolutely not spread out of Mount Hua Mountain. Right, Earth Fire. In the midst of Xiao Hua's dejection, he suddenly thought of Earth Fire. Of course, in Flame Forest Marsh, Xiao Hua had used 2 escape techniques. One of them was already known to be Earth Escape, so the other one was definitely Fire Escape. In these past several years on Xiaoyu continent, Xiao Hua had only seen Earth Escape talismans, but he had never seen Fire Escape talismans. Moreover, even if there were, did these 6 Foundation establishment cultivators all have them? While thinking, Xiao Hua suddenly changed direction and fled towards the east of Mount Hua Mountain. Huh? What's this guy doing? Qiu Yu presumably also knew that Fu Yunhua and Qiu Mingwei, who were in the air above Mount Hua Mountain, would come to his aid. Therefore, he wasn't nervous and allowed Xiao Hua to fly towards the ground. However, when he saw Xiao Hua suddenly fly towards the east, where Kai Hongfeng was, he was somewhat astonished. Could it be that this brat has a trump card? Kai Hongfeng, who had the shallowest foundation, was somewhat afraid of this 4th level Qi refinement loose cultivator. He unconsciously braced himself and prepared to deal with him. Here, it's here. At this moment, Xiao Hua's entire body was covered in flames. He was very sensitive towards fire attribute spiritual energy and found the location of earth fire extremely easily. With a sharp whistle, he rushed towards the passage of earth fire. Earth fire? Xiao Yu and the others weren't stupid. First, they saw Xiaohua change direction, then they saw earth fire appear in the east. Their hearts were already clear. This guy actually has a fire escape talisman. This was the same thought that came to their minds. Fellow Taoist Kai, quickly stop him. Xiao Yu hurriedly transmitted his voice. However, Kai Hongfeng's cultivation was originally the weakest among the four. He didn't know any earth escape techniques and could only rely on earth escape talismans to chase after Xiaohua. Naturally, he couldn't be as free as Xiao Yu and the others, and his speed was also much slower. By the time Kai Hongfeng caught up, Xiaohua had already ignored the restrictions in the passage of earth fire and directly entered. Kai Hongfeng could only helplessly stop at the side and move away from the earth fire that was spewing out from the already broken restrictions. Chapter 1499. When Xia Yu and the others saw that Kai Hongfeng didn't stop Xiaohua, they hurriedly transmitted, fellow Taoist Kai, quickly chase after him along the earth fire tunnel. Even if he entered the earth fire, he will eventually come out. It's impossible for him to have many escape fire talismans. After that, the three of them stopped flying in the direction of the earth fire. Instead, they chased down the earth fire tunnel. Xia Yu was even more careful. He didn't care if his divine sense was burned again and swept it towards the earth fire. When he released his divine sense, Xia Yu's face revealed a strange expression. When Xiaohua was at the bottom of Jinhua Mountain, Xia Yu's divine sense clearly saw him. Even if he didn't release his divine sense, Xia Yu could still sense the flames on Xiaohua's body. However, now that Xiaohua had entered the earth fire, his flames were like a flood dragon entering the sea. There was no trace of him. How is this possible? Xia Yu was shocked. Even if he has escaped fire talismans, he shouldn't be able to block Ai's divine sense. Quick, fellow Taoist Naiha, Xiaohua has disappeared. Quickly release your tracking magic treasure. Xia Yu hurriedly transmitted to Naiha. Impossible. He was shocked, but he didn't dare to be careless. He clapped his hands and summoned a magic treasure that looked like a disc. This was a magic treasure of the Seven Skills sect, called Seeking Immortal. He had brought it with him by accident. He never thought that he would be able to use it one day. With his early foundation establishment cultivation, Naiha couldn't use Seeking Immortal freely. Poof! He spat out a mouthful of qi and poured his magic power into the Seeking Immortal. The Seeking Immortal began to glow with a red light. He squinted his eyes and smiled. This guy is escaping down the tunnel of earth fire. Let's chase after him. Fellow Taoist Shi, you should also prepare the flywheel boat. If this guy really has many escape fire talismans, we can only chase after him into the earth fire. Xia Yu said to the Xuanyan school's disciple, Shi Muping. No problem, fellow Taoist Xia. Although Ai's flywheel boat can't fly as fast as outside the earth fire, it can still enter the earth fire. If we really can't, we can only use it. Shi Muping clapped his hands and a small boat magic treasure appeared in his hands. Maybe not. We'll chase after him from three sides of the earth fire passageway. Do you think he won't come out from there? Helplessness laughed lightly. Xia Yu channeled his magic power and chased down. He had a very bad feeling in his heart. It seems, the three masters of the Shanghua sect still underestimated this Xiaohua. Three foundation establishment cultivators really might not be able to catch Xiaohua. Of course, this couldn't blame the Seven Skills sects. Sect's Seven Skills sect. Who was Xiaohua? An unknown loose cultivator with only a fourth layer qi refining cultivation. Even though they heard Kai Hongfeng's report and knew that Xiao Hua had extraordinary flying speed, Kai Hongfeng was still able to catch up to Xiao Hua. Sects Qiayu, 7 skills sects Naihe, and Xuanyan schools Shimuping. These were 4 early-stage foundation establishment cultivators. There was no reason for them not to be able to catch him. Moreover, Xiao Hua had already been stopped by the cultivators of Shihuang town and they didn't find any beads on him. Xiao Hua might not be the person they were looking for. Therefore, the 3 of them thought that as long as they appeared and released their pressure, Xiao Hua would immediately obediently follow them back. They would casually ask him and use the soul-searching technique to take a look and everything would be fine. Who would have thought that this Xiao Hua was really a big fish? A big fish that couldn't be caught. And the most infuriating thing was that Xiao Hua actually used a escape fire talisman to escape. Qiayu and the others had long been foundation establishment cultivators and had already practiced the 5 elements escape technique. Earth escape talismans, fire escape talismans, and even water escape talismans weren't difficult to find, but they had no use for them. Therefore, they didn't make any preparations. Unfortunately, the 5 elements escape technique could be used in all 5 elements, but it couldn't be used for a long time. Earth, wood, and water were fine. As long as the duration wasn't too long, there wouldn't be any major problems. However, fire and metal were different. The heat of fire and the sharpness of metal were the most harmful to the body. They could even damage one's cultivation. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would rashly try to use them. Therefore, in the earth fire, the 5 elements escape technique was inferior to the genuine escape fire talisman. It had to be said that Xiao Hua's escape into the earth fire had unintentionally hit their weak point. In the air above Mount Jinhua, Qiu Mingwei and Fu Yunbo waited for a moment. When they still didn't see anyone coming out from underground, they couldn't help but feel bewildered. They once again released their divine sense. Huh? There's no trace of him? Fu Yunbo was shocked and quickly asked, fellow Daoist Zhou, could it be that Xiao Hua has already escaped? But, for foundation establishment cultivators surrounded him, how could a mere qi refining cultivator escape? Qiu Mingwei's divine sense was naturally several times stronger than Fu Yunbo's. After searching for a moment, a strange expression appeared on his face. He pointed to the east and said with a fake smile, the Fu clan's alchemy technique is really amazing. Not only did they destroy the Liao clan of Mount Gung, they even became Xiao Hua's escape route. Earth fire? Escape fire talisman? Fu Yunbo suddenly realized and frowned, even my Fu clan doesn't know the refining method of the escape fire talisman. Where did Xiao Hua get it from? Then, he looked at Qiu Mingwei and said with an apologetic smile, I already made it clear just now. The matter between the Liao clan and my Fu clan was just a misunderstanding. I hope fellow Daoist Qiu can understand. Qiu Mingwei had already made up his mind. He cupped his hands and said, even an upright official can't solve a family matter. Since it was done by Liao Mei, then it's the Liao clan's own matter. I'm afraid I can't do anything about it. Hee, fellow Daoist Qiu's warm-hearted heart really makes I admire you. If fellow Daoist Qiu has time, why don't you stay at Mount Jinhua for a few days? Fu Yunbo said with a smile. No need. You have a lot of things to do at Mount Jinhua. You should hurry up and deal with them. Qiu Mingwei laughed and landed on the ground. He said, Xianlan, this matter is over. You have seen what I have done. I have fulfilled my promise. Do you want to stay here, or do you want to leave with me? Liao Xuanlan's face was miserable. She knew she couldn't do anything about it. She could only smile bitterly and said, since Senior has fulfilled your promise, then I can't go back on my words. Naturally, I will leave with Senior. Fellow Daoist Fu, you don't have any objections, right? Xianlan is the daughter of an old friend. If she stays in my Fu clan, I will naturally take good care of her. If she leaves, I won't stop her in any way. Good. Then, fellow Taoist Fu, I will take my leave. Qiu Mingwei flew up and waved his hand. Liao Xuanlan's figure also quickly flew out of Mount Jinhua with him. Fu Yunhua stood in mid-air and looked at Qiu Mingwei's back for a long time. He didn't know what kind of expression he had in his eyes. Then, he waved his hand and shouted, "Disciples of the inner courtyard, divide into 2 teams. One team will search Mount Jinhua, the other team will go to the teleportation array. Along the way, look for He Fu, Fu Zhu, and Fu Ho." Then, he said, "This matter. Everyone knows the severity of it. If you want to live, don't say a word." Although the group of talisman masters couldn't see the situation underground, they knew that Xiaohua had probably escaped. The face of the 3 major sects was not something they could bear with their small lives. Even if Fu Yunhua didn't say anything, they would definitely keep their mouths shut. When the talisman masters' faces were filled with excitement, Fu Yunhua waved his hand and said, "Fu Feng, follow me to the forbidden area to take a look." Inside the earth fire, Xiaohua's mood was incomparably excited. Just as he expected, the other escape technique was the fire escape technique. This was an extremely rare escape technique in the cultivation world. The earth fire around Xiaohua was pervaded, but to Xiaohua, it was like a fish swimming in water. He didn't feel the slightest bit of heat. What made Xiaohua even happier was that with the improvement of the dragonization art and the refinement of the flames in his meridians, Xiaohua's cultivation had already broken through to the 5th level of qi refining. Moreover, there were still many flames in Xiaohua's meridians. The heavenly laws embodiment technique was still circulating in his body, and his cultivation was still rapidly increasing. However, for the sake of insurance, Xiaohua didn't increase the speed of the fire escape technique. He was clear in his heart that this fire escape technique was escaping through the earth fire. Sooner or later, there would be an end. He couldn't escape through the earth fire into the core of the earth. He could only escape from a certain place. Only by using the flight talisman outside could he truly escape from Qiu Yu and the others' pursuit. Flight talisman. Thinking of this, Xiaohua's heart was startled. Although he had a lot of flight talismans, their quality was limited. They couldn't be compared to a foundation establishment cultivator's flight technique. He could only increase his cultivation as quickly as possible and strive to escape the range of the 4 people's divine sense before the flight talismans ran out. Only then would he have a chance to escape. While Xiaohua was worried, Qiu Yu and the others were also shocked. Fellow Taoist Nai, the earth fire seems to be getting bigger and bigger. Is Xiaohua still inside? Fellow Taoist Xia, that Xiaohua is still inside the earth fire. Moreover, his speed hasn't changed at all. I'm afraid he's exhausted his abilities. Nai he smiled and said, however, I find it strange. This Xiaohua is only a qi refining loose cultivator. Why is his magic power so long? Logically speaking, it should have dried up long ago. I'm afraid that the flames on his body are somewhat strange. Qiu Yu nodded and said, the earth fire is getting bigger and bigger. We're chasing him outside, but we're getting further and further away from him. Fellow Taoist Shi, we'd better enter the earth fire and chase after him. We'll listen to fellow Taoist Chia's instructions. Shi Muping nodded and took out the small boat in his hand. He spat out a mouthful of vital essence and the small boat enlarged, stopping in front of the 3 of them. Fellow Taoist Kai, come over too. Although Kai Hongfeng was old, his cultivation level was much lower than the 3 of them. He was quite far away from the 3 of them. When he heard Qiu Yu's call, he had a flattered look on his face. The 4 of them boarded the flying boat. Shi Muping activated the flying boat and drove it into the earth fire. A red, misty brilliance enveloped the entire small boat. Fellow Taoists, I's magic power is limited. After a while, I'll still need your support. Shi Muping waited for the flying boat to travel through the earth fire and immediately reminded the three of them. Xiao Yu knew that the flying boat consumed a lot of magic power in the earth fire. Shi Muping's words were true. He nodded and said, "Fellow Taoist Shi, please rest assured. We'll be ready to support you at any time." Chapter 1500. Fellow Taoist Shi, Xiaohua is flying towards the north. Naiha suddenly reminded. North? What's so special about that? Shi musing changed direction and flew towards the north. The speed of the flywheel boat in the earth fire was clearly much faster than Xiaohua's. In the time it took to eat a meal, it had already caught up. But at this moment, Shi musing smiled bitterly and said, "Fellow Taoist Xia, I have used up too much of my magic power. Please take control of the flywheel boat." Although the flywheel boat could catch up to Xiaohua, it had to resist the heat of the earth fire. The magic power it consumed was also several times more than outside. This was also the reason why Shi Musing didn't use the flywheel boat unless it was absolutely necessary. Alright, fellow Taoist Kai, get ready. Fellow Taoist Naiha is chasing Xiaohua and can't leave. In a while, I will run out of magic power and you will take over. Xia Yu took the flywheel boat and said to Kai Hongfeng with a smile. Since fellow Taoist Xia has signed, how can I dare to not follow? Kai Hongfeng cupped his hands and said. Haha, Naiha suddenly laughed and said, perhaps fellow Taoist Kai doesn't need to take action. The earth fire ahead has already reached the end. If Xiaohua wants to escape, he can either go straight to the core of the earth or... As expected, this guy rushed out of the earth fire and escaped towards the surface. Good. Xia Yu laughed and said, now that he's out of the earth fire, how can Xiaohua escape? As for Xiaohua, he already had no way out after seeing the earth fire unless he went deep into the core of the earth fire. He naturally knew that he couldn't go deeper than a foundation establishment cultivator. The only way was to rush out. At this moment, he was already very far away from Jinhua Mountain. He didn't have Fu Yunbua's and Qiu Mingwei's divine senses, so the two probably didn't chase after him. Sigh, if only I knew flying techniques, that would be great. When Xiaohua rushed out of the earth fire and entered the earth fire, he racked his brains to recall. Unfortunately, no matter how hard Xiaohua racked his brains, he could only faintly feel that there were some spells he could use, but he couldn't remember which one specifically. Just as he was thinking, Xiaohua's eyes lit up. He had rushed out of the earth fire. Xiaohua hurriedly slapped the flying talisman he had prepared on his body and poured his magic power into it. His body, like a swallow, he flew towards the north. Ha ha ha, I'm afraid this guy is at his wit's end. Although Xia Yu and the others were still some distance away from Xiaohua inside the earth fire, when they saw Xiaohua rush out of the ground, their hearts were as clear as a mirror. In the earth fire and underground, they might be somewhat stretched, and some spells or magic tools couldn't be used very smoothly. However, in midair, such a situation wouldn't exist. Moreover, their magic power was longer than Xiaohua's, and they also had flying magic tools, so their flying speed was definitely faster than Xiaohua's. Xiaohua was forced to escape from the ground, so it was very easy for them to capture him. This bastard, there's a change in his flames. Kai Hongfeng had always wanted to make a contribution. Just now, he had taken the risk to release his spiritual force. Only then did he discover the difference in the flames on Xiaohua's body. Io, seriously. Xia Yu scanned with his spiritual sense and immediately said happily, Taoist Nai can keep the magic treasure. Although this thing is good, it consumes too much magic power. That's great. Unfortunately, his magic power was indeed somewhat exhausted. He took advantage of the situation and withdrew it. He smiled and said, "I need to rest for a moment." As he spoke, he sat down cross-legged and recovered his magic power just like Shimuping. In the distance, Xiaohua suddenly felt two spiritual forces sweep past him. He knew that he had been locked onto by Xiaoyu and the others. He could only grit his teeth and didn't dare to hold back in the slightest. He poured all of his fifth-layer qi refining magic power into the flight talisman. Pa, with a light sound, the flight talisman on Xiaohua's body immediately shattered. Xiaohua's figure rapidly fell to the ground. Damn it, what's going on now? Xiaohua was furious. He hurriedly took out another flight talisman and stuck it on his body again. What Xiaohua didn't know was that right now, in his meridians, there was a boundless amount of fire-type spiritual energy circulating like a flood. And within this spiritual energy, there was an extremely large amount of fire essence flame crystals that had yet to be converted into spiritual energy of heaven and earth by the heavenly laws embodiment technique. These specks of fire unavoidably followed Xiaohua's magic power and were sent into the flight talisman. Xiaohua's flight talisman was nothing more than a yellow talisman. How could it withstand the massive amount of spiritual energy contained within those flames? As a result, before Xiaohua's second flight talisman could land on his body, it immediately exploded again. Oh no! Xiaohua thought to himself. I'm afraid I can only escape underground. As a result, he didn't control himself and his entire body fell to the ground like a meteorite. Behind him, Xiaoyu and the others also frowned. This guy seems to have seen through our plans. He knows that the flight talisman is faster than the physical body, so he wants to escape underground again. If this guy wants to escape, then let him escape. Why, is he still stopping in midair? Kai Hongfeng took the time to ask. Xiaohua rapidly fell like a large rock. A feeling of weightlessness filled Xiaohua's body and mind. This feeling was somewhat pleasurable and somewhat fearful, causing Xiaohua to be slightly absent-minded. When he saw the mountain rock below him nearing, Xiaohua casually activated the technique and prepared to use the earth escape technique. However, when he activated the technique, his entire body slowly stopped and slowly landed on the mountain rock. Moreover, after his body stopped, he suddenly floated up and flew forward very agilely. Flight technique. Xiaohua woke up from that moment of absent-mindedness. His hands didn't stop forming seals, and the magic power in his body also surged. Following his gradually recovered memory, he slowly displayed the flight technique. Strange. In the distance, Xiaoyu and the others had already rushed out of the earth fire. When they saw Xiaohua's actions through their divine senses, they were all puzzled. This guy, could it be that he changed his mind again? Xiaohua naturally changed his mind. As he recalled the flight technique, his flight went from slow and clumsy to fast and nimble. What made Xiaohua most excited was that he didn't need a flight talisman to fly. This was a magical ability that only Foundation establishment cultivators had. Seeing that Xiaohua's flying speed was getting faster and faster, Xiaoyu also immediately urged his magic power. The flywheel boat was like a bolt of lightning as it streaked across the sky and chased after Xiaohua. Looking at the distant Xiaohua again, he didn't know how many cycles the heavenly law embodiment technique had been circulating in his body. His entire meridians had completely expanded by more than 10 times due to the flood of fire spiritual energy. Moreover, following the expansion of his meridians, the flames that rushed out of his meridians were also absorbed back into his meridians. The flames around Xiaohua's body were also gradually extinguished. "Io, my Taoist robe and storage bag have been burned." Xiaohua waited for the flames on his body to extinguish before he suddenly realized. He hurriedly took out a new Taoist robe from his space and put it on. Fortunately, in order to deceive Fu Yunhua, Xiaohua put everything in his storage bag into his space, leaving only a few things. Aside from burning a few storage bags, Xiaohua didn't suffer any losses. The flames on Xiaohua's body disappeared. This guy, what happened to his body? Shi Muping, who had already recovered his magic power, stood up and asked curiously. Fellow Daoist Shi, I'm afraid only Xiaohua himself knows about this. Kai Hongfeng smiled apologetically and said, however, looking at Xiaohua's flying speed, it seems, it's a bit faster than when we were at Shihuang town. I'm afraid we'll have to use our full strength. Xiaoyu, who was controlling the flywheel ship, said in bewilderment, this guy's cultivation is only at the 4th level of qi refining. How can his flying speed be comparable to our flying technique when we use 60% of our magic power? 4th level of qi refining? Shi Muping frowned and said in astonishment, quickly use your divine sense to take a look. He's already at the 5th level of qi refining. What? 5th level of qi refining? Kai Hongfeng and Xiaoyu stared blankly. Even Ji He opened his eyes. The three of them used their divine sense to scan the rapidly flying Xiaohua in front of them. Io, it's not just the 5th level of qi refining. This guy, his magic power seems to be still increasing. Ji He exclaimed, I'm afraid it's because his cultivation increased that his flying speed increased. Xiaohua's current speed is already comparable to 60% of our magic power. If his cultivation increases again, I'm afraid we won't be able to catch up, right? How is this possible? Kai Hongfeng felt that this was very absurd. He said in disbelief, although the 5th level of qi refining is the middle level of qi refining, but, no matter what, it would take at least 2 years of cultivation to advance. Xiaohua. I'm afraid it has something to do with the flames from before. Could it be, it has something to do with that thing? Xiaoyu probed. Who knows? Fellow Daoist Xia, let's take advantage of the fact that Xiaohua's flying speed can't compare to the flywheel ship and quickly capture him. Ji He closed his eyes again and reminded. Since he's in the air, not only the flywheel ship, even our magic tools can be used. Wouldn't it be like playing with him? I want to see, how long can this Xiaohua fly? Xiaoyu narrowed his eyes and said. Where else can he fly to? His flying talisman can't handle the magic power consumption on his side. No matter how many flying talismans he has, he won't be able to outrun our flywheel ship and flying technique. Fellow Daoist Xia, let's follow our sect's orders and quickly capture Xiaohua. Fellow Daoist, she thinks too much. I was just curious. How could I dare to go against our sect's orders? I will activate the flywheel ship now. Xiaoyu smiled and the flywheel ship's speed increased by a bit. However, things went beyond Xiaoyu and the others' expectations. At this time, Xiaohua's meridians had swelled by 10 times and there was a huge amount of fire attribute spiritual energy in his meridians. Under the effect of the heavenly law's embodiment technique, the spiritual energy was tempered by Xiaohua's usual cultivation speed by 10 times. In the time it took to brew a cup of tea, Xiaohua's cultivation had increased greatly. Although the distance between the flywheel ship and Xiaohua had shortened, Xiaohua's flying speed had increased by a bit. Fellow Daoist Shi, you control the flywheel ship. I'm afraid I have to use some tricks. Xiaoyu's divine sense had obviously discovered something wrong and turned around to say. That's how it should be. Shi Muping nodded and said, Fellow Daoist Nai, I'm afraid we have to send out a message and have our sect's disciples intercept him. If this guy escapes, we won't have any face left. Wait a moment. When I recover my magic power, I'll send out a voice transmission talisman. Nai he also nodded. We haven't used any tricks yet. How can you be so prepared? Xiaoyu smiled and clapped his hands. The net-like magic tool was taken out by him. Chapter 1501. Xiaoyu tossed the net magic tool in his hand and activated it with his divine sense. He directly flew in the direction of Xiao Hua's departure. However, just as Xiaoyu tossed out the magic tool, Kai Hongfeng cried out in alarm, "Not good. Fellow Taoists, that Xiao Hua's flying speed increased again." "What? How is this possible?" Naiha, who had just closed his eyes, opened them again. His divine sense spread out like a waterfall. This guy, his cultivation didn't increase at all? His speed, how can it increase again? Did he use some top-grade flying talisman? Fellow Taoist Naiha, if this guy Xiao Hua doesn't have a top-grade flying talisman, how can he fly at a speed comparable to 70% of our magic power? Xiaoyu urged the magic tool and reminded in a low voice. "Don't say any more. I have already poured all my magic power into the flywheel boat. If Xiao Hua maintains this flying speed, we should be able to catch up with him after a meal." Fellow Taoist Xia, use the magic tool to attack. Fellow Taoist Kai, release your pressure and see if it can affect him. Shi Muping said somewhat impatiently. "Yes, I will release my pressure." Kai Hongfeng nodded and released his pressure. Like a wave, it pressed towards the distant Xiao Hua. Xiao Hua, who was flying freely in the distance, didn't know the flustered and exasperated appearances of the 4 Foundation establishment cultivators on the flywheel boat behind him. He gradually familiarized himself with the flying technique he just recalled. As he familiarized himself with it, his flying speed became faster and faster. Not long after, he reached the fastest speed he could reach when using the flying talisman. Moreover, as Xiao Hua refined his fire-type spiritual energy and urged the flying technique with a huge amount of magic power, his flying speed was still slowly increasing. Ha, from the looks of it, it seems like I haven't reached my limit. Previously, this young master's flying speed was comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator. If it increases a bit more, perhaps even 4 Foundation establishment cultivators won't be able to do anything to this young master. Xiao Hua's heart was blooming with joy. This is bad. Just as Xiao Hua was secretly rejoicing, a Foundation establishment cultivator's oppressive might pressed down from behind him. Although there was quite a distance between them, this was the difference in cultivation level. A heartfelt submission couldn't help but cause the flow of Xiao Hua's magic power to be somewhat sluggish. At the same time, following the arrival of the pressure, Qiayu's magic tool also caught up to Xiao Hua. That magic tool flashed in the air, like a fishing net, enveloped Xiao Hua's meridians from afar, as if it wanted to imprison Xiao Hua's cultivation. For Foundation establishment stage cultivators, just now, 2 of them brought out a little bit of skill and made Xiao Hua feel rather helpless. Coincidentally, at this moment, the fire essence flame crystals that Xiao Hua had absorbed had already completely merged with his bones. The red color had already spread to 40% of his bones. A fiery red brilliance flashed across his bones before the brilliance was extinguished. The red threads on his bones gradually disappeared, and his sparkling and translucent jade-like bones slowly regained their grayish-white appearance. It was exactly the same as before he had absorbed the fire essence flame crystals. What's his body's is, his suddenly, his is, suddenly, his body, his feel, his body's is, his suddenly, his s. In the blink of an eye, his flying speed actually increased by more than 30%. This 30% difference in flying speed was precisely the difference between Xiao Hua and an early-stage Foundation establishment cultivator. It was also the difference between him and a flywheel boat flying magic tool. At this moment, Xiao Hua suddenly increased his speed. Not only was Kai Hongfeng's pressure unable to catch up, but even Qiayu's net-like magic tool missed. There's no mistake, right? Qiayu, who was activating the magic tool, was completely stunned. He couldn't imagine the expression on his face. After a moment, he turned his head and asked, "Fellow Taoist Kai, your pressure, my pressure seemed to have some effect just now, but Xiaohua's speed increased again. After all, pressure can't compare to divine sense and can't reach far. I'm afraid it won't have any effect. Kai Hongfeng's heart was filled with misery. That's right, Xiaohua. Half a year ago, he was still an ant under his feet, chased by him until he covered his head and fled like a rat. But now, he can actually fly faster than me. Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect didn't need to fear Xiaohua's revenge, but what about their Qingyang Kai family? With Xiaohua's ghost-like flying technique, they didn't have a good way to stop him if he did something without anyone noticing. No need to say anything, I will send a message and have the senior brothers of the three sects come and help. At this time, Naiha had also recovered his magic power. He stood up and said, even a middle foundation establishment senior brother can succeed. We don't need to think about face anymore. As he spoke, Naiha clapped his hands and took out several sound-transmitting talismans. He said a few words into them and urged his magic power. The sound-transmitting talismans turned into several red lights and disappeared. I'll have to trouble fellow Daoist Nai to send a few more sound-transmitting talismans and have the disciples of the three sects block Xiaohua's path. This guy's flying speed is amazing, but his magic power is still only at the 5th layer of qi refining. A few disciples will be able to kill him. Xia Yu raised his voice. Fellow Daoist Xia, Xiaohua's speed is still increasing. Kai Hongfeng couldn't participate in the mobilization of the three great sects, so he had always been paying attention to Xiaohua. The distance between him and us is gradually increasing. With Kai Hongfeng's reminder, Xia Yu and the other two locked onto Xiaohua with their divine senses. Sure enough, Xiaohua's speed was still increasing, gradually increasing. The three couldn't help but look at each other in dismay. Shi Muping bitterly smiled and said, we're using the flywheel boat, so our flying speed is already faster than normal. Even if we use our flying swords and use our bodies as one, we won't necessarily be faster than the flywheel boat. Although within the range of our divine senses, we can still use magic tools or flying swords, but Xiaohua is flying too fast. Magic tools might not be able to catch up to him. We can't just let him run away like that, right? Kai Hongfeng said somewhat anxiously. Fellow Daoist Kai, don't be impatient. Aren't we also thinking of a way? Naiha said coldly, somewhat displeased. Yes, I was too impatient. Fellow Daoists, please think more. I will help pay attention to Xiaohua's movements. Kai Hongfeng was anxious, but he didn't dare to disobey the three. He could only look forward with a thoughtful expression. Fellow Daoist Xia, I have a magic treasure of my sect with me. However, I's cultivation is shallow, so I can't use it at will. I will need your help. Naiha thought for a moment and said softly. Xia Yu glanced at Shi Muping, who was controlling the flywheel boat, and nodded. I'm afraid fellow Daoist she doesn't have the time for now. Fellow Daoist Kai and I will help. Naiha didn't delay. He clapped his hand and took out a flying sword from his storage bag. That flying sword was different from others. There was a fist-sized bead on the handle. Naiha handed it to Xia Yu and said, Fellow Daoist Xia, please inject your magic power into the bead on this flying sword. Okay. Xia Yu took the flying sword and poured his magic power into the bead without hesitation. As Xia Yu poured his magic power into the bead gradually became dark green. After Xia Yu poured his magic power, he handed the flying sword to Kai Hongfeng. Kai Hongfeng hesitated for a moment and also poured his magic power into the bead. Not long after, the bead became a bit translucent. Naiha took the flying sword and poured his magic power into the bead as well. Soon after, he spat a mouthful of blood essence into the flying sword. The flying sword flashed with a dark green brilliance and suddenly expanded. Then, Naiha formed a seal and the flying sword pierced towards Xiao Hua's back at an incredible speed. How could it not be powerful when it gathered the magic power of 3 Foundation establishment cultivators? The flying sword quickly caught up to Xiao Hua's back. Under the urging of Naiha's divine sense, it accurately pierced down. But at this moment, Xiao Hua waved his hand and took out something like a spear tip from his storage bag. Although he didn't look back, as if he had divine sense, it just happened to stab the tip of the flying sword. With a ding sound, helplessness flying sword was sent flying by Xiao Hua. It stabbed diagonally into the air, and Xiao Hua himself very cleverly borrowed the force to fly forward a large distance. Huh! Naiha's face showed even more surprise. The sword seal in his hand moved again, urging the flying sword to fly down from the sky. Unfortunately, Xiao Hua didn't care at all. His whole body was like a fish in water. Every time he was able to dodge the flying sword at a critical moment. Moreover, there were many times when he could use the devil spear tip to borrow force. The two were locked in a stalemate for a moment. Naiha dejectedly withdrew the flying sword and said with a bitter smile, "Xiao Hua flew too fast and the distance is extremely far. My divine sense can reach him, but my control of the flying sword isn't exquisite enough. I can only use 30% of its usual power. It's beyond my ability to deal with this guy. What do we do?" Kai Hongfeng asked again. "What do we do?" Naiha rolled his eyes and sneered, "I also want to ask what do we do? Since fellow Kai knew that Xiao Hua met Qian Qinghua, why didn't you tell us earlier? If so, fellow Naiha, didn't I also just know about your sex matter? If I knew earlier, how could I dare to delay?" Kai Hongfeng smiled apologetically. Forget it, Xia Yu hurriedly said, "Fellow Kai is only an elder of a cultivation family. Our 3 sects also wanted to keep it a secret that day. Fellow Kai also informed us in a timely manner when he found out later. Otherwise, we still wouldn't know that Xiao Hua is actually so important. Fellow Taoists, I'm afraid all our efforts will be in vain. That Xiao Hua's speed is still increasing." Shi Muping, who was controlling the flywheel boat, sighed and said, "If we fly for another hour, I'm afraid he'll leave the range of our divine sense. It won't be easy to find him then." The other 3 all sighed. They've cultivated for so many years. Which one of them hasn't experienced many dangers and seen countless storms, but they've never been so aggrieved. He's obviously just a little loose cultivator at the 5th level of qi refining. He's obviously an opponent that could be dealt with by whatever Thunder Palm, whatever 5 Thunder technique, whatever Great Confinement technique. But because they couldn't catch up, they couldn't use any of these magical powers. Even if they used flying magic tools, they still couldn't catch up. How could the 4 early-stage Foundation establishment cultivators endure this? Chapter 1502. The development of the situation was just as Shi Muping had predicted. Xiao Hua's speed did not stop increasing. Instead, it became even faster. In less than an hour, he had escaped from the range of the 4's divine sense. The 4 could no longer lock onto Xiao Hua. Fellow Taoists, what should we do? Now that things had reached this point, Xia Yu was no longer anxious and spoke slowly. Naturally, we should chase him to the north. Kai Hongfeng said anxiously. Xiao Hua is really cunning. Just now, he repeatedly changed his method to escape. I'm afraid. Once he escapes from our divine sense, he'll escape to another direction. If we blindly head north, we'll fall into his trap. Shi Muping said thoughtfully while rubbing his chin. He opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but stopped. The 4 of them were all Foundation establishment cultivators and had used their divine sense for many years. If they couldn't lock onto Xiao Hua with their divine sense, they would be like ordinary people without eyes. No matter what, it was like a blind man touching an elephant. I think that since Xiaohua wants to run for his life, he naturally has a guilty conscience. Qian Qinghua's item is most likely on him. Xiaoyu thought for a moment and said, but this item belongs to the Imperial Thunder sect. Xiaohua is just a little 5th layer qi refining cultivator, so he definitely has no use for it. Oh, I won't hide it from fellow Daoist Kai. Xiaohua definitely can't use that item. The flame on his body shouldn't be what we're looking for. Since Xiaohua can't use this item, then he must have sent it to the Imperial Thunder sect. Although our 3 sects can't completely fall out with the Imperial Thunder sect, we can send people around the Imperial Thunder sect to investigate. We've already made some contributions by finding out about Xiaohua's matter. Our sect's disciples only need to follow the map, saving us a lot of effort. He sighed and echoed, fellow Daoist Chia's words are exactly what I was thinking. For Foundation establishment cultivators actually let a 5th layer qi refining loose cultivator escape. It's really shameful. However, this is also the truth. It's undeniable that even if we continue to pursue like this, it won't work. How about this? I will continue to drive the ship to the north. Fellow Daoist Chia will send a message to the east. Fellow Daoist Nai will send a message to the west. Fellow Daoists, what do you think? Shi Muping suddenly said. Great. Everyone applauded. Only Kai Hongfeng was a little embarrassed. He smiled apologetically and said, I wonder, how can I help? Fellow Kai has been out for a long time. It's better for you to return to Qingyang first. Wait for I to report to my master. Our Shanghua sect will remember fellow Kai's hard work here. Xia Yu cupped his hands and said. Sigh. Kai Hongfeng sighed inwardly for no reason, but he didn't dare to show it on his face. He cupped his hands and said, that's good. Then I wish you the best. With that, he leaped into the air and prepared to fly away. But then he called out, fellow Daoist Kai, Jinhua Mountain won't divulge this matter. I'm sure only fellow Daoist Kai of the Qingyang Kai clan knows about this, right? Kai Hongfeng turned his head and smiled bitterly. Is eyes, face not also a face? After saying that, he turned around and flew away. Humph, Shi Muping scoffed. If this fellow had told us earlier, we wouldn't have been so embarrassed. Let's go, let's go. Xia Yu cupped his hands and said, fellow Daoist Shi, it's been hard on you. We'll immediately find a disciple to help us. No matter, it's been hard on us. Fellow Daoist Xia is the same. Shi Muping smiled. But Naiha stopped Xia Yu and said with a smile, fellow Daoist Xia, I's martial uncle is currently visiting an old friend in the east. If it's convenient, why don't you leave the east side to my 7 skills sect? Of course. Fellow Daoist Naiha, please. Xia Yu didn't hesitate and cupped his hands and smiled. Thank you very much. Naiha smiled and flew out of the flywheel ship with Xia Yu. They went their separate ways. Naiha's body moved like lightning and quickly flew a few miles to the east. He scanned with his divine sense and saw that there wasn't anyone nearby. He clapped his hand and the plate-shaped magic treasure from before fell into his hand. He pointed his hand and saw a blurry red dot at the edge of the plate. It was slowly moving towards the east and was about to break free from the plate. This fellow is really fast at escaping. Naiha sneered and clapped his hand. He took out several communication talismans and activated them with his magic power. They all flew into the sky and flew in different directions. Then, Naiha's body wasn't slow either. He held the magic treasure in his hand and flew towards the east. If Naiha had his own methods, how could the other two not? Xia Yu also flew for a while before stopping in the air. He clapped his hand and an exquisite talisman appeared in his hand. He spat out a mouthful of essence blood and the talisman suddenly expanded into the shape of a crane. Xiaoyu chanted and pointed at the crane's eye. The crane let out a clear cry and circled around a few times before spreading its wings and flying towards the northeast. Damn it! Seeing the crane-searching talisman fly towards the northeast, Xiaoyu was about to stomp his feet in the air. Naiha actually knows how to play tricks. I let him take the lead. Then, he also threw a bunch of communication talismans in the air and chased after the crane-searching talisman. As for Shimuping, his gaze followed the three people flying away and his face revealed a sneer. Hee, other than that country bumpkin Kai Hongfeng who doesn't know how to use his divine sense, which of us disciples of the three great sects doesn't know how to cultivate when we reach the foundation establishment stage? Xiaoyu and Naiha are pretending to be regretful, how could I not know? However, this is also good. Let's see whose methods are better. If the three sects are together, I'm afraid they will tear each other's faces. Xiaohua, do you think a fifth-layer qi refining cultivator can escape from the hands of foundation establishment stage cultivators? As he spoke, Shimuping clapped his hand on the flywheel boat and a unique spell was cast. The flywheel boat immediately became twice as fast as before. Moreover, Shimuping didn't even need to guide it with his divine sense. The flywheel boat flew in the direction Xiaohua flew in. What a pity! Xiaohua thought he had stolen a trick and was actually able to escape from the hands of 4 foundation establishment stage cultivators. However, he didn't know the real reason, was that he had become the target of everyone's schemes. Fortunately, Xiaohua, who was flying far ahead, didn't casually find a place to hide his cultivation base. Instead, he urged the magic power in his body. On one hand, he was refining the vast amount of fire attribute spiritual qi in his body. On the other hand, he was desperately urging his magic power, pushing the flight technique to the limit again and again. Are you kidding me? Naiha, who was the closest to Xiaohua, looked at the formation plate in his hand with great vexation. Although Xiaohua changed directions from time to time, he was still generally heading north. However, his tracks were always at the edge of Naiha's formation plate. Many times, he even disappeared. He should have escaped the detection range of the formation plate. Thinking about how he had already used nearly 90% of his magic power to urge the flight technique, Naiha knew how fast Xiaohua was flying. However, Naiha still didn't dare to relax. He knew that Xiaoyu and Shimuping both had methods to chase in other directions. If he slacked off even a little, that thing would fall into the hands of Shang Huazong and Xiunyan School. Naiha was like this. Xiaoyu and Shimuping were the same. The crane-searching talisman and the flywheel boat also flew and stopped, but they weren't shaken off by Xiaohua. After flying like this for several days, Xiaoyu and the others didn't catch up to Xiaohua. There were also no disciples of the three great sects blocking Xiaohua's path. However, Xiaohua's cultivation base had steadily entered the middle stage of the 5th layer of qi refining. However, although Xiaohua had refined an extremely large amount of spiritual qi, there was still an extremely large amount of fire attribute spiritual qi in his meridians. Xiaohua couldn't imagine how far his cultivation could break through if he could refine all the spiritual qi into true qi. However, at this moment, Xiaohua wasn't thinking about how to break through, but rather, he was too tired. That's right, from the time Xiaohua attacked the Fu clan in Jinhua Mountain, to the time when the Fu clan in Skyward Pavilion met with trouble, and then when the three great sects of cultivation chased after him, Xiaohua racked his brains to escape. Xiaohua's body and mind were both extremely exhausted. Especially after his entire body absorbed the fire essence flame crystal, it was as if it had been tempered anew. It was indeed comfortable, but at the same time, it revealed a kind of indescribable sorrow. I should rest for a while. Xiaohua's figure landed on the foothills of a mountain, wanting to find a secret place to rest. At this moment, in the northern direction, in a forest that was as green as the sea, the Empress, who was about 20 years old and wearing fiery red clothes, leisurely strolled with a drooping little girl. These two people seemed to be walking slowly, as if they were admiring the beautiful mountain scenery. However, in the blink of an eye, the distance of several dozen zhang was left behind by them. These two people seemed to be one with their surroundings, but also seemed to be completely separated. Everything around them was lively because of their existence, but they were also quiet because of everything around them. The gentle mountain breeze didn't blow the Empress bangs on her forehead, and the gurgling water also didn't wet the Empress' bare feet under her skirt. Everything was so harmonious. Empress, the little girl lowered her head to look at the small marten in her hand, and said very sadly, "It seems, this little thing hasn't made a sound all this time? Could it be? Sigh, Dyer, everything in the world has a life and death. Whether it is an autumn plant or a flying firefly, they all have a beginning and an end. This little thing. I'm afraid it has already reached the end of its life. This end may be the end in our eyes, but, who knows, maybe this is the beginning of another kind." The Empress' words were mysterious and profound, as if she was referring to something else, but how could Dyer understand? She frowned and said, "This servant only wants this little thing to live well. Seeing it have vitality, this servant is also happy. As for its other beginning, this servant doesn't want to think about it." The Empress felt that this was a good opportunity to teach and was just about to open her mouth when she saw the small marten suddenly raise its head, a trace of excitement flashing through its eyes. It opened its mouth and very soundlessly shouted a few words. Dyer was pleasantly surprised and said loudly, "Empress, Empress, quickly, quickly, this little thing found its mother." A trace of pleasant surprise also flashed through the Empress' face. She waved her big sleeves and no longer strolled leisurely, but like a comet chasing after the moon, she directly shot towards the south. In the distance, Xiaohua had just found a secret place and was about to go into seclusion. Suddenly, he felt a pain in his heart, and a few mournful cries sounded in his heart, "Mother! Mother!" Chapter 1503. Hearing this heart-wrenching cry, Xiaohua was no longer able to meditate. He pushed open the hole that was just sealed and flew towards the source of the cry. In the distance, Qiaoyu and Shimuping didn't say anything, but Na he stomped his feet. "Damn it, that bastard clearly stopped and seemed to want to hide. But, why did he come out again? Moreover, he's heading straight north? Could it be that he already discovered the divine sense mark on his body?" Since Xiaohua ignored his exhaustion and flew north, he naturally used all his magic power and pushed his flying technique to the limit. "Just run." Seeing that Xiaohua was about to disappear from the formation plate again, Qiaoyu secretly laughed. "We've already sent out a message. The martial brothers of our sect are rushing over from various teleportation formations. The further north you fly, the closer you'll be to the teleportation formation." In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Under the blood-red sunset, Xiaohua was hurrying on with his journey when he saw an unparalleled divine sense sweep past him from afar. It circled around Xiaohua's body and firmly locked onto him. Damn it! This divine sense is even stronger than Qian Qinghua's late-stage foundation establishment. Could it be that the seniors of the three sects personally made a move? Xiaohua thought to himself. Since there was a hungry wolf in front of him, Xiaohua clenched his teeth and activated his magic power, wanting to fly east. At this moment, from the emergence of the divine sense, a few more cries of a mother were transmitted. This. Xiaohua was somewhat hesitant. He really didn't know what the relationship between him and his mother was. Moreover, in front of him was clearly an opponent whose strength was beyond his reach. If he took advantage of this opportunity to escape, he might still have a chance. If he continued to fly forward, he would only be a moth to a flame. After hesitating for a moment, Xiaohua dejectedly stopped. He knew in his heart that the heart-wrenching feeling in his heart couldn't be wrong. Even if there was an opponent who could easily kill him in front of him, he definitely couldn't throw away this obsession and escape. Xiaofan once again activated his magic power. This time, he didn't use the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique. He only used the 5th layer of qi refinement and braced himself to fly forward. In the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a fiery red figure rapidly flew over from the north. Xiaofan had just seen that figure when it landed in front of him. What kind of cultivation is this? Xiaofan was stunned for a moment. He blankly stopped in midair and looked at the Empress in fiery red clothes under the beautiful sunset glow. Her incomparable beauty and temperament. Mother. The small marten in Dyer's hand suddenly sprang out of Dyer's hand. It struggled to shake its tail and rushed to Xiaohua's side. Unfortunately, it only flew halfway before the small marten was exhausted and fell straight down from the sky. Ouch! Dyer cried out in alarm, but Xiaohua was even faster, flying towards little marten. That heartwarming cry of a mother resounded in his heart, causing him to involuntarily reply, "Little Huang." Mother. Goldie fell straight to the ground. Its eyes were already closed, and the life force in its body was rapidly draining away. Xiao Huang. Xiaohua easily caught Xiao Huang. The coldness in his hand startled him. Are you little Huang's mother? The Empress didn't say anything. Dyer tilted her head and looked at Xiaohua in astonishment. You seem to be only at the qi refinement realm. How could you be a divine transformation realm spirit beast? Then, Dyer turned her head and said, Empress, this little thing's mother, why does it look like a man? What kind of spirit beast is he? Empress? Xiaohua was stunned. He looked at the beautiful woman, then looked at the little girl whose cultivation was comparable to the peak of the qi refinement realm, and the naivety on her face. He bitterly smiled and didn't answer. Instead, he lowered his head and gently stroked Goldie's smooth fur. His eyes were filled with doting love. Dyer, you're wrong. This person is a genuine human cultivator from the cultivation world. He's not some spirit beast transformation stage cultivator. The Empress was naturally able to see through Xiaohua's background and answered Dyer with a smile. But at this moment, the Empress frowned. She slightly raised her head and looked into the distance. She chuckled and said, Little friend, we really met at the right time. Xiaohua smiled apologetically and said, Junior was indeed being chased by a strong enemy, and when I heard Xiao Huang's call, I ran over to Nyangnyang's side. If Nyangnyang is convenient, then please help this junior. If not, then this junior will find another way out. Empress. Dyer looked at little Huang with her big eyes and whispered, Little Huang is so pitiful. He just saw his mother. You wouldn't, little friend. The Empress waved her hand and removed the divine sense mark on Xiaohua's body. She smiled and said, You have someone else's divine sense mark on you. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, you will still be found. Then, she waved her big sleeve again and flew towards the west. How did he disappear? As the Empress removed the divine sense mark on Xiaohua's body, Xiaohua's faint red dot on the formation plate immediately disappeared. Could it be, a fellow Taoist from the Imperial Thunder sect came to receive him? Similarly, Chia Yu's crane-searching talisman and Shi Muping's flywheel boat also stopped in midair and didn't fly at all. Sigh. The three people sighed almost at the same time. However, they couldn't stop and still flew towards the direction Xiaohua had just disappeared. The Empress's flight was naturally swift. In the time it took to eat a meal, she had already flown an unknown distance and landed on a foothill under the night sky. As soon as he landed, Xiaohua bowed and said, This junior thanks the Empress for saving my life. No matter. The Empress smiled and said, What's your name? Why are you this little thing's mother? Tell me. Xiaohua scratched his head and smiled apologetically. I won't hide it from the Empress. This junior's name is Xiaohua and I am a loose cultivator. Moreover, this junior has lost his memory long ago. I don't remember anything from the past. It's only because little Huang and this junior's minds are connected. Otherwise, this junior wouldn't dare to admit it. Is that so? You've already lost your memory. How do you know your name is Xiaohua? Dai asked curiously. This junior's name was given by my previous sect. Xiaohua's heart moved and he told the Empress about Shang Huaming. However, the Empress's expression didn't change in the slightest. This caused Xiaohua's thoughts to stop moving. Oh, so it's like that. The Empress looked at little Huang with some pity. It was as if little Huang's fate was more important than the lives of a few cultivators. She thought for a moment and said, "Poor little Huang. He came looking for you but you still don't know his origins. If you don't worry, let this Empress take a look at your Naiwan palace and see what exactly is wrong." Xiaohua frowned. This matter was very dangerous. If the Empress had a trace of evil intent, he would be a fish on the chopping board. The Empress seemed to understand Xiaohua's thoughts and said with a smile, "This Empress will only casually take a look at your Naiwan palace. I definitely won't look at other places. This Empress only wants little Huang to have some comfort before he dies. Don't think too much." Okay. I ask the Empress to cast the spell. Xiaohua thought for a moment and nodded. Sit down cross-legged and don't resist. Otherwise, this Empress's spell won't work. The Empress said. After Xiaohua sat down cross-legged, the Empress urged her spiritual power, and a tricolored brilliance appeared on her fair right hand. The Empress slowly placed her right hand on Xiaohua's Baihui acupoint, and pressed the brilliance into it. However, before the brilliance entered, the Empress' originally calm face suddenly showed a burst of astonishment. She quickly raised her hand, and the tricolored brilliance immediately popped out. After that, the Empress stood behind Xiaohua with an extremely complicated expression. She frowned and thought for a moment. Then, she flicked her finger and a strand of three-colored brilliance flashed through Xiaohua's Naiwan palace and seeped into his meridians. "Xiaohua, don't be nervous. This Empress." "Oh, okay." The Empress's words had just left her mouth when the three-colored brilliance reached Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint. It immediately stopped and quickly retracted back into the Empress's hand. "Oh, how is it? Empress, did you find anything?" Xiaohua stood up and asked with an expectant look in his eyes. "Alas, this Empress's cultivation is limited. I really didn't see anything wrong with little friend's body." The Empress said with a smile and glanced at Dai. Dai originally wanted to speak, but when she saw the Empress's gaze, she could only shut her mouth. Since that's the case, this junior doesn't dare to force it. This junior is already used to it. Everything will come to light one day. This junior will wait. Xiaohua said with a smile. Then, Xiaohua looked at Xiao Huang in his hand and said sincerely, "Empress, although this junior can't remember the matter between Xiao Huang and me, this junior is undoubtedly Xiao Huang's relative. Therefore, the Empress returned Xiao Huang to this junior and saved this junior's life. This junior is endlessly grateful. This junior's cultivation is shallow and my ability is limited. However, if the Empress has something that is inconvenient for her to do, please instruct me." "You?" Dai at the side pouted and said disdainfully, "Your cultivation is not as profound as I. What are you instructing me for?" Dai The Empress scolded, "That's a small token of my appreciation. Don't say too much." Xiaohua's face was full of embarrassment. He said with a smile, "It's fine, it's fine. This junior's cultivation is shallow." The Empress looked at Xiaohua and patted her storage bag. She took out a dark green object and handed it over. She said, "Since you have such thoughts, how about this? When you cultivate to the middle stage of foundation establishment, take out this thing. It will bring you to find this empress. This empress indeed has a troublesome matter here that requires others to do." Xiaofan respectfully received it and put it in his sleeve. He said, "Many thanks for the empress's trust. This junior will definitely find the empress when the time comes." The empress waved her hand and said, "This empress just happened to see that there is a lot of fire spiritual energy in your meridians. If you refine it yourself, I'm afraid it will take a lot of time. How about this empress help you?" Xiaohua's face showed gratitude. He bowed and said, "Many thanks for the empress's good intentions. However, this junior has received a lot of grace from the empress. It's better for this junior to do it himself." "That's good too. Cultivating on your own will always have a solid foundation." The empress looked at Xiaohuang again and sighed. "Xiaohuang, this empress is leaving." Dai also said goodbye with tears in her eyes. Chapter 1504. The imperial concubine and Dai flew slowly through the starry night sky. After a long time, Dai coughed and looked at the imperial concubine several times with her big black eyes. "If you have something to say, just say it." The empress said unhappily, "You've been holding it in for so long, you still don't want to ask?" The empress is really wise, this servant can't compare to you in this life. Dai sighed and pretended to be mature, "I don't know. Little Huang, is he okay now?" "Alas, I'm afraid his soul has already returned to the underworld." The imperial concubine also sighed and said in a low voice, "Even if Xiao Huang has found his mother, the injuries he suffered are very serious. Even this imperial concubine is helpless, so what can Xiao Hua do? Giving little Huang to him can also be considered as avoiding the separation of life and death." After coming to this dawn rain continent for several years, the empress's heart, seems to have softened a lot. Dai said with a chuckle. "You little girl, what are you saying?" The empress frowned and scolded, "How can you be so impudent? This servant knows her mistake, this servant knows her mistake." Dai immediately apologized, but how was that the appearance of someone who knew her mistake? She blinked again and said with a smile, "That Xiao Hua is really funny. He's obviously a male cultivator of the cultivation world, but little Huang still calls him mother. He's far worse than what this servant thought." Hearing this, the empress also covered her mouth with a smile. That smile was so charming that even the bright moon paled in comparison. Of course, this empress also thought it was a big yellow. Who knew it was actually a big man? "Oh right, Empress, look at that Xiao Hua's amnesia, is there something wrong? Why don't you let this servant ask?" Dai took the opportunity to ask again. Alas, although this Xiao Hua's origin is unknown, since little Huang calls him mother, he must have an extraordinary origin. The empress looked up at the starry sky and sighed slightly, but this empress still underestimated Xiao Hua. Why is that? Dai was puzzled. Isn't this guy just a 5th level qi refining cultivator? What kind of background could he have? I don't know about Xiao Hua's background, but I do know that Xiao Hua's Naiwan palace has been sealed by someone using a divine ability. And this cultivator's cultivation, even I don't dare to rashly provoke him? How is this possible? Dai covered her mouth in surprise and said in a low voice, "He's just a so-called qi refining cultivator, how could he?" That's right. I was also puzzled, so I probed his dantian. Who knew, his middle dantian had also been sealed by someone with a divine ability. Dai exclaimed again, "Xiao Hua is cultivating the middle dantian?" That was the cultivation method used by the ancient, so-called qi practitioners when they first tried to gather qi, right? Now, not only the 10,000 demon realm, but also the cultivation realm, they should have long been extinct, right? Dai asked 3 questions in a row, and all of them were confirmed. The Empress smiled bitterly and shook her head. These are the mysteries of the desolate age, ancient legends. I can't be sure, so, once I encountered this kind of restriction, I immediately withdrew the technique, lest I provoke the person who cast the restriction and bring disaster to me or Xiaohua. Since Xiaohua's middle Dantian and Naiwen Palace have only been sealed by someone, and his cultivation is at the 5th level of qi refining, then he must be cultivating the cultivation method used by the cultivation realm today. Since that person allowed Xiaohua to freely cultivate, Xiaohua shouldn't be in any trouble for the time being. But if I touched the restriction and that person found out, Xiaohua would naturally be in trouble. Seeing Dai's puzzlement, the Empress explained, moreover, the restriction on Naiwen Palace and Middle Dantian is very mysterious. If I hadn't practiced a special divine ability, I wouldn't have been able to detect it at that time. In this cultivation realm, if a cultivator isn't at the tribulation passing stage, I'm afraid they also wouldn't be able to detect it. Then the Empress said, there's a saying in the cultivation realm here, the ignorant are fearless. Xiaohua being completely ignorant of his own situation is also a kind of happiness. Maybe, he'll have some kind of opportunity in the future. Speaking up to here, the Empress smiled bitterly. Even she didn't dare to provoke someone, so how could Xiaohua have any kind of opportunity? This servant understands. If the Empress didn't say anything, Xiaohua would have seriously cultivated. If he knew he had such a powerful enemy, I'm afraid he wouldn't have any desire to improve. And that's more or less the case. Then, this servant is even more puzzled. Dai asked again, since Xiaohua doesn't have any future prospects, why did the Empress still give him the spirit-transmitting talisman? Wouldn't it be a waste to leave it in his hands? Girl, you were still clear just now. How come you're confused now? The Empress pointed at Dai's forehead and said, this Empress brought Little Yellow to him and saved him from danger. If I don't give him a chance to repay me, his Tao heart will be shackled, and it might affect his cultivation. This servant said so. Empress, your heart is getting more and more meticulous. This trip to the Dawn Rain continent is really not in vain. Dai said with a smile. The Dawn Rain continent is the human cultivation realm. Life, death, happiness, anger, sorrow, love and hatred are indeed rare in my 10,000 demon realm. Traveling again is really beneficial to this Empress's cultivation. This Empress has already felt that the bottleneck that hasn't moved for hundreds of years is showing signs of loosening. The Empress smiled. Congratulations, Empress. Dai immediately saluted in the air. That etiquette was different from all the etiquettes in the Dawn Rain continent. Get up. You've worked hard this time. There will be benefits for you when you return. These words made Dai even happier. Her big eyes curved like crescent moons. As for Xiaohua, after the Empress and Dai left, he looked around and found a secluded place. He used the earth escape technique to escape into the ground. He found a place to hide and stopped. Then, he used the tip of the devil spear to dig a hole the size of a person in the ground. Then, Xiaohua sat cross-legged and raised Little Yellow in front of his eyes. At this time, Little Yellow was almost lifeless and motionless. Xiaohua looked at it with heartache. His heart was torn for no reason. If only I saw Little Yellow earlier. Xiaohua secretly regretted. Then, his eyes fell on the vertical crack on Little Yellow's forehead. Little Yellow also has a crack here. It seems to be exactly the same as the one on my left hand. Could it be that there's something strange here? However, the crack on Little Yellow's forehead was the same as the crack on Xiaohua's left hand. It was tightly closed and he couldn't see what it was. "Io, that's right. In my space, the ice worm king egg can slowly recover. I wonder if little yellow." Xiaofan suddenly thought. He immediately waved his hand and little yellow disappeared from his hand and was sent into the space. Sure enough, when little yellow entered the space, the light of tracing light shone on little yellow's body. After waiting for a while, little yellow's big tail swayed slightly as if it was enjoying it. "Good." Seeing this, Xiaofan immediately clapped his hands and said with a smile, "That's good. Even if I can't cure you, as long as I can save your life, I won't be a mother in vain." Then, Xiaofan took out the me from the space and put it on his body. Then, he closed his eyes and concentrated on circulating the heavenly laws embodiment technique. He refined the fire attribute spiritual energy in his meridians one by one and slowly raised his cultivation. 1 day, 2 days, 1 month, 2 months. Time flew by quickly. In just a few days, the splendid sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect sent a large number of disciples to the place where Xiaofan disappeared to begin a search. Although the place where Xiaofan went into seclusion was extremely far from the place where he disappeared, the 3 sects still sent many disciples to search this place. However, Xiaofan didn't leak his magic energy and only immersed his mind into the space. On one hand, he comprehended the heavenly Tao and on the other, he cultivated. This realm was something that even the splendid sect Sun Yunzi couldn't detect, let alone these foundation establishment cultivators. Xiaofan disappeared under the eyes of the 3 sects. Of course, this matter was related to the reputation of the 3 sections. Just like what Xiaoyu said, anyone could know, but no one could say it out loud. Therefore, Xiaohua's disappearance didn't cause any waves in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. And, even if someone was thinking about it, it could only be a coincidence. They were thinking about when Xiaofan would return the refining method of the Yunqing talisman. However, in addition to the coincidence, there was another person who no one could think of who was also thinking about Xiaofan. Far outside of Jingpa City, in a secluded mountain stream, a large blood-colored fog shrouded the entire mountain stream. In the blood-colored fog, all the flowers and plants in the mountain stream withered and countless small fish in the stream flipped their bellies. In the middle of the blood-colored fog, there was a small cave. Inside the cave, the blood-colored fog was even thicker. Several fist-sized moonstones couldn't penetrate the blood-colored fog and couldn't shine on the slightly fat human figure in the middle of the blood-colored fog. At this moment, the blood-colored fog above the human figure was like a drop of blood that was gradually dispersing. When the blood-colored fog gradually solidified around the human figure, it formed a circular space. The human figure began to gradually become clearer. This clarity was clearly separated from the blood-colored fog and there was a gap of about half a foot in between. However, this human figure didn't seem to have any flesh and blood. Only white bones and a layer of shriveled skin were tightly connected together. Immediately after, the human figure stretched out its hand and picked up a golden mother-child spirit fruit from the ground in front of it. Looking at the thick golden runes on the mother-child spirit fruit, needless to say, it was the one that Xiaofan sold in Yenyuan City. At this moment, this mother-child spirit fruit was somewhat different from before. Within the golden color, there was a faint sparkling and translucent brilliance. The skeleton-like hand of the human figure threw the mother-child spirit fruit into the air and then spat out a mouthful of life essence on the spirit fruit. The mother-child spirit fruit suddenly swelled. When it swelled to the size of a person, the skeleton-like hand drew a line at the bottom of the spirit fruit. A golden liquid that emitted a rich fragrance mixed with countless golden runes was poured into the human figure's Baihui acupoint. Immediately after, the skeleton-like human figure's mouth kept chanting and his hands kept making strange seals. From time to time, he would hit himself and the spirit fruit above his head. As the golden liquid flowed in, the human figure gradually filled up. After the time it took to drink a cup of tea, the mother-child spirit fruit in the air had completely shriveled up, leaving only a thin layer of fruit skin. The human figure's bones and skin also had a sense of density. However, things weren't over yet. The human figure then sat down cross-legged and made an even stranger seal. Endless spiritual energy between heaven and earth penetrated the blood mist and entered the human figure's limbs and bones. The human figure gradually emitted a faint golden brilliance. Chapter 1505. The pale golden brilliance continued to increase, forcing the blood-red fog to scatter and churn. After the time it took to eat a meal, the brilliance seemed to have reached its limit. With a sudden flash, it quickly converged, revealing the human figure within the pale golden brilliance. At this time, the human figure was no longer as withered as before. His limbs and body were full, just like an ordinary person. However, the head of this human figure was still blocked by some hazy brilliance, and the true face could not be seen clearly. Then, the human figure stood up, raised his head and laughed, ha ha ha. Countless years of hard work always failed at the last step. No matter how much I racked my brains, I never thought that, when I was at the end of my rope, there would be a turn for the better. Li Zongbao, Li Zongbao. Have you ever thought that I would have such a day? He he. Old man? Damn it, why do I always call myself that? Am I old? Then, the human figure chuckled and said to himself, I'm a handsome young man, how can it be me? Although Qing Fengmin's face was like the full moon, his face was red and his eyebrows were extremely thick, how could he be liked by female cultivators? Humph, speaking of Qing Fengmin, I am angry. A 5th-level qi refining cultivator actually wanted to possess me? I was just sleeping in the cave of Yellow Flower Ridge, and I was woken up by this guy. But it's good, the price of waking me up is to become my meal. As the human figure spoke, the brilliance on his head gradually dissipated, gradually revealing his true face. It was none other than Shang Hua Ming's second disciple, Xiao Hua's second senior brother, Zhang Qingxiao. Good, this 1,000-year-old mother and child spirit fruit is really powerful. It is actually the same as Qing Fengmin's memory, able to reshape the soul and erase all the filthy imprints. Especially the Devil General. Damn it, what Devil General, this guy is just a magical beast. All traces of magical beasts in the Devil realm are all destroyed. Otherwise. Although I am now a human, there is a devil imprint in my soul, and it is hard to guarantee that I will not be discovered by a powerful expert one day. Now, Qing Fengmin's memory has been merged with me, and my soul is also pure. I am really the same Zhang Qingxiao from before. Qing Fengmin has worked hard for hundreds of years. When you were working hard, did you not expect this result? Making a wedding dress for others for no reason, how pitiful. Oh, damn it, why am I still in a daze? The 1,000-year-old mother-child spirit fruit can reconstruct one's face when the devil seal is removed. If I don't get myself a gigolo now, I'm afraid I won't have the chance in the future. Zhang Qingxiao mumbled and immediately sat down cross-legged. Before the faint radiance on his face completely dissipated, he began to move. As expected, Zhang Qingxiao's fat, round, and slightly tanned face gradually became thinner. Although his face was still round, his skin was slowly becoming fairer, and his face became more handsome. Not long after, a handsome and confident pretty boy with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes appeared. Looking at his elegant temperament, as well as the unruly and worried look in his eyes, he was more suitable than Yunji Chong. In fact, Zhang Qingxiao's matter was not as simple as he mumbled. For Zhang Qingxiao, it was almost a narrow escape. That night, when Zhang Qingxiao and Gong Mingwei returned from 100 Herbs Gate, they encountered Sun Yunzi and the others killing the little white dragon. Zhang Qingxiao and Gong Mingwei were easily killed by Sun Yunzi's thunder palm. Gong Mingwei was unlucky and lost his life at that time, but Zhang Qingxiao was lucky and didn't completely lose her life at that time. She only fell from a distance and fell into the cold pond. It was the bone-piercing cold water of the cold pond that froze some of the thunder palm that was still wreaking havoc in Zhang Qingxiao's body. Otherwise, Zhang Qingxiao would have died in a moment. Of course, Zhang Qingxiao did not lose his life at that time, but he only had one breath left and was struggling at death's door. Coincidentally, the icy water of the cold pond had carried Zhang Qingxiao's body to the hidden cave that Xiaohua had discovered earlier and stopped at the spot where the pond water had flowed back. This was also the reason why the 100 Herbs Gate and Xiao Xianrui were unable to find Zhang Qingxiao's body. Just like that, Zhang Qingxiao's body stayed in the cold pond water until Qing Fengmin's blood shadow escaped from 100 Zhang Peak and arrived at Yellow Flower Ridge. Qing Fengmin's soul was originally a demonic beast. He only possessed the body of a cultivator to cultivate. He couldn't possess a cultivator of too high a level, so he could only use the body of a low-level cultivator. This was why Qing Fengmin's cultivation was only at the 5th level of qi refining. Moreover, the injured blood shadow was even weaker. It didn't even dare to possess an ordinary person and could only search for a dying cultivator or an ordinary person. Coincidentally, when Qing Fengmin passed by Yellow Flower Ridge, he very keenly found Zhang Qingxiao in the cave. Seeing Zhang Qingxiao's cultivation at the 11th level of qi refining and only a sliver of vitality, how could he not be like a fly that had seen blood? Without any hesitation, he rushed into Zhang Qingxiao's primordial spirit and wanted to possess her. In the process of possession, Qing Fengmin inevitably awakened Zhang Qingxiao's primordial spirit. Needless to say, the two primordial spirits fought to the death. It could be said to be a perilous situation. However, to Qing Fengmin's surprise, Shang Huaming's cultivation method had traces of the demonic race. His primordial spirit was incomparably firm. Although Zhang Qingxiao looked very frivolous on the surface, her heart was tenacious and she cared most about her family. Thinking back to when Xiaohua showed a little bit of alchemy to Shang Huaming, Zhang Qingxiao warned Xiaohua, "Shang Huaming and Yellow Flower Ridge are the places where I grew up. Master, senior brother, and junior sister are the people closest to me in this world. I will never let them get hurt. No matter who, if anyone dares to hurt them, even if I go to the 9 heavens, the 9 underworlds, the devil Dao, or the ghost Dao, I won't spare them." Therefore, although Zhang Qingxiao was on the verge of death, a trace of stubbornness in her heart had been persevering. At this time, when she saw that someone wanted to possess her, she naturally poured out her anger on Qing Fengmin's primordial spirit, devouring his primordial spirit until nothing was left. However, what Zhang Qingxiao obtained was not only Qing Fengmin's memories, but also the demonic marks in his primordial spirit. This kind of demonic mark was the brand in the souls of the demonic beasts and demons of the demonic realm. Qing Fengmin had gone through many possession attempts, and it was already very faint. He also didn't know where he got the information that the mother and child spirit fruit used to refine the embryonic breathing pill had another unknown effect. Therefore, after a period of recuperation, when his cultivation gradually recovered to about the 10th layer of the qi refining stage, he quietly sneaked out of Yellow Flower Ridge and went to the place Qing Fengmin had arranged to find the mother and child spirit fruit. Of course, the mother and child spirit fruit in Weimeng Mountains had already been plucked by Xiaohua. Zhang Qingxiao had no choice but to try his luck at the auction in Yenyuan City. It was also fate that the mother and child spirit fruit in Xiaohua's space was actually 1,000 years old, which was really beyond Zhang Qingxiao's expectations. When the mother and child spirit fruit was in his hands, he made other preparations. It was only until today that his preparations were complete. Zhang Qingxiao held the idea of giving it a try and nervously gave it a try. As expected, she succeeded. Then, she was overjoyed and changed her face. Firstly, it was to not let her enemies know her identity. Secondly, naturally, Zhang Qingxiao waited for her face to be fixed before she stood up again. She took out a set of Taoist robes from the storage bag on the ground and put it on. She waved her hand in front of her and a faint water ripple appeared out of thin air in front of Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao's entire body was reflected in the water ripple. Zhang Qingxiao looked up and down, left and right, front and back. Then, she flicked her sleeve with great satisfaction and removed the water ripple. Her face revealed a cold smile. Humph, although this young master doesn't know which expert destroyed my Shang Huaming's nascent soul, there are only so many nascent soul experts in the country of Xi. This young master doesn't have such a high cultivation now, but it doesn't mean that there won't be in the future. You just wait and see. This young master has been reborn. You better wash your neck clean and wait to eat this young master's sword. Hee, Xiaohua, my cute and mysterious little junior brother is actually abandoned by the heavens. Granny, fortunately you met Li Zongbao. Otherwise, you would also be devoured by this old man. Io, that's not right. Although you haven't entered my Shang Huaming, you have cultivated 2 levels of Shang Huaming's cultivation method. But based on these 2 levels of cultivation method that are related to the demon realm, you won't be devoured. But I'm afraid you won't be able to escape death. And, since you have fallen to such a state, this old man probably can't suspect you anymore. I'm afraid that nascent soul is not someone you can summon. But, my Shang Huaming strange cultivation method, how did I end up in such a state? Senior sister, oh senior sister, you. Zhang Qingxiao's mind seemed to be in a mess. She muttered to herself incoherently, as if she was thinking of the past and the future. Suddenly, her heart was in a mess. Forget it, forget it. Now that senior sister is together with Jiang Fan of the 100 Herbs Gate, you can be considered free and unfettered. This old man will let the 100 Herbs Gate go. But if senior sister feels wronged in the slightest, 100 Herbs Gate, oh 100 Herbs Gate, you must kneel and kowtow to her. This old man had better cultivate. I just cultivated to the 12th level of qi refining. It's really a pity for this body of mine. Master, oh master, why are you so stingy? While thinking, Zhang Qingxiao sat down cross-legged again. But then, her brows relaxed and she beamed with joy. Hee, I wonder who the mysterious cultivator who exchanged the mother-child spirit fruit for this old man is? That heavenly laws embodiment technique is the real deal. But, it's said to be a cultivation method modified from the overseas celestial clan's cultivation method. It's not suitable for the mortals of the cultivation world at all. I wonder if that fellow is regretting it after spending so much effort to cultivate it and not gaining anything in the end? Of course, this old man is not lying. That is, of course, the complete cultivation method. In fact, this old man even added a lot of things to it. It's just that the token that I got together with the cultivation method looks similar to the good fate token, but this old man has been looking for it for so many years and still hasn't found its origin. It's just that Li Zongbao has benefited from it. That's right, there's also the heavens relinquishment. This thing is extremely good. I can't waste it. When this old man has succeeded in cultivating it, I'll make good use of it. Chapter 1506. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless beads condensed from heaven and earth spiritual qi suddenly appeared in the air. The heaven and earth spiritual qi within a radius of several dozen li in the tranquil valley was instantly sucked dry, as if being pulled by a huge suction force, all of it poured into the mountain peak. In the cave inside the mountain peak, the bloody fog had already been forced to the 4 corners of the cave by the hurricane formed by the heaven and earth spiritual qi. Zhang Qingxiao was currently sitting cross-legged, his face expressionless. As the pressure on his body continued to increase, the heaven and earth spiritual qi poured in from the top of his head and was absorbed into the meridians in his body. The droplets slowly revolved around him, and from time to time, many of them merged into his body. After waiting for several days, the cave slowly regained its tranquility. The bloody fog once again spread towards the center of the cave, but this time, there seemed to be an invisible restriction around Zhang Qingxiao's body, forcing the fog several zhang away. The bloody fog couldn't get close. Ha ha ha! Zhang Qingxiao's figure slightly moved, and he flew up from the ground. His face was intoxicated. Oh my, so foundation establishment is like this. Li Zongbao, oh Li Zongbao, I've also built my foundation. When will you be able to eat my sword as well? Io, that's not right. The one who gave me a sword seems to be Xiaofan. My little junior brother, if I stab him, wouldn't his soul scatter? Forget it. Counting with my fingers, it's been more than a year. From the 12th layer of qi refining to foundation establishment is really an extremely difficult step. If it weren't for the accumulation of heavens forsaken, I wouldn't have been able to set foot into foundation establishment so easily. When Zhang Qingxiao thought of this, he suddenly frowned and said in a low voice, "This guy, why is he here again?" As he spoke, a crimson-red messaging talisman flew in and landed in front of Zhang Qingxiao. Zhang Qingxiao coldly glanced at it, then stretched out his hand. With a crisp crack, he crushed the messaging talisman and sent a message, "Zhihao, come in." After which, he looked around and saw the blood fog in the cave. With a wave of his large sleeve, the blood fog in the cave, as well as the fog outside the cave, were all sucked into his large sleeve. Not long after, the entire mountain stream was restored to its original beautiful scenery. He saw a cultivator in the 5th layer of qi refining, about 20 years of age. He wore an ordinary Taoist robe, had delicate features, and a scholarly face. At this moment, the cultivator's face was filled with respect, and there was a hint of admiration in his eyes. He quickly walked in from outside, bowed his head, and said, "Junior Zhang Zhihao greets your excellency." "This junior congratulates your excellency, congratulations your excellency." A strange expression appeared on Zhang Qingxiao's face. She quickly waved her hand and said, "My goodness, Zhang Zhihao, can you not be so rotten? My teeth are about to fall out. There are no outsiders here, you can speak as you please." Zhang Zhihao, "Master, your ins, that's. In the past, when we were struggling between life and death, we were rude. Now that Master's cultivation has improved, it's the beginning of our glory. This kind of etiquette is to show Master's majesty, it's only right. Fine, I can't win against you. Do as you wish." Zhang Qingxiao said, reaching out his hand from his sleeve. At this time, his hand was holding a fist-sized bead. This bead was blood-red and translucent, emitting a bewitching color. It was condensed from the bloody fog from before. When Zhang Zhihao saw the blood bead, his eyes involuntarily showed a trace of greed. Zhang Qingxiao narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhang Zhihao's expression. With a wave of his hand, the blood bead flew in front of Zhang Zhihao and steadily stopped in front of him. "Master." Zhang Zhihao smiled apologetically. "Master, this is..." Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand and said, "Nothing else, I've made progress, I can't let you envy me for no reason. I have no use for this thing, you can have it." "Master. You, really are." Zhang Zhihao's face showed a shocked expression, "I thought." "Ha ha ha." Zhang Qingxiao laughed and said, "It's exactly what you thought. Don't worry, you will be you in the future. You don't have to worry about me taking you back." "Master." Zhang Zhihao once again kowtowed in front of Zhang Qingxiao with tears flowing down his face. "This little one, thanks Master for your grace." "Humph, I knew you were different from Luo Jiesun. You were always unconvinced, but you didn't want to." Zhang Qingxiao sneered. I don't dare." Zhang Zhihao quickly kowtowed, this little one, is really, a small shrimp in Master's hands. From now on, you can stand up." Zhang Qingxiao smiled and said, right, you first put away the blood bead, I have something to ask you. Zhang Zhihao carefully received the blood bead and said respectfully, yes, this little one will listen to master's instructions. Qing Fengmin is gone, but Tian Qi is still here. I feel that it's a pity to disband Tian Qi. Tell me, how can I use Tian Qi again? Reporting to master. Zhang Zhihao bowed and said, in the past few years when master was not around, this little one has been to Jinghua City and other strongholds of Tian Qi. This little one admires master's foresight. Tian Qi is a loose organization of rogue cultivators. Although master is no longer around, Tian Qi does not seem to have completely disbanded. When those rogue cultivators see this little one, it is like seeing master. They even hope that this little one can support Tian Qi. Of course, this little one knows that master is fine, so I did not dare to take over. Moreover, this little one has thought about it a lot in the past few years. I feel that Tian Qi's original purpose was to be blood food for master. If it is disbanded, then so be it. It is not important. But now, master can no longer use it, then, it cannot be disbanded. Moreover, this little one feels that, since master wants to use Tian Qi again, there is no harm in using it in a big way. Big way? Zhang Qingshao smiled and asked, how to use it in a big way? Why don't you tell me? Hee, master, aren't you testing this little one? This little one does not believe that master has not thought about it. Just say it. Zhang Qingshao was displeased. Yes, yes. Zhang Zhihao panicked and smiled apologetically. The reason why Tian Qi's rogue cultivators joined Tian Qi is because there is no cultivation sect to take them in. And Tian Qi has developed for so many years. Not only do I have cultivation techniques from the cultivation world, but also master's cultivation techniques from the devil world. Hee, master, why don't you directly establish a cultivation sect? I believe those rogue cultivators are willing to join master's sect. In this way, Tian Qi does not need to be disbanded anymore. Everything abandoned by the heavens can be reused. And what you said is exactly what I want. Zhang Qingshao smiled. Oh right, master, you should stop calling yourself Lao Tzu in the future. I remember that you used to call yourself Lao I, which sounded very pleasing to the eye. But if master wants to establish a sect in the future, it will always be Lao Tzu, which is impolite. Zhang Zhihao said. Damn it, Lao Tzu used to call himself I. Zhang Qingshao muttered in his heart and nodded, very good, I will be more careful in the future. Then he frowned and said, what is Tian Qi's name in the future? You have some ability to play with words. Tell me about it. Heavenly Fiend Sect. Zhang Zhihao said without hesitation, presently, there are many fiendish cultivators in the Daybreak continent. This means that as long as they can cultivate, these cultivators will not care whether the cultivation method is from the fiend world or the cultivation world. It's just that these fiendish cultivators' cultivation methods are uneven and might not be able to achieve the great Tao. Since master has a complete cultivation method, why not establish a fiendish sect and establish a fiendish sect? Recruit all these fiendish cultivators under your command? Furthermore, with these fiendish cultivators as examples, those rogue cultivators who don't have cultivation methods will also change their minds and switch to cultivating fiendish techniques? Great! Heavenly Fiend Sect. Zhang Qingshao clapped and said this sect is the sect master. Zhihao, you are the deputy sect master. Many thanks for Lord Sect Master's good intentions. But this lowly one's cultivation is shallow. Being the deputy sect master is not enough to convince the masses. Zhang Zhihao shook his head and said. Don't worry about this. Today, this sect master can change sects, so why can't you? When there's a chance, this sect master will help you erase the fiendish marks. Zhang Qingshao laughed loudly and said. Many thanks, Sect Master. Zhang Jihao's face showed surprise and he knelt on the ground once more. No need to thank me. You and I are one. Zhang Qingxiao waved his hand and said, Heavenly Fiend Sect's matters are settled like this. This Sect Master will go and get started. Zhang Jihao said in shock, how can this kind of thing be done by Sect Master personally? Of course, it's this lowly one who works for Ma Qian. No need. You still have your own matters. The matters on your side are more important than establishing the Heavenly Fiend Sect. Zhang Qingxiao said with a smile, this Sect Master only needs to cast a spell and find a few people to use it. Zhang Jihao nodded when he heard and said, that's the only way. This lowly one will concentrate on cultivating. After refining that blood bead, I will be able to find a suitable position over there and be of greater use to my Heavenly Fiend Sect. Good. It's quiet here. You can refine the blood bead here. This Sect Master will also lend you a hand. Zhang Qingxiao nodded and said. Many thanks, Sect Master. Zhang Jihao was overjoyed. He sat down cross-legged and raised the blood bead in the air. His hands formed a strange seal and he hit the blood bead with his spiritual power. After a while, the blood bead gradually melted and turned into a pool of viscous blood-red liquid. It started from the top of Zhang Jihao's head and wrapped around his entire body. Then, as Zhang Jihao operated his cultivation method, it squirmed around his body as if boiling. Seeing that Zhang Jihao's face was a little bitter, Zhang Qingxiao's expression did not change. His hand also formed a strange seal. This seal was definitely not Shang Huaming's cultivation method. As the seal was formed, the thick blood-red liquid around Zhang Jihao gradually calmed down and thinned. It was slowly absorbed into Zhang Jihao's body. Looking at Zhang Jihao's appearance, Zhang Qingxiao knew that he was fine. Then, he turned around and flew up. His figure was a little clumsy at first, but it gradually became smooth and he went straight to Jinghua City. A few days later, Zhang Jihao slowly opened his eyes. He looked around the empty cave and slowly walked out. Looking at the secluded forest of Bird Cry Mountain, he smiled, Heavenly Fiend Sect. From now on, the demonic cultivators of the Dawn Rain continent can be righted. The sacrifices of my Devil Realm seniors for many years can be considered to have begun to reap the rewards. Chapter 1507. Mount Lema was a famous mountain range in the west of the country of Xi. It wasn't as famous as the Sobbing Mountain Range or the Rising Dawn Mountain Range. Those two mountain ranges either had ferocious beasts or dangerous places that ordinary cultivators couldn't enter. The Mount Lema was famous because of the Imperial Thunder Sect. The Imperial Thunder Sect was an anomaly in the cultivation world of the country of Xi. There weren't many disciples in the sect, less than 30% of the disciples in the Splendid Sect, Xuanyan School, or Qiqiao Sect. However, the strength of the Imperial Thunder Sect wasn't much weaker than the three great cultivation sects of the country of Xi. The reason for this was that the cultivation techniques passed down by the Imperial Thunder Sect had very high requirements. Therefore, they were very strict when it came to accepting disciples. And it should be said that they were abnormally harsh. Of course, from the name of the Imperial Thunder Sect, it could be seen that the cultivation techniques of the Imperial Thunder Sect were of the thunder attribute. Finding suitable disciples for such a cultivation technique was probably even more difficult than finding Shang Huaming. Of course, Shang Huaming couldn't compare to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Not to mention the Mount Lema's paradise, the numerous gold core and nascent soul elders in the Imperial Thunder Sect, the Imperial Thunder Sect had many secret cultivation techniques that weren't of the thunder attribute. It was enough to throw Shang Huaming 100,000 miles away. The climate of the Mount Lema was like spring all year round. The scenery was also extremely beautiful. Flowers flourished and green grass grew like a carpet. It was truly a fairyland. However, this fairyland was different from other places. One didn't need to carefully observe the purplish-red soil and rocks beneath one's feet. It was enough to arouse one's curiosity. This wasn't the only special place in the Mount Lema. The most peculiar thing was that the Mount Lema was rarely visited by people for hundreds or even thousands of years. Thinking about the guest pavilion of the Washing Flower sect and Xiaofan school, which one wasn't magnificent? Which one wasn't lively and extraordinary? Which one didn't have disciples specially assigned to welcome guests and interact with other sects? But looking at the Imperial Thunder sect, halfway up the mountain, next to the purplish-red mountain path, there was a shabby pavilion. It had long been worn out by the wind and rain. There was even a plaque that almost fell off. On it, the words, "Guest Pavilion," were written majestically. Of course, these 3 words, one had to use 120% of one's eyesight to recognize them. Perhaps this was because the cultivators of the Imperial Thunder sect were mostly of the lightning attribute. All of them were aloof and didn't interact much with ordinary cultivators. That was why this place was so rare. However, these were all the tranquility of the past. Now, it was completely different. At this moment, there were quite a few young cultivators on the main path leading to the Lema Mountains. Their faces were filled with excitement and a bit of longing. They were happily making their way up the mountain. They were either in groups of 3 or 5 or by themselves. Their cultivations varied as well. The weakest were at the 2nd layer of Qi practitioner while the strongest were at the 10th layer. However, the lower-level cultivators were very self-aware. They walked on the right side of the mountain path, while the higher-level cultivators walked on the left side of the mountain path with their heads held high. The shabby guest pavilion halfway up the mountain was even more bustling at this time. There were already quite a few handsome people who had stopped there. They stood there very obediently in an orderly manner. A handsome peak Qi practitioner with a grave and stern face stood expressionlessly in the shabby guest pavilion. He wore a purple-red Taoist robe and was wearing an expressionless face. Although the guest pavilion was shabby, because the young cultivator was standing there, it immediately gave birth to a kind of exuberant vitality. It gave birth to a kind of sharpness that made people unable to look down on it. Good heavens, this is a peak Qi practitioner with half a foot in the Foundation establishment realm. He was actually sent here by the Imperial Thunder sect to receive guests. This guest pavilion is probably the most shabbiest, and one that no one dares to look down on. Of all the guest pavilions I have ever seen, I'm afraid. Think about the Xiaofan school's guest pavilion, its oppressive wealth. Then think about the Huanhua sect's guest pavilion, it's full of grandeur. However, who would dare to treat this small pavilion as a guest pavilion? This Imperial Thunder sect is truly domineering. In front of the guest pavilion, the cultivators quietly stood there. Each of them had their own thoughts and expressions, but without exception, they were all respectful. Why hasn't he come yet after so long? The handsome cultivator standing there quietly frowned. His figure suddenly moved. Everyone's vision blurred slightly. The cultivator had already appeared in front of the guest pavilion. He turned his head to look at the Lema Mountains in the distance. The cultivator rubbed his hands together and an arc of lightning appeared between his fingers. Then, he flicked his fingers and the arc of lightning suddenly flew away, flying into the distance. Lightning sound transmission? One of the cultivators in the crowd cried out in a low voice. What? This is lightning sound transmission? A sound transmission technique 10 times faster than the 1,000-mile sound transmission talisman? Another few people cried out in a low voice. Silence. The handsome cultivator swept a glance at them and scolded, "It's only an insignificant sound transmission technique. What's there to be shocked about? Wait until you enter my Imperial Thunder sect. There are many more high-level magic techniques than this. Yes, this disciple understands. A few tactful cultivators immediately bowed and saluted. The rest of the crowd came to their senses and regretted that they didn't immediately salute and speak to this senior brother of the Imperial Thunder sect. At this moment, a slight sound of thunder came from above the Mo mountains. A black dot flew from high up in the sky. It seemed to be moving very slowly, but in fact, it was flying very quickly. In the blink of an eye, the black dot turned into a huge flying boat. This flying boat was purple-red in color and was surrounded by tiny lightning bolts. Several children jumped off the boat. They were all in the 8th layer of chi refining. They bounced in front of the young cultivator and bowed. This disciple greets senior brother Kenluo. "An, get up. Why are you so slow?" Kenluo waved his sleeves and said, "It's just sending a few hundred cultivators up. How much trouble can it take?" One of the children laughed and said, "Senior brother Kenluo, my Imperial Thunder sect hasn't been this lively for a long time. Many senior brothers and senior uncles have come out of seclusion. Those cultivators were surrounded by them before they could even get off the thunder boat. This disciple's status is low, so we didn't dare to say anything. We could only wait for them to leave before we dared to send those cultivators off the thunder boat. It's too late. These old bastards. Senior Uncle Qian's whereabouts are unknown, but they aren't in a hurry to find him. Why did they come out for a few ordinary cultivators? Didn't they just want to find a disciple? Our Imperial Thunder sect's cultivation technique is very strict. It's good to have 1 in 10,000 disciples. The sect master hasn't even said anything yet. They look for an end," Kenluo said angrily. "That's right. Those martial uncles have been searching for a long time, but they all shook their heads and got off the thunder boat while cursing. Disciples. The children were all talking at the same time. They don't know that disciples have been busy for several days. Just driving the thunder boat consumed a lot of magic power. Okay, you guys talk too much. This senior brother doesn't care. If you want to cry, find the senior uncles in Imperial Thunder sect." Kenluo waved his hand and said. The group of children pouted and looked at each other. They felt very bored. Okay. You guys work harder. Once these few days are over, I'll talk to your senior brother general. That should be fine," Kenluo said angrily. Thank you senior brother Kansas." The children were all happy. They turned around and rushed to the waiting cultivators. They shouted, hurry up. Our Imperial Thunder sect's gate is already open to you. Let's see if you have any luck." The cultivators looked at the children who were about the same cultivation level as them and looked at each other. They obediently followed the instructions of the children and flew onto the thunder boat one by one. When the thunder boat was full, the children bowed to Kenluo and bid farewell. They then drove the thunder boat to fly up the Thunder Mo mountain range. After the thunder boat flew away, Kenluo sighed and turned to look at the scorching sun in the sky. He then looked into the distance and coldly said to himself, "The 3 major sects of cultivation are really hateful. Not only did they stop my senior uncle Qinghua, they even stopped my Imperial Thunder sect from recruiting disciples. If it was I would have already killed my way down the mountain. Who let you be so arrogant?" Sure enough, a few hundred miles to the east of the Thunder Mo mountain range, a group of cultivators around the 5th level of chi refining were flying together. They were flying in the air. A cultivator with a delicate face said with a smile, "Brother Mo, this time the Imperial Thunder sect is recruiting disciples. We all have a chance. Just thinking about it makes me feel like I'm dreaming." Next to him, a cultivator who looked very mature and had a face full of hardships nodded. "That's right. The Imperial Thunder sect's recruitment is famous in the entire country of Xi for being harsh. If you don't have a 10th level of chi refining, a constitution of thunder, fire, or other rare constitutions, they'll never take a look at you. Who would have thought that this year, there would be a change. Cultivators of all attributes and all levels of cultivation, no matter if they are male or female, can participate in the selection. This kind of opportunity has never been seen in thousands of years. Shoo. Another male cultivator heard this and looked around. He whispered mysteriously, I have heard some rumors about the Imperial Thunder Sect's recruitment this time. Is that so? Brother Zheng. Senior Brother Mo's face was full of curiosity. He whispered, could it be, that it's tailor-made for another cultivator? Or is there some other secret? TCH, the disciple in front immediately dismissed him. He waved his hand and said, what kind of sect is the Imperial Thunder Sect? Why would they do such a dirty thing? Brother Zhang is right. There's nothing dirty about it. Brother Zheng smiled. Actually, this year's recruitment was supposed to be held 2 years ago. I heard from a reliable source that the lowest level of cultivation is the 8th level of qi refining. At that time, I was very depressed. But who would have thought that the recruitment that year would end without any results? A good friend of mine. You all know her too. She's the young miss of the Misty Mountain. She originally signed up, but in the end, she didn't make it. That's why I heard from her that the Imperial Thunder Sect was recruiting disciples this year. That's why I hurriedly informed my friends. As he spoke, a cold and gloomy divine sense swept over them and locked onto them. Chapter 1508. These qi condensation stage cultivators were naturally unable to detect the spiritual will. However, a wave of suppressive aura came from afar, pressing down on them like a mountain. Foundation Establishment Senior? All the cultivators felt their limbs go limp under the pressure and almost fell from the sky. Fortunately, the Foundation Establishment cultivator didn't seem to have any ill intentions. They were barely able to remain standing in the air and respectfully bowed as they waited for the cultivator to appear. Not long after, an early-stage Foundation Establishment cultivator slowly walked over. It was Qiaoyu from the Shanghua sect who chased after Xiaofan. Qiaoyu's face was gloomy and his eyes were cold. Seeing the embarrassed state of the cultivators, he didn't withdraw his pressure. Instead, he walked in front of them and scanned them with his divine sense. He said to a 5th stage qi refinement cultivator, who are you? Where did you come from? Where are you going? Brother Zheng stuttered, Junior. Zheng Mian of the Qi Mountains Zheng family is going, to the Imperial Thunder Sect, to become a disciple, to learn. With your cultivation, you want to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? Qiaoyu sneered and scanned Zheng Mian with his divine sense. He then disappointedly asked another, what about you? Junior. Junior is from the Qinkuan's Mo family. Mo Mei, also going, to the Imperial Thunder Sect, Mo Mei? Your name is really nice. Qiaoyu almost laughed out loud. Mo Mei didn't dare to correct him and only shrunk her neck back, looking very timidly at Qiaoyu. At this moment, Qiaoyu suddenly turned his head and looked at the other 5th stage qi refining cultivator surnamed Zhan. Qiaoyu didn't say anything and suddenly reached out with his hand. That cultivator surnamed Zhan's body flew up following Qiaoyu's hand gesture. He simply didn't have the strength to fight back as Qiaoyu grabbed his neck. Say. Senior. Save me. Cultivator Zhan's face turned red from Qiaoyu's grip. His 2 legs kicked in the air from time to time. At the same time, his 2 hands tightly grabbed Qiaoyu's hand and shook it with all his strength. Unfortunately, Qiaoyu's hand was like cast iron and didn't move. Mo Mei, Zheng Mian, and the others were shocked. They stood there at a loss, not knowing what to do. Then, Zheng Mian suddenly came to his senses and hurriedly bowed, Senior, please spare our lives. Senior, please spare our lives. We are willing to give Senior everything in our storage bags. That's right, we're all willing. Mo Mei and the others also came to their senses and hurriedly opened their storage bags. Bullshit. With a shake of Xia Yu's hand, Cultivator Zhan was thrown onto Zheng Mian's body. Zheng Mian hurriedly caught Cultivator Zhan. Does I look like a robber? Xia Yu sneered, but this sneer concealed his deep disappointment. Scram! Xia Yu berated again. Yes, Junior will scram right now. Mo Mei and the others were still in a daze when Zheng Mian pulled them over, bowed deeply, and then flew away. Only after these people left did Xia Yu let out a long sigh of relief. Looking at their backs, he said to himself, Xiaohua, this bastard, where the hell did he hide? Shanghua sect, Xuanyan school, and Qiqiao sect have been searching for who knows how long, but why can't they find even a trace of him? He couldn't have escaped thousands of miles away that day. If the Imperial Thunder Sect's elders took Xiaohua away, why didn't the Imperial Thunder Sect retaliate against my Shanghua sect? Why would they lower their requirements to recruit disciples? Isn't this clearly showing that this opportunity was given to Xiaohua to climb the mountain? It's already been several days. I met who knows how many fifth-layer qi refining cultivators. Every one of them was like a mouse seeing a cat when they saw I don't even need to look at their faces to know that it definitely isn't Xiaohua. How could Xiaohua be so afraid of I? While Xia Yu was thinking, not far from him, there was a somewhat familiar figure hurriedly flying towards the Imperial Thunder Sect. Xiaohua. Xia Yu's eyes lit up. Without hesitation, he swept his divine sense. However, when his divine sense swept over that cultivator, Xia Yu frowned with a puzzled expression. Stop! Xia Yu shouted and released his pressure at the same time. Io. Say. Senior. You. That cultivator, who wasn't very tall, immediately trembled in the air. He bowed and respectfully looked at Xia Yu. Who are you? Where did you come from and where are you going? Xia Yu didn't relax his pressure at all and asked coldly. Junior. Yun Jichong, from the Su Yenyun clan. I was ordered by my clan to go to the Imperial Thunder Sect to become a disciple. That cultivator replied very naturally. Su Yenyun clan? Xia Yu blinked and said in a low voice, I and the Yun clan are very close. How come? I've never heard of your name before. Senior. Senior, please bestow a name. Junior, travels less and can't compare to my brother Yun Jichong. I presume Senior knows my brother's name? That cultivator quickly said. I am Shanghua sect's disciple Xia Yu. Xia Yu said, I heard Xuanyan School's disciples tell I that your brother just entered Xuanyan School with a 10th layer qi refining cultivation. Congratulations. Xuanyan School? That cultivator was stunned and said somewhat embarrassedly, Senior Xia, please know that Yun Jichong is Junior's clan brother. He only has a 9th layer qi refining cultivation. Junior isn't from the main branch and can't compare to my clan brother. Also, my clan brother didn't enter Xuanyan School but Huanhua sect. Xiaohua. Xia Yu suddenly looked at that cultivator and called out. That cultivator didn't have any reaction and looked at Xia Yu with some surprise. Then he looked around and said in a low voice, Senior, this is, it's nothing. Xia Yu said with a smile, that's right. Your clan brother only entered Huanhua sect when he was at the 9th layer qi refining stage. You're at the middle stage of the 7th layer qi refining stage. How can you enter the Imperial Thunder sect? Are you confident? That cultivator smiled bitterly. I also don't think I'm confident. However, the clan head thinks it's just an opportunity. Maybe this is Junior's opportunity. That's why he asked Junior to come. That's right, do you want to enter my Shanghua sect? Xiaoyu said with a smile. Really? That cultivator's face was filled with pleasant surprise. He seemed to be enlightened and was about to kowtow and call Xiaoyu master. Who would have thought that just as he was about to kneel down, a huge force would bind him firmly, causing him to be unable to move at all. Moss. That cultivator didn't even have time to say the word master before his mouth was filled with wind and he couldn't say a single word. Xiaoyu had already flown away and said while flying, "My Shanghua sect's disciples are all at the 10th layer qi refining stage. You still need to cultivate for a few more years. This old man still has things to do. You should go to the Imperial Thunder sect. Senior." That cultivator's face was filled with disappointment. He chased after Xiaoyu for a while before resentfully stopping. Then he reluctantly flew towards Lei Mo mountain range. While flying, he glanced back several times, appearing extremely reluctant to part. Only after flying for several dozen li did that cultivator lower his head. He coldly snorted and said in a low voice, "Xiaoyu, oh Xiaoyu, you want to play tricks with me? When I was at the 5th layer qi refining stage, I wasn't afraid of you. Now that I'm at the 10th layer qi refining stage, flying to Lei Mo mountain range from right in front of your eyes is as easy as blowing off dust. Why would I be afraid of you?" Soon after, the cultivator's height slowly increased, and his very handsome face also slowly changed. In the end, he actually turned into Xiaohua's appearance. Moreover, Xiaohua's cultivation also increased bit by bit, all the way until he reached the 10th level of qi refining before stopping. That's right, this cultivator was Xiaohua, the Xiaohua who just came out of seclusion underground. In the past 2 years, Xiaohua didn't take a single step out of his seclusion place. On one hand, he was afraid of being found by the Shanghua sect, Xiunyan school, and Qiqiao sect. On the other hand, this was a rare opportunity for him to cultivate. Not only did he have the heavenly law embodiment technique, he also had the fire marrow flame crystal in his meridians. In these 2 years, Xiaohua actually inconceivably cultivated from the middle of the 5th layer qi refining stage all the way to the middle of the 10th layer qi refining stage. Moreover, there was still a very small amount of fire marrow flame crystal in his meridians that hadn't been refined yet. If he could completely refine it, he could directly reach the 11th layer qi refining stage. Xiaohua naturally wanted to continue cultivating, but he had no choice but to come out of seclusion. This was because the restriction placed by Qian Qinghua in his meridians had already loosened. Qian Qinghua was also amazing. The restriction placed on the clear flower pill's medicinal power was also genuine. This restriction actually didn't loosen at all under the fire marrow flame crystal's flame and the dragon transformation art circulation. Only when Qian Qinghua's 2-year deadline was approaching did the restriction slowly start to loosen. After seeing the fire marrow flame crystal's fire attribute spiritual energy and thinking about Qian Qinghua's words, Xiaohua didn't doubt that if the clear flower pill's medicinal power was completely released, his meridians wouldn't be able to withstand it. One had to know that Qian Qinghua's restriction was undamaged by the flame. With such a powerful restriction protecting the clear flower pill's medicinal power, how could the medicinal power be simple? Of course, the fire marrow flame crystal was an ancient cultivation item. Perhaps the clear flower pill couldn't compare. However, only 10% of the fire marrow flame crystal's fire attribute spiritual energy was used by Xiaohua. The rest was divided equally between Xiaohua's body, meridians, and bones. Thinking about the possibility of his meridians exploding and dying, Xiaohua trembled with fear and didn't hesitate to come out of seclusion. The news of the Imperial Thunder sect's disciple recruitment had spread throughout the entire country of Xi. Xiaohua only found out about it in the tea houses and wine shops very easily. If Xiaoyu could guess it, how could Xiaohua not know? This opportunity was definitely created for him. Since the Imperial Thunder sect did this, they must have their own difficulties. In other words, Xianhua sect, Xuanyan School, and Qiqiao sect would set up a defensive line around the Imperial Thunder sect's mountain gate to prevent him from entering the Mount Lama. However, Xiaohua naturally had his own methods. In these 2 years, whether it was Wuxia's stealing the sky or the corresponding crossing the sea by deceiving the heavens, Xiaohua was extremely familiar with them. Now, not only could he change the appearance of his face, he could also barely shorten his height. With only cultivation, it was even simpler. Xiaohua didn't need to reduce his cultivation too much. Just the late stage of the 7th level of qi refining was enough to make Xiaoyu think that he was Xiaohua. After all, using 2 years to go from the middle stage of the 5th level of qi refining to the late stage of the 7th level of qi refining was already inconceivable for a rogue cultivator. As for why Xiaohua didn't use his original cultivation at the late stage of the 10th level of qi refining? Was there even a need to say it? Xiaoyu had heard of the 9th level of qi refining, so how could a random 10th level qi refining cultivator come out of nowhere? Chapter 1509. Meanwhile, Xiaohua was slowly flying towards Lama mountain range. While flying, he was slowly recovering his cultivation and slowly changing his face back to his original appearance. Seeing that Lama mountain range was already in front of him, Xiaohua naturally saw the difference in the location of Imperial Thunder School. My goodness, why is the color of Lama mountain range purplish red? It's actually similar to Flame Forest Marsh's fiery red color. Could it be that there's also underground magma under Lama mountain range? But, Lama mountain range's climate is mild, flowers and plants are everywhere, and green trees provide shade. It's not comparable to Flame Forest Marsh's Zhuozhuotong mountain. Mother. While Xiaohua was secretly pondering, Xiao Huang's voice suddenly sounded in his heart. Xiao Huang. How are you these days? Xiaohua was now accustomed to speaking to Xiao Huang attentively. Hearing Xiao Huang's voice, his face showed surprise and asked. 2 years ago, Goldie was already on the verge of death, but it was also strange. Ever since Xiaohua sent Goldie into the space, under the illumination of the reverse light, not only did Goldie not die as the Empress expected, but it also gradually recovered its vitality. Of course, this kind of recovery was very slow. In these 2 years, Xiao Huang was only able to preserve his life. If he wanted to return to his previous speed, it was still too far away. Mother. Very good. Here. It's really warm. Xiao Huang was somewhat gasping for breath. He couldn't even speak clearly. However, his tone was filled with endless joy. It seemed that as long as he was together with Xiaohua, it was the happiest thing in the world. Your body is still weak. You should cultivate first. Xiaohua said with heartache. Yes, mother. Xiao Huang was very obedient. He lay on his back and as if he was basking in the sun, he instinctively breathed in reverse light. Right, mother. Little Black. Did you find it? Xiao Huang suddenly asked. Xiaohua scratched his head and said awkwardly, no. Not yet, N. Xiao Huang was like a child. He had incomparable trust in his mother. He only felt that his mother was the greatest person in this world. If Xiaohua said there was no, then there was no. He also believed that his mother must be painstakingly searching for it. Xiao Huang, it's not that mother doesn't want to look for its mother. I can't remember what Little Black is. Could it be a little black sable like you? Xiaohua was speechless. Although Goldie's life was saved, it needed time to recover. Moreover, Goldie was only a little beast. It only knew that Little Black was Little Black, but it couldn't say what Little Black was. Xiaohua even tried to ask Goldie about his past. Unfortunately, Goldie was involved in Xiaohua's past and knew many things about Xiaohua. But Goldie couldn't express it. I can only assume that Little Yellow is a taciturn person. Xiaohua thought and raised his left hand. Looking at the crack in his left hand, he thought, good, Little Yellow's forehead has an eye. Could it be that this young master's left hand also has an eye? But why, was Little Yellow able to open his eyes, but yours truly couldn't even feel anything at all? Hee, what's the use of having an eye on your hand? However, this young master's past experience. I'm really looking forward to it. Xiaohua's eyes looked at the Lamo mountain range in front of him. Indeed, in 2 years, from the 5th level of qi refining, no, it should be from the middle of the 4th level of qi refining all the way to the late of the 10th level of qi refining. This kind of thing should be extremely rare in the cultivation world. According to common sense, from the 4th level of qi refining to the 10th level of qi refining, it should take close to 30 years. Even if it was a peerless talent, such as Li Zongbao, it would still take close to 10 years of hard work. How could it be heard that someone could achieve it in 2 years? Especially 2 years ago, he was still an 18-years-old loose cultivator. Wuxia said that there were bottlenecks in the middle of every level. I didn't encounter any of them. It seems that this can only happen when one's level is high enough and their magic power is insufficient. In that case, I was already at the peak of qi refining before. But, that so-called empress, didn't she say that she also didn't find any abnormalities in I? She's a cultivator with great magical powers. Come to think of it. Thinking of this, Xiaohua frowned again. That heavenly law's embodiment technique seems to have some problems. This technique is admittedly a genuine qi refining technique, but the essence seems to be leaning towards body cultivation. Moreover, in some key areas, there are traces of blood shadow technique from time to time. If it wasn't for this young master being proficient in the blood shadow technique, this young master would really have fallen for it. Could it be that mysterious cultivator who wanted to obtain the mother-child spirit fruit is someone from the devil realm? It's extremely possible. Didn't the Forsaken Heaven sect have 3 initiators? Qing Fengmin and Luo Jiasen are 2, then what about the third person? If it wasn't that little blood shadow on the Thousand Zhang Peak, then it must be someone else. You actually took this young master's spirit fruit and even plotted against this young master. If this young master has the chance in the future, this young master will definitely make you suffer a little. Forget it. The higher my cultivation, the more certain this young master will be to take revenge on the 100 Herbs Gate. Damn it, Jiang Jiantong, just you wait. Xiaohua's eyes flashed with a trace of severity. Xiaohua. Just as Xiaohua was venting his anger, someone behind him suddenly cried out in surprise. When Xiaohua heard this, he couldn't help but feel his hair stand on end. He didn't dare to look back and urged his flight technique to flee towards the Thunder Mo mountain range. However, that person continued to say, "Oh, sorry, fellow Taoist. I recognized the wrong person." Xiaohua stared blankly, inwardly saying, "This voice seems very familiar. Is it a female cultivator that this young master knows?" Shwe. Xiaohua suddenly understood. Before he turned his head, he recalled the set of magic tools that Ling Zhengyi maliciously gave him in the space. "Fellow Taoist Shwe, long time no see. How are you now?" Xiaohua turned his head and asked very warmly with a smile on his face. Xiaohua. Shwe's shock was even greater than before. Previously, she only felt that Xiaohua's tall and thin figure was somewhat familiar. However, when she saw that Xiaohua's cultivation was at the 10th layer of qi refining, she immediately realized that she recognized the wrong person. However, now that she really saw Xiaohua turn around, she confirmed that this late-stage 10th layer qi refining cultivator was really the same Xiaohua who was at the 4th layer of qi refining. Her eyes were wide open. One hand covered her cherry lips while the other hand was slightly raised and placed on her towering and violently shaking chest. What? We haven't seen each other for only 2 years and fellow Taoist Xue has already forgotten I? Xiaohua narrowed his eyes as if he was looking at Xue's shocked face. He also seemed to be looking at Xue's snow-white chest and asked with interest. No, no. Xue realized her rudeness. She took a deep breath, bit her lips, and bowed respectfully. How could I forget fellow Taoist Xiao? Didn't I just greet fellow Taoist Xiao from afar? That's good. Xiaohua looked at Xue, who was still at the 8th level of qi refining, and said with a nod, fellow Taoist Xue, since you've come here, do you also want to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect? Of course. Xue took a deep breath again, and a trace of strangeness flashed through her eyes. She said with a smile, those who came to the Imperial Thunder Sect these past few days, other than to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect and learn martial arts, what else can they do? Amicham. Xiaohua nodded noncommittally. That. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Xue hesitated for a moment and said in a low voice, previously, my Misty Mountain, if there was anything we did wrong, I hope fellow Taoist Xiao can forgive us. Fellow Taoist Xue, what do you mean? Xiaohua's eyes turned and he said with a smile, when I's cultivation fell, fellow Taoist Xue helped me. Now that I's cultivation has completely recovered, fellow Taoist Xue also contributed. I don't even have enough time to thank you, so how can I forgive you? This. Xue's face was a bit unnatural as she said in a low voice, I was talking about Misty Mountain. So fellow Taoist Xue was talking about your uncle. Xiaohua suddenly understood, Senior Ling thought highly of me and gave me a fake magic tool refined by the Misty Mountain, so of course I am grateful. What's there to forgive? Xue sighed and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, with your cultivation, you really hid it from I a few days ago. If my Misty Mountain has done anything inappropriate, I hope that fellow Taoist Xiao can take into account the fact that you and this poor Taoist are connected by incense and incense. Forgive us. Fellow Taoist Xue's words are getting more and more outrageous, I am really confused. Xiaohua pretended not to know. It's nothing. Xue raised her head and said with a smile, with fellow Taoist Zhao's cultivation, you definitely have a deep background. Moreover, you came to Sky Thunder Peak this time with full confidence, so the identity of a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. I'm afraid you can't run away. I will greet fellow Taoist Xiao in advance. If fellow Taoist Xiao becomes a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect in the future, it will be too late to talk. Xiaohua naturally understood what Xue was talking about, but he had already made up his mind not to return the magic tool, so how could he admit it? However, after hearing Xue's words, his heart was moved. He came to the Thunder Mountain Range with the intention of returning the bead to the Imperial Thunder Sect, and then ask the seniors of the Imperial Thunder Sect to refine the medicinal efficacy of the clear flower pill. He never thought about joining the Imperial Thunder Sect. At this time, he couldn't help but think, that's right, this young master is originally a loose cultivator. I've already cultivated the Heavenly Law's embodiment technique to the 10th layer of the Qi refining realm. With 2 more layers, the remaining flame in my meridians and the medicinal efficacy of the clear flower pill will be enough to cultivate to the peak of the Qi refining realm. At that time, wouldn't this young master have no more techniques to cultivate? Joining the Imperial Thunder Sect is actually a good path. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Seeing Xiaohua deep in thought, Xue was a little nervous. She looked around and saw many cultivators rushing over and called out. Xiaohua raised his head and said with a smile, some things are not good to be too obvious. I don't think I'm a meddlesome person, and I presume Senior Ling is also like this. If some things Senior Ling can forget, and fellow Taoist Xue can never mention it again. I think that would be the best. Chapter 15:10. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Xue's heart calmed down. She stared deeply at Xiao Hua and cupped her hands. Fellow Taoist Xiao is so broad-minded, I really admire you. Is that so? Xiao Hua smiled, why didn't I feel it myself? Xue didn't know that Xiao Hua had already understood Ling Zhengyi's thoughts. She was just afraid that Xiao Hua would pursue this matter in the future, so she apologized first to pave the way. As for the specific reason, she wouldn't be stupid enough to say it now. So she smiled and said, when I saw fellow Taoist Xiao that day, I felt that fellow Taoist was unusual. I always felt that fellow Taoist's temperament didn't match fellow Taoist's cultivation. Now it seems, that's the case. Huh. Xiao Hua laughed, looked up at the sky, and said with a smile, today is probably the last day of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple recruitment. Let's go up the mountain quickly, don't delay the time. Xue nodded and looked around again. Just a moment ago, it was still a bit lively, but now it was already the last moment. Fellow Taoist Xiao, please. Xue waved her hand and said, flying on Sky Thunder Peak is not allowed, we have to walk. Okay, fellow Taoist Xue, please. Xiao Hua smiled and descended with Xue, following a few cultivators who were in a hurry up the Sky Thunder Peak. At this time, the sun had already set. In front of the Imperial Thunder Sect's guest pavilion, the handsome Imperial Thunder Sect disciple Kan Luo was still standing with his hands behind his back. However, at this time, he was squinting his eyes and looking at the red sun that was about to fall on the Thunder Mountain range in the west. The red light of the setting sun shone on his handsome face, making him look even more spirited. Xiao Hua came to the guest pavilion at this moment. Just like the others, Xiao Hua was also rather surprised when he saw the shabby state of the Imperial Thunder Sect's guest pavilion. However, he immediately understood something. A mountain is not high, but it has an immortal, a water is not deep, but it has a dragon. Compared to absolute strength, all the decorations, all the prosperity, were insignificant. Therefore, although Huanhua sect was famous and had many disciples, compared to the Imperial Thunder sect, it was still a lot worse. Rinsing Flower sect. Xiao Hua thought to himself. He wondered if Fairy Hongxia had already joined the Rinsing Flower sect. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Xue stood at the side and whispered, let's stand over there. Xiao Hua stared blankly. Following Xue's finger, he saw more than a dozen cultivators in the 8th layer of aura refining and above standing far away from the guest pavilion. Around him were several dozen cultivators in the 4th or 5th layer of aura refining. There were even a few in the 2nd layer of aura refining. These cultivators had some reverence in their eyes. Standing next to Xiao Hua and Xue, they were very reserved. Damn it! I accidentally became a high-level cultivator too. Xiao Hua doesn't have the awareness of a high-level cultivator. He smacks his lips and walks towards those 8th layer aura refining cultivators. Greetings, fellow Taoist. Xiao Hua chuckles as he walks over and greets those cultivators. Unexpectedly, those cultivators are also somewhat afraid. They only cupped their hands and saluted but didn't say anything to Xiao Hua, making him feel very bored. Seeing Xiao Hua's somewhat gloomy expression, Xue chuckles and says, fellow Taoist Xiao, all the high-level cultivators have already come here a few days ago. Fellow Taoist is about to reach the 11th layer of aura refining. You're the bane of these 8th and 9th layer aura refining cultivators. Think about it, the Imperial Thunder sect has a limited number of disciples. You're their strongest opponent, so why wouldn't they avoid you? Oh, Xiao Hua touches his nose and nods, saying, I still can't get used to it. His words are a bit vague, so Xue doesn't ask much. Like the other cultivators, she stands quietly and waits for the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple to make arrangements. Xiaohua's thoughts are naturally somewhat different from theirs. He looks at Can Luo, thinks for a moment, and walks over. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Shui hurriedly calls out in a low voice. Xiaohua turns his head and slightly nods at her, but his footsteps don't stop. However, before Xiaohua can approach Can Luo, an invisible force blocks Xiaohua in front of him, preventing him from approaching. If there's nothing else, stay there first. Just as Xiaohua wants to speak, he hears Can Luo say coldly, although your cultivation is the highest here, but, you still don't have the qualifications to talk to me. If you want to take advantage of I here, you'd better save your effort. Xiaohua opens his mouth, not knowing what to say. If I were you, I'd obediently stand there and wait. Today is the last day of the disciple recruitment. You just have to endure for another hour, and my Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple will come to take you up the mountain. If you continue to be noisy, be careful I don't kick you out of the mountain. Can Luo doesn't use sound transmission to say these words. Instead, he clearly says them. Everyone in the surroundings of the guest pavilion can hear it. Everyone's gazes are a bit gloating, a bit mocking, and a bit sympathetic. These words make Xiaohua blush. He flings his sleeves and turns around. He doesn't say a word and just stands there quietly. Can Luo is very annoyed. Since the Imperial Thunder Sect announced the start of the disciple recruitment, today is already the 5th day. In these 5 days, who knows how many extremely discerning cultivators have shown off in front of him. He originally thought that these people would have some kind of relationship with Qian Qinghua, but after interacting with them for a long time, it turns out that they are all flatterers. They are far from what he imagined, so later on, he has to deal with them half coldly and half passionately. And now, it is already the last moment, and the Imperial Thunder Sect still hasn't obtained the information they want. How can Luo not be annoyed? Seeing Xiaohua come forward, he immediately stops him. After saying some cold words, he sends his divine sense down the mountain. He wants to see if there are any more cultivators on the gradually desolate mountain path. Alas, I can't blame Can Luo, and I can't blame Xiaohua either. Because those who can think of showing off in front of Can Luo are all 10th layer aura refining cultivators, even 11th layer aura refining cultivators. They are all people who have the possibility of winning the disciple selection. Only these people have some lively thoughts, and only these people think they are qualified to speak a few more words with the Imperial Thunder School's disciples. And Xiaohua just happens to be the same as these disciples. Seeing that dusk is coming, Can Luo sighs softly. His gaze swept over the group of low-level cultivators again. He stretches out his hand, but before he can use thunder sound transmission, he hears a buzzing sound in the air. It is the sound of the thunderboat flying over. When the thunderboat lands, Can Luo waves his hand and yells, "Everyone get on." Then he takes the lead and flies to the front of the thunderboat. Good heavens, this flying boat isn't just ordinarily cool. Xiaohua flies onto the thunderboat while looking at the flickering lightning around the boat with envy. Hee, fellow Taoist Xiao, this thunderboat is unique to the Imperial Thunder Sect. Don't be fooled by its size, its flying speed is absolutely first class. Only the 7 possibilities sect's flowing cloud flying boat can compete with this thunderboat. Hearing this, Xiaohua's heart is moved. He says with a smile, "I've heard that the Imperial Thunder Sect's thunder escape technique is world famous. Is this thunderboat also born from the thunder escape technique?" At this moment, Shui and Xiaohua have already landed on the thunderboat. The thunderboat is empty, with only a few dozen people standing on it. In the center of the thunderboat is a protrusion of about 10 feet. This protrusion is a depression. In the depression, there is a faint blue magic formation. At this moment, it is faintly shining. Occasionally, there are small arcs of lightning flying out from it. Around this protrusion, there are more than 10 children around the age of 10. Their faces are somewhat tired and they are scattered around. Hearing Xiao Hua's words, Xue Xue points with her finger and says in a low voice, "The Imperial Thunder Sect's thunder escape technique is their secret technique. Ordinary people can't see it. As for whether this thunderbolt is born from the thunder escape technique, I don't know. However, Misty Mountain and a cultivator from the Imperial Thunder Sect have some old ties. I have also heard about this thunderbolt before. Fellow Daoist, do you see the depression in the thunderbolt?" Xue Xue says in a low voice. "Yes, I see it." Xiao Hua nods and says, "That is probably the driving formation of the thunderbolt, right?" "Yes, fellow Daoist Xiao is right." Xue Xue gives a thumbs up and says in a low voice, "However, the driving formation of the Imperial Thunder Sect is different from others. This driving formation is a lightning pool." "Lightning pool?" Xiao Hua is shocked. He looks at the magic formation in disbelief and asks, "Is that lightning inside?" "I only said that the driving formation is a lightning pool. I didn't say that this is a lightning pool." Xue Xue says with a smile, "The lightning pool on this thunderbolt is the simplest one. I'm afraid that it is driven by lightning spirit stones. It can only be used for flying, so it can't be considered a real lightning pool." Then, she lowers her voice and says mysteriously, "It is said that there is a real lightning pool in the Thunder Sect's Thunder Mo Mountains. It provides spiritual power for all the magic formations and restrictions of the Imperial Thunder Sect. This is exactly because of the lightning pool. In every generation of the Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, there are always a few outstanding ones. They can almost beat the outstanding disciples of the 3 major sects." Speaking of the lightning pool, Xiao Hua naturally thinks of the bead that Qian Qinghua asked him to bring. That bead might be called the lightning bead. Maybe it is in the lightning pool. While Xiao Hua and Xue Xue are talking, all the cultivators have come up. A slightly older boy comes up to report to Kenluo. Kenluo releases his spiritual sense and scans the bottom of the mountain for the last time. Then he waves his hand and says, "Let's go." There are no more cultivators at the bottom of the mountain. "Yes, senior brother Kenluo." The boy bows and returns. With an order, 8 out of the 10 boys stand up and stand around the lightning pool. Then, one of the disciples makes a hand sign and hits a corner of the lightning pool with spiritual power. Then, the other 7 disciples also make different hand signs, but they hit different places. Wang wang, as the hand signs are hit, the lightning pool actually becomes dull and the blue lightning inside gradually increases. As the wang wang sound becomes louder, the thunderbolt slowly rises. When it is in the air, it immediately turns around and flies in the direction of Sky Thunder Peak like lightning. Chapter 15:11. Xuanyan Sect's Xuanyan Mountain had a towering mountain range surrounded by many other mountains. There were countless exotic flowers and grasses on this mountain peak, and all kinds of rare birds and beasts were leisurely strolling around the foothills. Many auspicious clouds were like brocades that covered many parts of the mountain range, making it seem boundless and ethereal. Occasionally, a flying crane would appear, making the mountain peak seem like a fairyland. This mountain range was Xuanyan Sect's main peak, Gold Mountain Range. Under the cover of the auspicious clouds, there were many majestic palaces scattered all over the mountain range. At the highest point, where the auspicious clouds were the densest, there was a majestic palace. It was the Wild Goose Spirit Palace of Xuanyan Cult. At this time, on the high platform of Yanling Palace, Fairy Yingxua's face was as cold as ice. She sat on a gorgeous warm jade chair, and her eyes were like lightning, coldly looking below the high platform. Below the high platform, there were more than 10 cultivators sitting majestically. They all looked down, as if they were meditating. Elder Yi Xian, about the Thunder Pearl, is there still no progress? Fairy Yingzhua looked below the platform for a long time, sighed softly, and asked coldly. A thin young man with a Midyuanian cultivation raised his face slightly, moved his body, and cupped his hands. Yes, I will let you know, about the Thunder Pearl. My Xuanyan sect knew about it too late. Shanghua sect got it first, but it was taken by Imperial Thunder sect's Qian Qinghua. I know all of this. 2 years have passed. Where is Qian Qinghua? Where is the Thunder Pearl? Just because I didn't ask doesn't mean I don't care about it. Fairy Yingzhua sneered. Don't you know what the Thunder Pearl is? If Imperial Thunder sect gets it, I'm afraid there will be some twists and turns, right? Ha! Elder Yi Xian smiled apologetically. Of course I know, otherwise my Xuanyan sect wouldn't have intervened. But, there is no news of Qian Qinghua, and the whereabouts of the Thunder Pearl are unknown. On that day, a cultivator saw a vagrant cultivator named Xiaofan meet Qian Qinghua. However, this Xiaofan mysteriously disappeared while being chased by our 3 sects Foundation establishment disciples. I presume that this Thunder Pearl was taken by this Xiaofan. The problem is that the Imperial Thunder sect has now opened their doors to accept disciples. They want to use this opportunity to avoid the joint blockade of our 3 sects and let this Xiaofan go up the mountain. This also showed that the one who took Xiaofan away was not a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Then, who is it? Today is the last day for the Imperial Thunder sect to accept disciples up the mountain. According to the disciples of my sect in the Lamo mountain range, they didn't find that rogue cultivator up the mountain. Heh, I'm afraid that the Imperial Thunder sect will have worked for nothing. If the Imperial Thunder sect worked for nothing, wouldn't our 3 sects also work for nothing? Fairy Yingzhua sneered and said, a few Foundation establishment disciples can't even catch a single qi refining loose cultivator. What do you want me to say to you? It's really getting worse with each generation. Elder Yishuan's face didn't change, and said, according to what I know, this Xiaofan is probably a trick of Qian Qinghua. How can he give such a precious Thunder Pearl to a qi refining loose cultivator? As for Qian Qinghua himself, it is said that he was seriously injured by the Qian Hua sect's disciples. If he is not in seclusion somewhere to recuperate, he will die. I don't know if the life spirit tablet of Qian Qinghua in the Imperial Thunder sect has been damaged. In that case, send more people to watch this matter. It's only been 2 years. If Qian Qinghua wants to recover, it will take at least 8 to 10 years. This Thunder Pearl must not be allowed to be taken up to the Sky Thunder Peak smoothly. Yes, I will follow the sect master's order. Elder Yishuan said with his hands folded. Zhenren Yishuan said it. Elder Jiqiong, how is the matter on your side? Fairy Yingzhua turned and asked. A young and beautiful female cultivator next to Elder Yishuan was slightly surprised, and bowed and said, I don't know what the sect master is talking about. Fairy Yingzhua frowned and said unhappily, Fairy Jiqiong, although cultivation is important, but the important affairs of the sect must also be taken care of. Otherwise, how can my Xuanyan sect survive for tens of thousands of years in the country of Xi? Yes, I understand. Although Fairy Jiqiong didn't agree, she still nodded and said, I have been practicing a kind of magic art for nearly 10 years. Now I have gradually made some progress, so I don't have to worry about it. Well, I'm asking about your hunting seedlings. How is it going? Fairy Yingzhua said softly. Oh, sect master is talking about that matter. Fairy Jiqiong heard, and said with some disdain, hunting seedlings is just an attempt, but the situation is not good. While speaking, Fairy Jiqiong waved her sleeve, and in mid-air, a huge mirror appeared out of thin air. Inside the mirror, there was really a cold ice cave. There was a thick layer of ice inside the cave, and from the top of the cave, there were hundreds of huge ice thorns hanging down. On the ice layer, there were more than 10 young cultivators of different ages, all of them sitting cross-legged. Their bodies were constantly trembling, and there was a faint ferocious look on their faces. Sect Master, this hunting seedlings of our sect has 99 disciples participating. As early as when the fire marrow flame crystal was integrated into the meridians, there were 62 disciples who exploded due to the violent fire spiritual energy of the fire marrow flame crystal. Not only their meridians, but their entire bodies were torn apart. Is it because too much of the fire marrow flame crystal was integrated? Fairy Yingzhua frowned slightly and asked. Sect Master, the fire marrow flame crystal has been divided into 99 portions by me. It really can't be divided anymore. Fairy Jiqiong replied, I think it's not about the amount of fire spiritual energy in the fire marrow flame crystal. The key is the spiritual energy in the fire marrow flame crystal. It's different from the fire spiritual energy that we usually absorb into our bodies. Fairy Yingzhua's expression was indifferent, and she did not comment. Fairy Jiqiong did not pay attention to Fairy Yingzhua's reaction and continued, also, the physique of those disciples, or their meridians, cannot be reconciled with the fire spiritual energy in the fire marrow flame crystal. Once the fire spiritual energy entered their bodies, before they could use the cultivation method that was taught previously, their meridians would be torn apart. And the ice spiritual energy in the cold cave did not have any effect at all. Then, what about these disciples? Fairy Yingzhua looked at the mirror. Among the remaining 37 disciples, other than the 3 disciples on the left, the other 34 disciples are a little special. These disciples were sent by the sect master to participate. I don't know why nothing happened to them. What's so special about those 3 disciples? Fairy Yingzhua was slightly stunned and asked curiously. These 3 disciples are called Pan Hao, Feng Linbua, and Xiao Mao. Before the first 2 entered my Xuanyan school, they were outstanding disciples of a declining body cultivation sect. Xiao Mao is nothing special. He entered my Xuanyan school since he was young, but his aptitude is not good, so he signed up this time. His aptitude is not good. Fairy Yingzhua sneered, not cultivating fast does not mean that his aptitude is not good. This Xiao Mao was able to survive when the others exploded and died. How can his aptitude be bad? Yes. I understand. Fairy Jiqiong nodded and then slightly opened her mouth, wanting to say something but hesitated. Is there a problem? Fairy Yingzhua saw clearly and asked. Yes, I want to ask, these 34 disciples that the sect master brought, what's so special about them? Fairy Jiqiong replied. I won't answer you first. You tell me what's the difference between them and the others. Then I'll embarrass myself. Fairy Jiqiong thought for a moment and said, these 34 disciples seem to have traces of body cultivation, but they are not body cultivation. Also, their meridians seem to have cultivated our sect's secret technique, so they are much wider than the other disciples. What Elder Jiqiong said is about right. Looking at Fairy Jiqiong's eyes, Fairy Yingzhua smiled and said, do you remember the dragon blood and dragon meat that I brought back 5 years ago? It seems. I have some impression of it. Fairy Jiqiong's face was blank. Looking at Fairy Jiqiong's vague expression, Fairy Yingzhua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She laughed and said, these 34 disciples used dragon blood to mold their body and dragon meat to replenish their energy. So it's like this. Fairy Jiqiong cupped her hands and said, Sect Master's foresight is far beyond what I can achieve. While they were talking, on the mirror, on the upper right hand, a disciple's body suddenly lay on the ice surface. His 4 limbs twitched violently and his face showed an extremely painful expression. Not good. Quickly. Seeing this, Fairy Jiqiong immediately knew that something was wrong. She waved her sleeves and was about to make a move, but a pang sound was heard and that disciple's body exploded. His flesh and blood turned into a blood mist and scattered in all directions. At this moment, a dark red brilliance flashed, and that blood mist was blocked by this brilliance. Then, the whole brilliance rolled up and collected all the blood mist. It drilled into the ground and disappeared. On the ground and on the surrounding people, there was not a single trace of blood left. This Fairy Yingxua's somewhat excited mood was instantly extinguished by cold water. She looked at the mirror in a daze. Sect Master, I think that there is no shortcut in the path of cultivation. You can only rely on your own diligence and hard work to steadily improve your cultivation. This kind of hasty method. I'm afraid there is no hope. That secret technique that uses fire essence flame crystal. I'm afraid it's useless. Before Fairy Jieqiong's words fell, on the mirror, another disciple exploded and died. Fairy Yingxua shook her head slightly and said, at the beginning of the ancient era, there were no cultivators in the world. Most of them were wild spirits. Their bodies were tyrannical and their abilities were natural. And this fire essence flame crystal was what they used to refine their bodies and meridians. Also, this secret technique that uses fire essence flame crystal was obtained from an extremely reliable person. I think it's useful. Fairy Yingxua smiled and said, this hasty method can be considered hasty for now. In the future, I'm afraid it will be used normally. So, Elder Jieqiong, don't delay the future development of my Xuanyan school by doing unnecessary things. Sect Master, what do you mean? Fairy Jieqiong was stunned and asked. This matter, how should I put it? Fairy Jieqiong, have you noticed that the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seems to be different from before? If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. Chapter 15:12. What, there's a change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Not only Jia Qiong Fairy, but the other nascent soul cultivators also changed their expressions. These people looked at each other, and their eyes were full of horror. One of the white-haired nascent soul cultivators stood up and asked, Master, we are all nascent soul cultivators, and the babies in our bodies are formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If there's a change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how can this baby exist between heaven and earth? How can we use this baby to communicate with heaven and earth? How can we use this baby to control the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? Fairy Yingxua's face showed a trace of melancholy, and whispered, I only heard some rumors, and even with my cultivation, I didn't feel the change in it. I'm just asking everyone, if there's no change, then it's the best. Oh. Everyone was relieved, but there were still some doubts in their eyes. What is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth? This was the foundation of the Daybreak Continent's cultivation world. The refinement stage was to draw energy into the body, which was the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The foundation establishment stage was to refine the true qi in the body into a liquid state. This true qi was formed from the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that was drawn into the body. The golden core stage was to condense the liquid true qi in the dantian into a golden core, which was used as the embryo to cultivate the nascent soul. This series of processes relies on the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. If there's a change in the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, it will not only affect the cultivation of a cultivator, but also the existence of the entire cultivation world of Xiaoyu continent. For such an important matter, how could Fairy Yingxua ask about it casually? Although Jia Qiong Fairy is obsessed with cultivation and doesn't like worldly affairs, but her mind is very fast. Just when she was relieved, she suddenly realized something and jumped up from her chair. She stuttered and said, Sect Master, could it be? Subordinate's divine ability has always been. Fairy Yingxua frowned slightly and said in a low voice, Elder Jia Qiong, I have already said that this kind of thing. I also don't know. If the magical power that you practice is really closely related to the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, you might as well take my words as a suggestion. Fairy Jiaqiong thought for a while and nodded, I understand. But then, Elder Yi Xian asked again, Master, this method of picking seedlings, is it related to these? He. Fairy Yingzhua stood up and said, even if the spiritual qi of heaven and earth has changed, it will not affect everyone in a short period of time. Perhaps it will take tens of thousands of years or even millions of years before the things that you are thinking about will happen. Furthermore, we are merely nascent soul cultivators. There are deity transformation cultivators above us. This is something that they should be worried about. Our Shi country's cultivation world is weak. Whether it is the Lian country or the Meng country, they are all stronger than our Shi country. They will definitely be more careful. Sect leaders' words are reasonable. At this time, the Immortal Alliance has not been disbanded. If there are any changes, they will know even more clearly. We don't have to worry for nothing. The old man with white hair and beard said with a smile. Fairy Yingzhua raised her head and looked at the situation in the mirror. She pointed with her finger and said, no matter what, if this grasping seedling can succeed, it will be a great opportunity for our Xiunian school to increase our strength. Elder Jiaqiong, don't be careless. Always pay attention to the situation of these 30 disciples. Yes, subordinate understands. Jiaqiong Fairy bowed respectfully. While the Xiunian cult was having their meeting, on the thunder immortal peak of the Lamo mountain range, there was a simple and unadorned house. 8 transparent pillars were erected from the ground, each of them reaching a height of 1 zhang. These 8 pillars were arranged in a very mysterious manner. Furthermore, at the top of each pillar, there was a dark green praying mat. There was no moonlight stone in the house. The transparent pillars flashed with lightning from time to time, illuminating the entire house. At this moment, there were 8 male and female cultivators sitting cross-legged on top of the praying mats. Among these 8 cultivators, 6 were nascent soul cultivators. The other 2 looked rather old, but they were gold core cultivators. Among them, a middle-aged cultivator with a red face had a calm expression. He seemed to be meditating. However, when a flash of lightning appeared from the pillar below him, his eyes suddenly opened. Within his deep eyes, there was a faint flash of light. This middle-stage nascent soul cultivator was the sect leader of the Imperial Thunder sect, Qian Lazy. Miyu, is there still no news of Qinghua? Qian Lazy's voice was extremely loud as he asked a handsome young cultivator not far away. That young cultivator was also a middle-stage nascent soul cultivator. The young cultivator was Taoist Miyu. Hearing Qian Lazy's question, she also opened her eyes and replied, Sect leader, we only know that Qinghua went missing near Shihuang town. There is no other news. Xianhua, Qinghua's life spirit tablet is still intact, right? Sect leader, it's still the same as before. It's completely intact. Another middle-stage nascent soul cultivator said with a smile. Good. Qian Lazy clapped his hands and said, as long as Qinghua is fine, then what's the point of Shanghua sect, Qiqiao sect, and Xiunian school tormenting each other? Sect leader, even we can't find any trace of Qinghua. I'm afraid because Qinghua was heavily injured, he used our sect's soul concealing technique to conceal his life force and aura. Not to mention divine sense, even the naked eye can't find him. If our sect's disciples don't use the corresponding technique to awaken him, then Qinghua will. Taoist Miyu reminded. If we can find him, then wouldn't Shanghua sect have found him long ago? Qian Lazy said with a smile, since they're still setting up defenses around our Lamo mountain range, that means Qinghua is still very safe. As for how to awaken Qinghua, that will depend on Qinghua's luck. Sect leader, Shanghua sect, Xiunian school, and Qiqiao sect are really hateful. They actually dared to make a move near our Imperial Thunder sect. We. Daoist Miyu frowned. Hehe, Miyu, you're also a nascent soul cultivator. Why are you still so impulsive? Although our Imperial Thunder sect is strong, if we face the three sects together, we won't have the strength to fight back. We're just guessing. Let them do their work for now. Patience, you know? Only those who can endure can become powerful. Humph, do you think we're afraid of them? Martial uncles and the others. Martial uncles and the others are in seclusion to comprehend life and death. They won't act unless our Imperial Thunder sect is in absolute danger. Moreover, the other three sects also have something to rely on. That's right, how's the disciple recruitment this year? Has it started? Qian Lazy said a few words to Daoist Miyu. Then, he thought of something and asked. Sect leader, today is the last day. The new disciple recruitment will begin tomorrow. A gold core cultivator who was far away from Qian Lazy quickly said. Oh, Zhensheng, I've done as you said and opened the door for all cultivators in the country of Xi to participate in the selection. I wonder, did you find anything? Sect leader, in the past 5 days, I've already asked Cancun, but it seems that I didn't find anything. The cultivator named Zhensheng blushed and said in a low voice, I wondered if on the last day, hehe, your idea is very good. Unfortunately, with Qinghua's fiery temper, how could he come up with such a wonderful idea? Moreover, it's unlikely that he'll find a suitable candidate. Besides, many Foundation establishment late-stage disciples from the three sects have gone to Shihuang town. Your idea is a bit whimsical. Daoist Miyu said with a smile. Martial Ant, I just feel that, the three sects' actions in Shihuang town are understandable. But later on, they sent many disciples to other places. This makes me very puzzled. If it's not another cultivator entrusted by Qinghua, it's hard to explain. Zhensheng bit his lips and argued. Hehe, it's fine, it's fine. Anyway, the disciple recruitment is a matter between you and Duijia. Aren't you afraid that things will get complicated? What will I say later? Qian Lazy said with a smile, in the past, our Imperial Thunder sect's disciple recruitment was too strict. As a result, our strength was limited. Even if we knew that the three sects were doing something strange, we didn't have the power to investigate. While they were talking, Qian Lazy raised his head and said with a smile, all right, this is Cancun. Zhensheng, you asked him to come, right? Let's see if your plan works. Sure enough, not long after, Cancun arrived outside the room. He stood there respectfully and didn't dare to make a sound. Zhensheng looked at Qian Lazy anxiously. It seemed like he was asking for permission. Qian Lazy nodded slightly. Zhensheng shouted, Cancun, come in. Yes, disciple obeys. Cancun bowed and replied. After entering the room, Cancun didn't dare to raise his head. He only bowed and said, Disciple Cancun greets sect master and martial ancestors. Qian Lazy and the others didn't say anything. Only Zhensheng hurriedly said, Cancun, did anyone bring back news about your martial uncle Qinghua? Martial ancestor, there were a few groups of cultivators who came to talk to me today. However, none of them mentioned martial uncle Qinghua to me. Cancun replied respectfully. Are you sure? Zhensheng looked a little disappointed and asked again. Martial ancestor. Cancun was speechless. Just as he was about to say something, Qian Lazy scolded, Zhensheng, yes, disciple knows his mistake. Zhensheng's face immediately turned serious. He cupped his hands and replied. Okay, you guys can leave first. Duijia, we'll be recruiting disciples tomorrow. You guys will have to work hard. Try to be more diligent. This year, we might as well relax a little and recruit a few more disciples. Yes, disciple understands. Another Golden Core stage female cultivator stood up and bowed. After Zhen Sheng, Dui Jia, and Can Kun left, Qian Lazy waved his hand and cast out a spell. The entire room flashed with light. Qian Lazy then said, "Xian Hua, what's the situation with the lightning pool?" "Sect Master, the situation with the lightning pool is very different from 10 years ago. It seems like the lightning from the heavens can't completely merge with the lightning pool. Also, the new lightning water has a destructive effect on the old lightning water. It has decreased the power of the lightning pool by a lot. If we can't find a way to fix it, within a few thousand years, the lightning pool will." Fairy Xian Hua's words were vague, but everyone heard it clearly. They couldn't help but worry. "It's that serious?" Qian Lazy was even more shocked. He said anxiously, 5 years ago, we discovered the abnormality of the lightning. That's when we thought of the lightning pool. The lightning pool has been in our sect for countless years. How can it have such a change?" Lei Meng, a few years ago. I remember when you went to Thunder Accumulation Mountain, the Thunder Accumulation Cave also changed. Qian Lazy asked another young cultivator. That young cultivator was the early Yuanying stage cultivator that Xiao Hua met in Thunder Accumulation Mountain. "Sect Master, disciples of the Thunder Accumulation Cave used to go there often. However, when I went there last time, the lightning was indeed different from before. However, I couldn't tell exactly what the difference was." Lei Meng Daoist cupped his hands and said. Qinghua left a message saying that it was related to the lightning. He didn't explain it clearly. "This guy has always been so reckless." Miyu said. Chapter 15-13. The night was as dark as ink, dyeing the entire Lei Mo mountain range black. The thunder boat, carrying Xiao Hua and the others, landed in front of a mountain peak. The mountain peak was several hundred zhang tall, and its peak was above the black clouds, making it impossible to see its full appearance. Under the black clouds, it was gloomy with countless shadows, making it even harder to see its outline. The thunderboat flashed with lightning as it gradually approached the mountain peak. Ripples appeared in the air, and the thunderboat was like a stone thrown into the water, stirring up the entire space. Xiao Hua stood on the thunderboat and looked at this strange scene. He already understood that the Imperial Thunder Sect must have placed a restriction on the mountain peak. Sure enough, when the thunderboat completely disappeared, Xiao Hua's eyes lit up, and his vision suddenly became clear. This was a mountain peak filled with lush flowers and plants. Although it was already late at night, there were many large balls hovering in the air above the mountain peak. Within those balls, there were countless crackling lightning bolts that emitted a light blue luster. These lights illuminated the entire mountain peak. Other than the fact that everyone's faces were blue, there was no difference from the clear blue sky. Looking at the mountain peak, there were many cultivators scattered all over the mountain peak like ants. These cultivators were either resting with their eyes closed, discussing in 2s and 3s, or walking back and forth. Good, this Imperial Thunder Sect is really generous. Not to mention the restriction on the mountain peak, just the number of disciples who came to participate in this election should be in the tens of thousands, right? Xiao Hua was shocked. Shui obviously didn't expect such a spectacular scene. She stared blankly, and was even more absent-minded than Xiao Hua. Seeing the thunderboat land, Shui came back to her senses, and complained in her heart, this time, the Imperial Thunder Sect delayed the selection of disciples for 2 years, and they also greatly relaxed the conditions. I admittedly got some opportunities, but, to stand out from the tens of thousands of cultivators, it's really not possible. Then, she glanced at Xiao Hua, whose expression was as usual, and her heart was moved again, and she had some plans. The thunderboat landed, and Kanluo flew down, directly flying away. The several children's faces were full of exhaustion. The leader cupped his hands and said, "Fellow Taoists, this is my Imperial Thunder Sect's Thunderclap Mountain. Tomorrow's selection will be held here. This time, too many disciples have come to my Imperial Thunder Sect to become apprentices. My Imperial Thunder Sect doesn't have that many idle disciples to entertain you. Please stay here for the night. Please forgive me if I have been rude in any way." When the cultivators saw the boys' exhaustion, they knew that these tens of thousands of people were brought up the mountain by these disciples using the thunder boats. How could they not know the hardships involved? They all bowed to express their gratitude. Then, they flew down from the thunder ship and found a quiet place to rest. Xiaohua and Xue were the last to disembark from the thunder boat. After the thunder boat flew away, Xiaohua cupped his hands and said, "Taoist Xue, I am tired from the journey, so I need to take a rest. See you at the selection tomorrow." "Fellow Taoist Xiao," Xue hurriedly said when she saw Xiaohua asking her to leave. "Fellow Taoist, do you know the content of tomorrow's selection?" Xiaohua was dazed. "You don't know?" Afterwards, his brows raised, and he laughed. Could it be that fellow Taoist Xue knows? He, I won't hide it from fellow Taoist Xiao. As early as 2 years ago, I met fellow Taoist. I wanted to participate in the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection. However, I don't know why it has been delayed until today. In order for I to enter the Imperial Thunder Sect, my Misty Mountain has put in a lot of effort. Therefore, if fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't mind, I am willing to discuss the situation of tomorrow's selection with fellow Taoist Xiao first. Xiaohua looked at Xue up and down a few times in a daze, and said curiously, "Since it's something from your Misty Mountain, then I can't listen to it for free, right?" According to what fellow Taoist Xiao said, fellow Taoist Xiao has given my Misty Mountain a lot of benefits. This little bit of information, if it is said today, it might have some value. When tomorrow's selection begins, it won't even be worth half a spirit stone. How would I dare to take fellow Taoist Zhao's benefits? Xiaohua's impression of Xue was quite good. Especially last time in the Flame Forest Swamp, she had obviously spoken up for him. Therefore, although Xiaohua understood Xue's meaning, he still laughed and said, "In that case, I will take advantage of fellow Taoist Xiao for free." Bah! Hearing the somewhat ambiguous words, Xue unconsciously spat in her heart. Her face was slightly red, and she said with a smile, "Then, fellow Taoist Xiao, please wait for I to tell fellow Taoist Xiao in detail." The two of them found a quiet place and sat down cross-legged. Above their heads, there was an azure ball floating up and down. Xue cleared her throat, used a silence talisman, and whispered the rules of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection. The Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection was different from the Cleansing Flower Sect's. The Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation methods were somewhat special. Many of them required a thunder attribute physique, and this thunder attribute was extremely rare among the cultivators. It could even be said that there was 1 in 10,000 cultivators. However, as long as a thunder attribute cultivator was selected by the Imperial Thunder Sect, then, basically, this cultivator was already half a step into the ranks of Foundation Establishment cultivators. Although these cultivation methods had harsh requirements, they were very fast to cultivate. In addition, the Thunder Mountain Range's unique conditions were very beneficial for cultivating thunder attribute cultivation methods. With these conditions added together, it was impossible for the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples to cultivate slowly. It was precisely because of this that the Imperial Thunder Sect paid special attention to the physique of the disciples. The first selection method was to test one's physique. The thunder attribute was subordinate to the fire attribute of the 5 elements. A fire attribute physique could also cultivate the Imperial Thunder Sect's cultivation methods, but it wouldn't be as fast as a pure thunder attribute. In the first test of physique, other than the thunder and fire attributes, the Imperial Thunder Sect didn't want any other attributes. Of course, occasionally, some disciples with special attributes would be favored by the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciples and would be recruited into the Imperial Thunder Sect. The attribute test is using that kind of ball? When Xiao Hua heard this, his first reaction was that when he was in Yellow Flower Ridge, Xiao Hongyue took out the ball to test his physique. Good to let fellow Xiao know, that kind of attribute crystal ball is used to test the 5 elements. A thunder attribute physique inside the crystal ball can only show a fiery red color, no different from the fire attribute. I'm afraid that it won't be able to detect the difference. Shui smiled and said, the Imperial Thunder Sect uses a kind of crystal rod, which is more sensitive. Moreover, that crystal rod can show different lengths of color according to the purity of the physique. Purity of physique? Xiao Hua was somewhat puzzled and asked, what do you mean by this? Shui glanced at Xiao Hua, not sure whether he really understood or not. However, she still explained, all cultivators are in the 5 elements, so the entire body of the 5 elements exists. Saying that it's the water attribute only means that the water attribute of the 5 elements is more prominent than the other elements. When cultivating a water attribute cultivation method, it's even more effective. This crystal rod's length and color bars represent the different degrees of the 5 elements in the cultivator's body. Oh, so it's like this. Xiao Hua understood, but thinking of the scene of his first test, he couldn't help but ask, then, are there any cultivators without any of the 5 elements? Impossible. Shui said flatly, maybe some cultivators don't have any reaction when using the attribute crystal ball to test, and are thought to have no attributes. But under the attribute crystal rod's test, the 5 elements are definitely about the same level. It should belong to the range of the 5 elements balance. Cultivators with balanced 5 elements, can cultivate any cultivation method? Xiao Hua asked soon after. Fellow Daoist Xiao is right, these people with complete 5 elements, can cultivate any cultivation method. Shui smiled and said, but it's very difficult for them to reach the peak of any cultivation method, and it's very difficult for them to step into the high level of qi refinement. Xiao Hua nodded and asked, then what about the second test? The second test is a battle of spells. It's to test the degree of familiarity with the spells, the meticulous control of magic power, the battle experience, and so on. Shui said without hesitation, in the past, when the Imperial Thunder Sect recruited disciples, they always took the top 10. After that, unless the Imperial Thunder Sect's elders personally picked them, the other cultivators were all eliminated. 10 disciples? Xiao Hua sucked in a breath of cold air and said with a bitter smile, this time there are several tens of thousands of people, only 10 disciples. Doesn't the Imperial Thunder Sect feel that it's too wasteful? Maybe. Shui shrugged and said, the Imperial Thunder Sect has never cared about this. Because as long as they can be recruited by the Imperial Thunder Sect, they will eventually have achievements. Just based on this alone, every year, many disciples flock to the sect. Like a few years ago, when I knew that I had no hope of entering the Imperial Thunder Sect, I didn't dare to think too much. Only when my cultivation improved did I dare to have this extravagant hope. Shui said with a bitter smile. Anything else? Xiao Hua asked. This. Shui thought for a moment and said in a low voice, to be honest, a few years ago, my Misty Mountain befriended a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. He just happens to be a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces, and often participates in the disciple selection, so. Fellow Daoist Shui can get some extra help. Xiao Hua said with a disapproving smile. Shui was a little embarrassed and said with a smile, exactly. The Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces? Xiao Hua narrowed his eyes and looked at the many balls of lightning in the air and said with a smile, which thunder palaces are they? Fellow Daoist Xiao, you don't know? Shui was a little surprised, the Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces are famous in the cultivation world. I just don't know. Xiaohua said with a smile, "Fellow Taoist Xue, please enlighten me." Xue nodded and pointed with a finger, saying, "That high mountain in the distance should be the main peak of the Imperial Thunder Sect. The Sky Thunder Peak is used to welcome guests and is also where the Imperial Thunder Sect's mountain gate is located. However, the Imperial Thunder Sect's Heavenly Thunder Palace is not on it, but on the Thunder Immortal Peak. The Heavenly Thunder Palace is controlled by the Imperial Thunder Sect Master, and the disciples there are all direct disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Most of these disciples have the surname Qian. These disciples with the surname Qian were born from the dual cultivation of male and female disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Since birth, they have been specially trained. Qian. Xiaohua was stunned, but immediately understood that Qian Qinghua was a direct disciple of the Heavenly Thunder Palace, and his identity was indeed of great origin. Immediately after, Xue gave a simple introduction of the other 7 Thunder Palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Only then did Xiaohua know that the Imperial Thunder Sect's 8 Great Thunder Palaces were Heavenly Thunder Palace, Earthly Thunder Palace, Kanlei Palace, Distant Thunder Palace, Shocking Thunder Palace, Gen Thunder Palace, Sun Thunder Palace, and Exchanged Thunder Palace. These 8 Great Thunder Palaces were located on different 8 mountain peaks, and each had their own duties. Among them, Gen Thunder Palace and Exchanged Thunder Palace were responsible for the recruitment of disciples of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Moreover, these 2 Great Thunder Palaces only recruited disciples of the Foundation Establishment stage and below. It's just that Exchanged Thunder Palace mainly recruited female cultivators, while Gen Thunder Palace recruited young male cultivators. Chapter 15-14. After hearing about the 8 Great Thunder Palaces of the Imperial Thunder Sect and thinking about Shang Huaming's 3.5 disciples, Xiaohua sighed with emotion. There was no need to say anything. Shang Huaming's fate was to be exterminated by the 100 Grass Sect, but the Imperial Thunder Sect only needed to recruit a single disciple, and the 3 great cultivation sects of the state of Xi only dared to send disciples to intercept them, not daring to openly provoke them. Right, why did only fellow Taoist Xue come to Misty Mountain? Xiaohua looked around and whispered, how could Senior Ling give up such a good opportunity? Xue smiled bitterly. The reason, could it be that fellow Taoist Xiao doesn't know? I know? Xiaohua was slightly stunned. He pointed at his nose and said in bewilderment, how could I know about your Misty Mountain? Looking at Xiaohua's bewilderment and the tens of thousands of cultivators on Thunderclap Peak, Xue felt a burst of guilt. Yes, she was only at the 8th level of qi condensation. Although she could rank in the front among these tens of thousands of cultivators, the Imperial Thunder Sect only recruited 10 disciples. It was simply impossible for her. Look at Xiaohua, he was at the 10th level of qi condensation. His chances of passing the selection were several times higher than hers. As long as Xiaohua passed the selection, he would become a disciple of the Imperial Thunder Sect. For Imperial Thunder Sect disciples, Foundation Establishment was just within reach. And for Misty Mountain, a Foundation Establishment cultivator was truly a colossus. Thinking for a moment, Xue clenched her teeth and sent out a silence talisman. She smiled apologetically and said, fellow Taoist Xiao, actually. Then, Xue actually spoke of Ling Zhengyi's thoughts in full detail. She didn't hide anything. Unexpectedly, Xiaohua wasn't as angry as she imagined. There wasn't even a trace of expression on his face. Perhaps there was only a trace of a strange expression in his eyes. Could it be? Xue suddenly felt a burst of absurdity in her heart. She couldn't help but whisper, could it be, that fellow Taoist Xiao already knew? Moreover, when that fire ape escaped from the earth fire, fellow Taoist Xiao was nearby? Hee, Xiaohua laughed. I was only at the 4th level of qi condensation that day. How could I dare to appear in front of a Foundation establishment cultivator? Furthermore, I didn't know about it because of this. Otherwise, they wouldn't have come to the Imperial Thunder sect without knowing that the Misty Mountain's disciples had suffered heavy casualties. Thus, Xiaohua didn't hide anything and told him about what he had heard in the Flame Forest Swamp. Ling Chongya. This guy is actually a member of Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pooh family. Hearing Xiaohua's words, Shui gnashed her teeth, wishing she could immediately send a message to Misty Mountain. Hehe, don't tell me that the Flying Phoenix Ridge doesn't have any spies from the Misty Mountain? Xiaohua laughed. Shui was embarrassed, but she didn't say anything. Alright, fellow Taoist Shui, rest early. There's a selection tomorrow. As long as fellow Taoist passes the selection, what's the point of being afraid of Flying Phoenix Ridge? Xiaohua advised. Yes, I was too focused. Shui cupped her hands and said, the matter of the magic tools ends here. I will inform uncle when I have the chance. Those things are all fellow Taoist Zhao's. My Misty Mountain will never mention another word to fellow Taoist Xiao. Xiaohua slightly nodded. Seeing Xiaohua's somewhat indifferent appearance, Shui once again said in a low voice, the fire ape is a spirit beast comparable to late-stage Foundation establishment. If fellow Taoist Xiao is able to subdue it, it can be said to be a great help. Fellow Taoist Xiao, don't be careless. This magic tool is precisely the fire ape's soul-suppressing magic tool. As long as fellow Taoist Xiao comprehends the method within, you can definitely subdue the fire ape. Xiaohua waved his hand and said, fellow Taoist Shui, just as you said, the fire ape is late-stage Foundation establishment. If I want to subdue it, I'm afraid that I's cultivation must also be late-stage Foundation establishment. I don't need to say what happened to Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu Jianyuan and Misty Mountain's Uncle Gui who subdued the fire ape. They both failed. I haven't thought about it at all. Shui's face turned red. That's right, people's greed is the most terrifying. When they see something useful, they want to take it for themselves. They never consider their own ability. Flying Phoenix Ridge's Pu Jianyuan lost the fire ape's soul-suppressing magic tool only because he was a bit greedier than Ling Zhengyi of Misty Mountain. Now that it has fallen into Xiaohua's hands, he can no longer have the opportunity to subdue the fire ape. And right now, Xiaohua's cultivation is even worse than Pu Jianyuan's. Shui's persuasion, doesn't it have another meaning? Alright, fellow Taoist Shui, remove this silence talisman. Xiaohua said with a smile, I know what you mean. The fire ape's chances will depend on the future. Yes. Shui removed the silence talisman. The two closed their eyes and adjusted their breathing, quietly waiting for the arrival of dawn. Gradually, the night became even darker. Xiaohua closed his eyes and cultivated. The dragon transformation art within his body was still circulating. After these 2 years of cultivation, the dragon transformation art had a little bit of success. The current Xiaohua could barely control his meridians, and could enlarge and shrink them a bit. Of course, compared to the little white dragon in the past, which could casually expand into a dragon and shrink into a snake, there was still a huge difference. But just this alone let Xiaohua know that he didn't cultivate the dragon transformation art incorrectly. However, cultivating the dragon transformation art caused Xiaohua to have new doubts. Because following the cultivation of the dragon transformation art, Xiaohua had gradually sensed more meridians. And these meridians were not recorded in the heavenly law embodiment technique. Although Xiaohua was still not sure how many meridians there were, he already knew that these meridians, whether big or small, were extremely numerous. Could it be, these meridians are for the Foundation establishment stage, Gold Core stage? I need to temper them in the future? Many times, Xiaohua would ask himself this. Unfortunately, Xiaohua didn't have any foundation establishment stage techniques, so it was impossible for him to have any explanation. At this time, Xiaohua was cultivating as usual. The alien starlight ignored the restrictions outside the thunderclap peak and directly shot down. The reverse light also stopped revolving, absorbing the starlight like a bottomless black hole. Xiaohua had already recovered his ashen white bones, and was absorbing the starlight 3 times faster than before. There seems to be divine sense. While Xiaohua was cultivating, suddenly, dozens of divine senses were sent out from the thunderclap peak, sweeping in several directions like a waterfall. Xiaohua opened his eyes. The reverse light in the space returned to its original state, and the alien starlight also disappeared. At the same time that Xiaohua opened his eyes, several middle and late 11th level qi refining cultivators also discovered the divine senses. These cultivators were all outstanding cultivators from cultivation families. Although they hadn't reached the peak of the 12th level of qi refining, they had all taken pills similar to the revolving illumination pill from their families, and had long since developed their divine senses. At this time, although their divine senses had yet to take shape, it wasn't difficult for them to sense the divine senses of others. The divine senses sweeping across the peak were very fast, but they were fast and not chaotic. Almost every cultivator's body was slightly paused, as if they were choosing something. One of the divine senses naturally swept across Xiaohua's body, but that divine sense only swept slightly, and then immediately swept past, sweeping towards Shui. Shui was cultivating at this time, so she didn't know. After the divine sense swept past Shui, it paused for a moment, then swept again several times, and then continued to sweep below. Moreover, when the divine sense swept across Shui's body, Xiaohua suddenly felt a strange fluctuation. What's going on? Xiaohua was a bit puzzled. Before the divine sense left Shui's body, Xiaohua very recklessly released his perception, wanting to see what the fluctuation was. Unfortunately, Xiaohua looked for a long time, but didn't see any clues. Strange. Xiaohua scratched his head, but suddenly, Xiaohua woke up. Damn it, what's so strange? Isn't this a divine sense marking? When Shanghua Sect's Qiaoyu was tracking me, didn't he use this divine sense marking? If it wasn't for that empress, it would have already fallen into their hands. How did this divine sense mark Shui's body? AI, is there still a need to say? Didn't Shui say it before? Misty Mountain and a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect have a very deep relationship, presumably this is the master that disciple entrusted. Xiaohua's heart was bitter, and he thought of the 4th level qi refining Yutong he met in the Rinsing Flower sect. Comparing people to people is infuriating. Thinking that he was already at the 10th level of qi refining, but still couldn't enter the eyes of the Imperial Thunder sect, and Shui was just at the 7th level of qi refining, and was chosen by the master of the Imperial Thunder sect before she was selected, Xiaohua's heart had a trace of jealousy, a trace of helplessness, and even more, bitterness. Just as Xiaohua was looking around in self-pity, suddenly, Xiaohua thought of something, and he immediately broke out in a cold sweat. Just now, I seem to have used my perception, to explore their divine sense. They actually didn't discover it. Xiaohua actually used his own perception to explore when they used their divine sense to mark Shui. What made Xiaohua feel the most incomprehensible was that the divine sense actually didn't detect it. What's going on? Xiaohua was alarmed, and he thought again, could it be, this perception that I cultivate, isn't it the embryonic form of divine sense? After all, Xiaohua's perception was something that he used some nameless chant to cultivate when he was at the 4th level of qi refining. This had never been heard of in the cultivation world of the Dawn Rain continent. Immediately, Xiaohua was ecstatic. This is great, this young master can perceive divine sense, but divine sense can't perceive this young master, this is such a wonderful thing. However, while he was happy, Xiaofan was also apprehensive. Since this perception was different from divine sense, then, what about true divine sense? How would Xiaofan cultivate in the future? When Xiaofan reached the 12th level of qi refining, where would his divine sense come from? Could it be that there would be another type of divine sense? Ah, my head hurts. Xiaofan really frowned. He raised his eyes to look at the cultivators all over the mountain. His perception was still sweeping down the mountain like the wind, and Xiaohua's mind was in chaos. Clearly, he wasn't in the mood to cultivate in peace. Time flew by quickly, and the sky to the east showed a smear of white, and the sun began to gradually rise. Many cultivators sat facing the east and began to breathe, using different methods to absorb the essence of the sun. What can I do? Let's go and see. Xiaohua shrugged his shoulders, and a trace of laziness appeared on his face. He opened his mouth, and a bit of essence was sucked into his mouth. Fellow Taoist Xiao. Shui suddenly exclaimed from the side. Chapter 15:15. Fellow Taoist Xiao, Shui called out in a low voice, giving Xiaohua a big fright. He suddenly came to his senses and looked all around. The languid expression on his face had long since disappeared. But when he saw that there wasn't the slightest bit of abnormality around him, he turned his head and asked curiously, "Fellow Taoist Shui, is there something wrong?" "No, nothing." Shui's face blushed and her eyes flickered. She hurriedly covered it up and said, "I just woke up and casually called fellow Taoist Xiao." "Is that so?" Xiaohua was somewhat puzzled. But when he looked around again, there was indeed nothing to pay attention to. When he wanted to ask more, his gaze was attracted by a few children in front of him. Those children were only 4 or 5 years old. Beside them, there were a few low-level refinement middle-aged men accompanying them. Their faces were full of spirit and they were curiously looking around. Fellow Taoist Shui, are these children also participating in the selection?" Xiaohua pointed and asked. "Oh, those children." Shui's face was still slightly flustered. She used her hand to stroke the hair in front of her forehead and laughed softly, "Of course. Didn't I say last night? The first test of the Imperial Thunder Sect's disciple selection is to test the attributes of the body. As long as one has the lightning attribute, they will be accepted by the Imperial Thunder Sect. These children are young. Their body attributes should meet the requirements of the Imperial Thunder Sect, right? If it is a fight, how can they be the opponent of others?" "Oh," Xiaohua nodded. Recruiting 4 or 5-year-old children was a common method of all sections. The Imperial Thunder Sect was naturally not an exception. Looking at Xiaohua, Shui's heart was churning. Fellow Taoist Xiao, why did he return to his old self? He looks really ordinary like this. If he was always like that, lazy, how good would that be? Although Xiaohua's perception was powerful, he still could not penetrate Shui's heart. How could he know what Shui was thinking? At this time, the sun had already risen high in the east, illuminating the entire Thunderclap Peak with golden light. Looking outside from the foot of the Thunderclap Peak, it was no different from usual. There was no restriction at all. And at this time, the light of the round ball that was used as a moonstone last night was gradually disappearing. Only traces of lightning still appeared from time to time. Fellow Taoists, suddenly, a deafening voice resounded throughout the Thunderclap Peak, "Ah?" This sudden voice startled Xiaohua. What level of cultivation was this? That voice was deep and resounding, like rolling thunder that spread throughout the entire Thunderclap Peak, causing all the cultivators on the Thunderclap Peak to be shocked. However, this, fellow Taoists, left Xiaohua puzzled, and when the second sentence was heard, Xiaohua couldn't help but smile. "Thank you all for coming to my Imperial Thunder Sect. I am Zhen Yeming, a disciple of Zhen Lei Palace. I will be in charge of today's selection. As it turned out, this voice was coming from the many balls in the air. No wonder it could be heard everywhere. It was clear that the cultivation level of this voice was profound. The first test is to test your physical attributes. If you meet the requirements of the lightning controlling sect, the disciples of the lightning controlling sect will give you a numbered medallion. This medallion will be used to identify you in the disciple selection. When the selection is over, the disciples who didn't pass the selection can take this token with them. Let me tell you, fellow Taoists, this token contains a defensive yellow talisman. Perhaps it can save your life when you're in danger. Upon hearing this last sentence, Xiaofan smiled even more. This tone and the faint pride in these words were probably not something a Foundation establishment senior would reveal. Alright, fellow Taoists, please stand where you are and don't move. The disciples of Zhen Lei Palace and Converging Thunder Palace will appear by your side soon. The voice was slightly exaggerated and even dragged out. As the voice fell, the many balls in the air emitted dazzling lightning. As the lightning flashed, several small figures appeared in each of the balls. These figures were like pieces of light that flashed across the entire thunderclap peak. However, among these light figures, there were many boys and girls around the 6th layer of Qi refining who were no more than 11 or 12 years old who landed on the foothills of the thunderclap peak. Although these boys were a bit young, they were all extraordinary. Needless to say, the boys and girls were all pretty and delicate. With a single glance, one could tell that they were people with excellent foundations. Just by standing there, they had an extraordinary bearing, which made the tens of thousands of cultivators on the thunderclap peak admire them. Fellow Taoists, I have been sent by my senior brother to test your physical attributes. I hope that you will cooperate. The boys, regardless of whether they were facing a 10th layer Qi refining cultivator or a 1st layer Qi refining cultivator, all bowed respectfully and spoke in a humble tone. Xiaofan and the others secretly cheered in their hearts and also bowed respectfully. Alright, fellow Taoists, please test according to the arrangement of the Imperial Thunder Sect. Fellow Taoists who have not passed the test, please go to the west side of the thunderclap peak. My Zhen Lei Palace disciples will escort you out of the mountain. The voice sounded again. Immediately after, a young cultivator around 30 years old wearing a purple Taoist robe with a 12th layer Qi refining cultivation appeared in the air. This young cultivator's face was crimson red and his forehead was full. He wore a slight smile on his face and very conceitedly looked towards the thunderclap peak. This is Zhen Yeming. Xiaofan had long felt it. He stood in the middle of the group of cultivators and narrowed his eyes. 30 years old, 12th layer Qi refining. Compared to Li Zongbao, he is still lacking. I am now in the 10th layer Qi refining. In another 10 years, I should be able to reach the 12th layer Qi refining. At that time, I's age seems to be hard to calculate. If we count from the time I was 18 years old at Yellow Flower Ridge, should be 23 years old right now. But I still seem to be 18 years old. If I tell people that I am still 18 years old, they should be able to deceive them. Even if I reached the 12th layer Qi refining at 33 years old, I can still be considered amazing. Not to mention Xiaohua's narcissism, the children of the Zhen Lei Palace and the converted Thunder Palace had already started testing the cultivator's attributes. Sure enough, as Xue said, the magic tool of the Imperial Thunder Sect was different from usual. It was not in the shape of a ball, but rather in the shape of a flute. At one end of the flute, there was a handle-like groove. Fellow Taoist, please use your hand to hold the groove of the mirror spirit. Do not use magic power. The child closest to Xiaohua was a girl from the converted Thunder Palace. Her voice was very clear and pleasant to the ears. At this moment, she was talking to an 8th layer Qi refining cultivator several zhang away. The male cultivator cupped his hands and said with a smile, "Many thanks, fellow Taoist. I want to see if I meet the requirements of the Imperial Thunder sect." With that said, the cultivator took the mirror spirit from the girl's hand and placed his hand on the groove. A strange thing happened. A light blue brilliance appeared from the groove in the cultivator's hand and slowly spread to the other side. However, after just a few inches, the light blue brilliance stopped and refused to move forward. When the male cultivator saw this, although he didn't know how to use the mirror spirit, he knew something was wrong when he saw that the light blue brilliance occupied less than half of the entire mirror spirit. Without waiting for the male cultivator to speak, the girl said with a smile, "My apologies, fellow Taoist, you don't meet the requirements of our Imperial Thunder sect. Please go to the west side of the shocking Thunder Peak. In a moment, a senior martial brother from the Zhenlei Palace will escort you out of the mountain." The male cultivator wanted to ask for the reason, but when he saw the girl's hand, he let out a sigh and handed the mirror spirit over. He then turned around and walked to the west. A 5-year-old boy next to the male cultivator blinked his eyes and cutely asked, big sister, how about I take the test?" A second-layer chi condensation cultivator next to the boy poked him and scolded, "Call her fellow Taoist." The boy pouted and looked at the cultivator with a wronged expression. He helplessly said, "Fellow Taoist, big sister, pft." Everyone around them burst out laughing. The cultivator's expression was very unnatural. He glared at the boy and said, "Little brother, you want to take the test too? You have to perform well. If you don't pass, big sister won't let you pass." The girl saw how cute the boy was and smiled like a flower. She handed the mirror spirit over. When the boy's chubby hand grabbed the mirror spirit, a ray of purple and red light appeared. It was extremely dazzling and flowed to the other side of the mirror spirit like water. It only stopped halfway through the mirror spirit. "Excellent." The girl clapped and smiled. "Little brother, you are the first person big sister took today." Really?" The boy didn't say anything, but the cultivator was so happy that he almost jumped up. "Little brother, give the mirror spirit to big sister." The girl smiled and asked, "How old are you this year?" The boy handed the mirror spirit to the girl and smiled. "I am 5 years old and 2 years old." 5 years old and 2 years old? The girl was clearly stunned and asked, "Then you are 7 years old?" The cultivator quickly explained, No, he is 5 years old this year. He just had his birthday 2 months ago." Ha ha ha. The girl was clearly amused. She covered her mouth and laughed. "Okay, since little brother is only 5 years old, he doesn't need to pass the second test." "Oh right, fellow Taoist, is he fellow Taoists?" The girl turned and asked the cultivator. "He is I's son, my son." The cultivator happily said. Has he cultivated any techniques?" Yes. I taught him the basic techniques half a year ago. He is almost at the first layer of chi refining." The cultivator proudly said. You taught him a technique?" The girl frowned. "What? Did I do something wrong?" The cultivator became anxious. Of course you did something wrong. Very wrong." The girl mercilessly said, "What technique is your technique? What technique is my Imperial Thunder sect's technique? Is it better to use your technique to let this child enter the sect or use my Imperial Thunder sect's technique to let him enter the sect?" The cultivator's face turned ashen after hearing this. Chapter 15-16. Fortunately, he hasn't entered the first layer of chi refining yet. Moreover, he has a thunder attribute physique, so he meets the requirements of my Imperial Thunder sect. Otherwise. As the girl spoke, she patted her hand and took out a message talisman from her storage pouch. She used her magic power to activate it and it flew away. Then she said to the cultivator, "Fellow Taoist, are you also participating in the selection?" "Me?" The cultivator pointed at his nose and bitterly smiled, "Eyes, age and cultivation. How can I enter the Imperial Thunder sect?" He, fellow Taoist, is quite self-aware. However, this is a rare opportunity for my Imperial Thunder sect. Anyone who comes to my Thunderclap Peak can take the test. Fellow Taoist might as well give it a try. The girl spoke in an orderly manner, causing the people nearby to be convinced. Even though Xiaofan was a bit far away, he could still inwardly nod his head. Hearing this, the cultivator also nodded his head and took the mirror spirit. After taking it, a dark red light flashed and slowly flowed less than an inch before stopping. When the cultivator saw this, his face flushed red. "Oh, fellow Taoist is of the fire attribute." The girl nodded her head and said, "Fellow Taoist, you can try activating your magic power." "Huh? I can activate magic power? Why didn't that cultivator move aside?" Xiaohua's eyes turned, and he understood. That cultivator just now had a light blue brilliance. According to the 5 elements, it should be of the water attribute. It was the opposite of the Imperial Thunder sect's cultivation method, so there was naturally no need to use magic power. The cultivator activated his magic power, but when the cultivator's face flushed red, the light red light only moved half an inch. "Alright, fellow Taoist, you don't meet the requirements of my Imperial Thunder sect. Please go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak." The girl took the mirror spirit with a smile and spoke very naturally. "But, what about my son? He doesn't seem to have received a command medallion yet." The cultivator looked at the boy with reluctance and asked pitifully. "This little brother is below 5 years old and doesn't need to pass the 2nd and 3rd tests. Therefore, you don't need to give out a token. I have already sent a message to the senior martial brothers in Zhenlei Palace. They will send people over to pick this junior martial brother up. Zhenlei Palace will have a special test for this junior martial brother. And this test is very simple. If you follow it shouldn't be a problem." "Oh, that's right. This is the token of a relative of a disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect. Take it and register it in the Imperial Thunder sect's disciplinary hall. The external affairs disciple of the disciplinary hall will explain to you how to visit this junior martial brother in the future." The girl clapped her hands and a small square token was handed over to the cultivator. "Good. Good." The cultivator's face was filled with tears as he stroked the boy's hair a few times and whispered, Wah. Listen to your senior sisters in the Imperial Thunder sect. Cultivate well for your father. You must make your father proud." The boy seemed to understand, but he didn't. He opened his eyes wide and nodded obediently. While they were talking, a 10th layer chi refining cultivator flew out from the nearest ball and landed beside the girl. "Senior martial brother Zhen Yun, it's this boy." The girl cupped her hands and bowed. She pointed at the boy and said, The cultivator looked at the boy, and without another word, he reached out and grabbed the boy's arm. Then, he flew into the air and entered the ball. Wah. The boy's father stopped after chasing for half a step and couldn't help but call out in a low voice. Xiaohua watched from afar. On the entire Thunderclap Mountain, there were also a few disciples of the Imperial Thunder sect flying out from several places. They also brought a few boys and girls into the ball. Innate attributes are still the most important. Xiaohua sighed inwardly. Fellow Xiao, you don't have to be envious. Seeing this, Shui smiled and said, although this boy is of the Thunder attribute and can cultivate the cultivation method of the Imperial Thunder sect, it's only a possibility. As for whether he can cultivate or not, it'll still depend on his future cultivation to prove it. And, then? Is there a method that can be used like testing the 5 elements? As long as it can be tested, it'll definitely be able to cultivate? Xiaohua suddenly thought of something and asked. Fellow Xiao, this is a good question. Shui was stunned and said, I have never thought of this before. Ha ha ha, I was just casually saying it. Xiaohua said with a smile. After the boy's father left, the female disciple of the Imperial Thunder sect continued to test the other cultivators. The next few cultivators didn't have the thunder attribute or the fire attribute. Although one of them was yellow in color, that cultivator said, Fellow Taoist, I have always cultivated the fire attribute cultivation method. Moreover, the elders in the clan also said that I have the fire attribute. Can you let I activate my magic power? The girl shook her head and said, Fellow Taoist, my Imperial Thunder sect naturally recruits disciples based on my Imperial Thunder sect spirit. Even if fellow Taoist believes that you have the thunder attribute, if my spirit can't flash a purple light, then you can't have the thunder attribute. Then, she looked at that cultivator's cultivation and said softly, Moreover, even if fellow Taoist is of the thunder attribute, with such a young age and cultivation, I'm afraid that you won't be able to pass the second and third tests. Fellow Taoist should go to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. There's a third test. Xiaohua was stunned and turned to look at Shui. As expected, Shui's face was also filled with surprise. The next cultivator was of the fire attribute. A blood-colored light traveled for about 2 inches. That cultivator's face turned ugly, but the girl didn't think so and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist is of the fire attribute, you can activate your magic power. That cultivator activated his magic power and the blood-colored light, as if taking a Peiyuan pill, suddenly traveled 50% of the distance. Good. Fellow Taoist, congratulations on passing the first test. Seeing this, the girl clapped her hands and took out a number plate from her storage pouch. She lowered her head and looked at it, then handed it over. Fellow Taoist's number plate is number 24, please keep it well. Ha. That cultivator's hands were trembling. He still didn't believe it and took the number plate. He brought his arm to his mouth and fiercely bit it. Ouch! By the time that cultivator cried out in pain, the girl had already taken the spirit mirror to test the next cultivator. Although the process of the test was very simple, there were really too many cultivators on the Thunderclap Peak. That was tens of thousands of cultivators. There were probably over 100 cultivators surrounding the girl. Xiaohua and Shui were standing not too far away from the girl. Seeing that less than 10% of the cultivators passed the test and the other 90% of the cultivators left dejectedly for the west side of the Thunderclap Peak, their hearts were also restless. The first test of the Imperial Thunder sect actually didn't look at cultivation, only the body's attribute. Moreover, the way they determined the attribute was different from outside. Many cultivators also thought that they were of the fire attribute, but they were all denied by the girl. Therefore, Xiaohua's heart was restless. Previously, when Xiaohua was at Yellow Flower Ridge, he didn't test any attribute. He even tested that he was of the water attribute. It was only later that he learned that he was of the fire attribute when he practiced the raising fire to burning heaven. Unfortunately, the Imperial Thunder sect didn't allow him to use his magic power at the beginning of the test. Xiaohua seemed to have seen the light blue brilliance of the spirit mirror when he received it. 4 hours passed very quickly. The number of people around the girl became fewer and fewer. Almost everyone had passed the test. The girl raised her head, looked around, and said with a smile, Is there anyone else who hasn't taken the test? Fellow Taoists, don't think that you're lucky. In a while, my Imperial Thunder sect will conduct the second test. If you don't get a token, when the restriction of the Thunderclap Peak activates, you will lose your life. Sure enough, as the girl said, there were a few people hiding at the side who wanted to make up the numbers. At this time, they had no choice but to come out and take the test. Let's go, fellow Taoist Shui. Even if we have to wait until the end, we still have to take the test. Xiao Hua looked at Shui, who was also a little flustered, and said in a low voice. Let's go together. Shui replied, I have the earth attribute, I'm afraid I won't be able to pass this test. When Xiao Hua and Shui arrived at the girl's side, the few cultivators who passed off as fish eyes had already dejectedly headed to the west side of the Thunderclap Peak. Fellow Taoists, who will go first? The girl had already seen Xiao Hua and Shui and asked with a smile. Fellow Taoist Shui, you go first. Xiao Hua took half a step back and said with a smile. Okay. Shui smiled bitterly. She stretched out her white and tender right hand and took the spirit mirror from the girl. Shui closed her eyes. Ah! Just when Shui closed her eyes, a sound of astonishment immediately came from all around. Fellow Taoist Shui. You have the lightning attribute. Quickly open your eyes. Xiao Hua's cheerful and envious voice sounded in Shui's ears. Really? Shui's heart was immediately filled with joy. She couldn't wait to open her eyes. Sure enough, the spirit mirror in Shui's hand was emitting a bright purple-red brilliance. That brilliance was already more than half of its length. Congratulations fellow Taoist, you have the mythical thunder physique, which is precisely the requirement to become a disciple of my Imperial Thunder sect. Please take this token and wait for the second test. The girl clapped her hands and smiled. She took out the token from her storage pouch and handed it to Shui. Then, she took the spirit mirror from Shui's hand and turned to Xiao Hua and said, Fellow Taoist, you should be the last one to take the test. Please take the test. The second test of my Imperial Thunder sect should begin in an hour. Xiao Hua looked at the spirit mirror in front of him and took a deep breath. He nodded slightly and said, Yes, I will take the test now. However, Xiao Hua stretched out his hand, but before he could touch the spirit mirror, he stopped again. There was a feeling of loss and gain in his heart. Fellow Taoist, you're already at the 10th layer of the Qi refinement realm, but your Tao heart is still not stable? If this continues for a long time, I'm afraid your realm will become unstable. The girl smiled sweetly and stuffed the spirit mirror into Xiao Hua's hand. However, a strange thing finally happened again. That spirit mirror in Xiao Hua's hand actually didn't have the slightest reaction. It was exactly the same as when the girl held it in her hand just now. The girl frowned slightly and said in displeasure, Fellow Taoist, don't try to show off some divine ability. If this spirit mirror doesn't have any reaction, you will also be eliminated. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Qidian. You're tuning into the Xiaofan's Wuxia Tales YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.